This is a compilation episode featuring an absolute mega dumpload of ghost stories and other encounters with the paranormal from both my shows, Unexplained Encounters and Tales from the Break Room. So make sure you follow both podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts if you enjoy what you hear. And if you want your story narrated on one of them, just send it to me at darkstories.org. Quick reminder, the ebook to our first novel, Drakenblood, is now available for pre-order. For $5, you get a dark fantasy novel that's like Dead Space meets Bloodborne, and it releases on October 6th. Just click the link in the description. If you want to read it now and get ad-free access to my entire network of shows, sign up for EerieCast Plus at eriecast.com/plus. Thank you. Now, let's begin. From Down the Hallway. From S.C. I've always enjoyed scary stories about the unknown and supernatural, but I don't scare easily. I'm a skeptic who believes there is a rational, scientific explanation for anything, even if we don't fully understand what that explanation is yet. I understand the human mind can cause us to mistake objects for other things, and it is not much of a stretch to believe that anyone can be tricked into seeing or hearing things that aren't actually there. I want to believe in the supernatural, though, because it makes the world a more interesting, mysterious place, and I have had one experience where my skeptical beliefs were challenged. When I was a college student in my last year of school during the late 90s, I had a part-time job caring for a young woman. Her name was Lily. She was significantly disabled due to a rare genetic disorder. Although she was only a couple of years younger than I was, she could not walk, talk, or feed herself, and she was also blind. Developmentally, she was about at the level of a 6-month-old. She lived with her parents. Her father worked, and her mother had devoted the last 20 years to staying at home and caring for Lily. They used the county agency I worked for to provide care for Lily when they needed a break or had business to attend to. I enjoyed working for the family. The dad was quiet, but Lily's mom was very friendly and accommodating. Despite her disabilities, Lily was relatively easy to care for. She loved listening to music and watching cartoons. She liked to play in water, and she enjoyed going for walks in her wheelchair. Physically, though, she hadn't grown much past 50 pounds, which was about the upper limits of what I was capable of lifting. But I could lift her as needed when I had to get her in and out of the car, or her wheelchair, or haul her up the long flight of stairs in the house when I had to put her to bed. I'd been working as Lily's caregiver for several months when Lily's parents wanted to go away overnight to visit her brother, who was attending college several hours away. Now I was familiar with Lily's bedtime routine, and for this stay, my duties would remain the same, except that I would sleep over and get overtime pay for the night hours, which seemed like a pretty good deal to me. The family also had a friendly, rambunctious Labrador retriever named Mitzi, and even though I didn't mind her, they decided to board her at a kennel while they were out, so I would have one less hassle during my time there. They offered to let me stay in the master bedroom, which had a television and its own bathroom, but I told them I was fine just staying in the guest room. The guest bedroom was at the top of the stairs, and a bathroom was across the hall from it. To the left of the guest room was the master bedroom as well as Lily's room. To the right was another bedroom and an office. The house was a well-maintained, newer colonial. There was nothing particularly old or creepy about it. That day, my boyfriend dropped me off, taking the car we shared, and Lily's mom showed me all the food she'd bought for Lily and me to eat. She and her husband said their goodbyes, and I proceeded to feed Lily her dinner. Afterwards, slowly and steadily, I lugged her up the long staircase to get her ready for bed. I gave Lily her bath, which she enjoyed as usual, then got her dressed and tucked into her bed. She wasn't really capable of moving much, but she slept surrounded by a ring of pillows to guard against the off chance that she might kick her legs and roll over. I secured her in her pillow nest, wound up her music box, then turned off the light, retiring to the guest bedroom to read, leaving both of our bedroom doors cracked slightly open so I could hear what was going on. Lily giggled occasionally to herself while the music box played its tinkling tune. Her echoing chuckles in the nearly empty dark house were a little unnerving, honestly. Was she enjoying the music? Or were there other thoughts in her head that would forever be unknown? The music slowed, then eventually it came to a stop, but the giggles continued to emanate from her room periodically, mingling with the familiar pops and squeaks that any house will make as the evening cools it down. I'd been reading and listening to these sounds for about half an hour when I suddenly heard a different sound. It was coming from the far end of the hallway by the office. Creak, then silence. Then I heard it again, creak, followed by silence, then creak. It sounded so much like someone was trying to walk slowly down the hall, but they would pause every time their step made a noise, a creak. My nerves were on edge. I just stared at my book. What could possibly be making that noise? Maybe it was time for me to go to sleep, I thought. Lily was an early riser. I turned out my light and shut my eyes. Creak. The noise seemed closer this time. I opened my eyes, noticing a sliver of light coming in through the slightly open door to my room. What was that? I got up and slowly peered out into the hallway. A light came from Lily's room. I felt pretty certain that I had turned her light off, but maybe I hadn't, I thought. I mean, what other explanation could there be? Nervously, I walked down the hallway into her room, and when I pushed open the door to her room, I saw that Lily was still tucked in her nest of pillows, exactly as I had left her, but her bedside lamp was now turned on. A wave of fear and shock washed over me. Sure, there was a slight chance that I could have left the overhead light on accidentally, but I had never, ever used that lamp before. As far as I had known, it was only decorative. I was certain I had not turned that light on, nor was Lily capable of getting to it, much less turning it on. I was unsure what my next move should be. Should I try to bring Lily downstairs? But what then? She'd be upset if I got her out of bed. And if someone or something were to try to pursue us while I carried her on the stairs, we'd either be caught or we'd plummet down them. Should I call the police? I hadn't heard or seen anything concrete enough to really warrant calling them, and I didn't want to seem flighty or irresponsible. I didn't want to call Lily's parents either and ruin their trip. What to do? I decided that Lily would be safest where she was for the time being, so I turned off her lamp and left her with her door cracked open again. I didn't have a phone, but I knew the house had 2 cordless ones. One of them was in the office down the hall, but I didn't want to go in there. So I went downstairs to the kitchen to call my boyfriend and ask him to come over. He and I shared an apartment across town. I dialed the number and got a busy signal, so I tried again about a minute later. But the same thing happened. Now, we had the most basic of phone plans with no call waiting. I still was worried there might be someone in the house, and I also didn't want to leave Lily alone upstairs for too long. So I brought the cordless phone upstairs with me, trying to reach my boyfriend every 5 minutes or so, but getting a busy signal every time. After about the 10th attempt, I gave up trying to reach him. Maybe our phone was off the hook. I still hadn't heard or seen anything else, so maybe I didn't need him anyway. I turned out my light to try to get some sleep, but really I was just listening to every sound the house made. Lily giggled, The house settled. Then there it was again. Creak. I held my breath. Was I just imagining it? Creak. It was coming from the end of the hall by the office again, getting slightly closer. Creak. A pause, then whoomph. It sounded as if someone had dumped out a basket of clothing right outside the guest room door. I shot straight up in bed as my mind scrambled for a logical explanation for this new sound. The bathroom where I'd given Lily her bath was right across the hallway. Maybe the big bath towel I'd used had fallen off the bar and made that sound. That could explain it, but if the towel had fallen, I steeled my nerves and got up to investigate. I stepped into the bathroom and turned on the light. The towel was still hanging where I'd left it. I sprinted down the stairs until I reached the bottom, then stood with my back against the front door, looking up them. I called out, "I know you're up there. I have a phone. I'm gonna call 911. I suggest you leave now." I heard nothing in response. With my back still at the door, I called my boyfriend again, and finally he picked up. He'd been using our phone the whole time, catching up with an old high school friend. I begged him to come over as soon as possible, and within 15 minutes or so, he arrived, finding me still standing by the door. In our relationship, he's usually the one more easily scared, so I think he relished the chance to go through the upstairs, turning on the lights, and looking in closets. He hadn't heard what I'd heard, and I assumed I was just getting spooked by the house settling. But a settling house doesn't turn on lamps. I myself was pretty convinced that a person had been in the house, and that he would find an open window or an attic door showing evidence of an intruder, but he found nothing at all. I convinced him to stay the night, just in case. By this point, I was pretty emotionally drained, and it wasn't too hard to fall asleep, though I swear I heard one more faint creak just as I was drifting off. I asked my boyfriend then if he had heard it, but he'd already fallen asleep himself. The next morning, Lily's mother called to see how things had gone. I didn't want her to think I was crazy, nor did I want to lose this job that paid relatively well, so I told her that things were great. Although I did ask, "Have you heard anything strange at night here?" I heard some weird noises, but I'm sure it was nothing. She paused, just long enough for me to tell the question had taken her off guard. She didn't immediately laugh or dismiss my comment. "Oh, maybe. That's just the house. I'm sure it was nothing." The hesitancy of her tone made me think that maybe she did know what I was talking about. Either that, or she was questioning my reliability. But it probably wasn't that, since I was asked to stay overnight a few more times over the next year. Yeah, I did agree to stay there again, but after that I took them up on their offer to stay in the master bedroom. From there, I could leave the TV on all night to drown out any background noises, and I left the bathroom and hallway lights on too. I also asked them to leave their dog Mitzi with me. She was way too friendly to be of any use as a guard dog, but her presence made me feel much safer anyway. I also splurged on call waiting for our phone plan too. Did I hear anything after that? I had to be able to hear if Lily was crying in her room, but I had the TV loud to cover as much noise as possible otherwise. I'm pretty sure those hallway sounds were still there, but I didn't allow myself to focus on them. Mitzi never barked or growled at anything, but would occasionally stare at the door leading to the hall and cock her head to the side. Before long, I graduated and I got a job out of state, but my sister was looking for work at the time, so she took over the job of looking after Lily from me. I had told her the story of my night of fright when it happened, and when it came time for her to stay there overnight, I was curious to hear what happened to her. My sister called me the day after her first day. She'd heard those footsteps in the hallway, exactly as I had described them, but no one had been there. She kept herself from being too scared by coming up with a theory. Although Lily's body and mind had not developed, it was clear she still had a lot of spirit. Maybe at night, while her body and mind slept, her spirit roamed free throughout the house. It was as good an explanation as any.
There's a disappearing woman at my university. From Cleaning Crew. During the time the story takes place, I was and still am a member of the facility services for a university that will remain nameless. That's a polite and encompassing term for cleaner, even though it also includes the frequent migration of classroom and laboratory hardware that isn't leased, mostly desks and chairs. The nature of my position effectively guaranteed exclusive night shifts, and that is something I very much appreciated at the time I was hired, for a few reasons. I have an ocular condition called pars planitis. It's something I was born with, aside from my right eye being no better in visual acuity than the camera lens of an early 2000s flip phone. It guarantees a whole other fun host of features. Cascading eye floaters, visual snow, blue entropic field, and extreme sensitivity to light are among the most prevalent. This effectively guarantees I'm always wearing sunglasses. Rain, shine, early morning, or late afternoon. The only exception is, of course, at night. That fact led me to appreciating my evening shifts so much more. While I do have horrendous streaking astigmatism in both lenses, it's the most bearable of all symptoms. So being out at night is my jam. Not to say I can perfectly see in the evening. It's still hard in some environments. That's why when I first saw it, I assumed it was nothing more than a visual distortion. The sight was so hard to explain. I was cleaning in a lab, one far larger than most as it sat below the library, and had one open access computers for all students. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. Brief and adjusting, like a person watching me. I thought it was a person anyway. It was near the end of the semester, and it's 10 o'clock at night. It's very atypical to see a student at that time, but nevertheless, I looked over. As I did, my eyes trailed after the sight, bizarrely finding nothing awaiting them. Of course, I didn't think much of it. Just another visual distortion. Nothing new under the fluorescent lights mounted to the high ceilings of the lab. Off I went, sanitizing workstations. This was back when the pandemic had struck, so it had to be done daily. And we even had a checklist with each computer station's ID to mark off as we went. So that's what I was focused on, not paying much mind at all. Maybe 10 minutes later though, I saw it again. Roughly the same shape, the same height, and just out of the corner of my eye. Someone was watching me, only this time from the opposite side of the room. I followed it, even quicker than before, only to see it disappear. That's when I began to suspect my eyesight was finding another way to mess with my perception. And so I gave my face a quick rub, debating on an early drop of my anti-inflammatory prescription. Just as I took my hands away from my face though, I saw something. Up in front of me, where I thought the person had been, was a cigarette on the floor. At this distance, my vision could barely resolve it, but as I approached, it turned out to be exactly what I had thought. I can't tell you much about it, other than the fact that it had been dragged on. It sat, halfway burned, idly against the ground. I was positive that it had been there when I'd come in. I knew it for a fact. Regardless, I took a gloved hand and trashed the item. As I did so, I picked up on a very light scent of smoke, as if it had been burning 10 or 20 minutes prior, combined with another lighter floral aroma like that of a perfume. When I came home early that morning following that evening shift, I was anxious. Really, I thought my condition had gotten worse, and I was emotionally preparing myself to have to deal with these new distortions. It's never fun when you gain a new, consistent problem with your vision. I was practicing to see if they'd occur again, emulating the same light levels and flicks of my head to see if my eyes would produce the look of someone watching me just out of the corner of my eye. To my appreciation, they didn't. I wondered if it was the fluorescent lights unique to the university, or even the lab, that were triggering it. I seemed to find out otherwise as I started my shift the following evening. After collecting and running trash from the bins out to the dumpster outside of one of the campus buildings, I noticed it again. This time, it was under the cover of night. Only a high-set parking lot light illuminated the general darkness. Instead of snapping my eyes over to it only for it to disappear, I handled the garbage slowly, instead choosing to observe it in the periphery of my vision like one would a floater in your own vision. As I focused, it became clear that I was looking at a very legitimate person. At least, it so appeared. They were dressed in white primarily, though I couldn't tell much of their skin tone or features from the corner of my vision. And no less, they were smoking. The plumes of subtle fog that were blowing into my field of vision made it clear. Confident that someone was absolutely positively there, I snapped my head over, only to see no one. Nothing. Not so much as a whisper of anything ever even being there. Awestruck, I moved over to where they precisely were, against an adjacent building, just outside an exit that was maybe 30 feet from my original position. I could barely make out the hot vapor of a cigarette moving against the night air, and as I looked down, there was another cigarette on the ground. The same brand as the lab from the previous evening. I picked it up, with glove on mind you, and examined it under the light of the faraway street lamp. It appeared to be the same brand as the one I'd thrown away the night prior, having only a few drags taken off the end. Most notably though, there was a visible shade of lipstick planted at the end of the filter. It was comical really. The deep red mark was incredibly tangible, as if the woman who was smoking it had been wearing a very thick layer of gloss. Now, like anyone would, I assumed the cigarette had been there from before. That's what I would have thought too, were it not for the faint trace of heat that I could detect even through my gloved fingers, as if hot smoke had just been dragging through it. I continued my shift distracted, put on music as I worked my way about campus, my playlist doing little to ease my wandering mind. I knew now that these were no ocular distortions. I was seeing someone, even if it was just out of the corner of my eye. Someone was there, a woman I guessed, given the lipstick, and they had an affinity for cigarettes. And yet somehow, whenever I turned my periphery and looked directly toward them, they'd vanish, leaving only their addictive vice behind. As the night bore on, it happened on 2 more occasions. The first, I actively studied them, just seeing how far I could get to them in the center of my vision before they would decide to vanish. I tilted my head slowly, and on the tiny medium that divided an abstract humanoid made up of colors to a feature-rich individual, they'd disappear. It was simply frustrating. So, the second time I saw them, which was inside a near vacant hallway, I tried something different. I approached them, slowly. I kept my blurry corner vision on them, but moved forward. Slowly I neared, feeling ridiculous all the while I guessed it was someone messing with me. And when I was no more than 10 feet away, I stopped, deciding to speak and say hello. I listened quietly for a response, focusing on my hearing tightly. I picked up on a quiet, idle sound, paper, tobacco, and any other accessory additives being burned. There was absolutely, positively someone right there, smoking. I could smell it too. I stepped forward, being sure not to change where they were in my field of view, and I said hello again. I was right next to them now, and I could feel the oxygen I breathed being afflicted by their smoke, and the acidic burn becoming quite uncomfortable. Evidently, the person was ignoring me, still grossly fixated on their indoor cigarette. I felt incredibly ridiculous, especially because I wasn't so much as facing them, only observing them through my periphery. Confident now that there was no way that they could slip out of my vision, I turned my head, both eager and anxious to see who was waiting for me. But as I did, I was met with a blank wall. The space the person had been leaning against was vacant. However, close as I was, I did catch the sight of a still-lit cigarette falling to the floor of the hallway. Dumbfounded and upset, I stomped on it, putting it out as I considered what had just happened. As the smoke faded away, there was still the tinge of a somehow outdated smelling perfume on the air. The rest of the night after that was terrible. Now confident that it wasn't my vision playing tricks on me, I shuddered to think of the other remaining possibilities. Was I delusional? It seemed the most logical. My hours were tame, but still long, and my sleep schedule was at an all-time low in terms of health. But even so, I had seen these cigarettes. Those were tangible. I remember looking down on one occasion, propping my foot up to see the bottom of the shoe's sole was stained and ashy. For the rest of the evening, I wrestled with my thoughts, consciously avoiding focus of anything in my periphery, so as not to repeat the bizarre occurrence of someone disappearing right in front of me. This new way of how I looked at things continued as my shifts went on. I found myself adopting my all too familiar sunglasses at night, using them as guides and ensuring I paid no mind to anything outside of my field of view that the lenses offered. It did work well enough to relax me, at least for a while. Whether it was that state or the simple passage of time that caused the next progression to occur, I'm still unsure. One evening, as I was actively minding my own business and sweeping under the tables, back in that same computer lab below the library, I looked up to see one perfectly observable in the dead set of my vision, and they were smoking. It was a woman. She was Asian, with mid-length black hair and glasses even thicker than my own. The most atypical thing about her was the lab coat she wore, bizarrely bright white, that caused my pupils to dilate just observing it even from under the sunglasses. She was leaned against the far wall of the lab, looking at me and drawing on her cigarette. At the time, I didn't immediately draw a line between her and the strange experience I'd had a few nights prior, so I wasn't quite on edge. With a rather aggressive tone, I asked her what she thought she was doing smoking indoors. She made no indication that she heard me, instead dragging on her smoke once more, and so I stepped forward, opting to walk over to her so that she'd be forced to acknowledge me. Somehow, though, in the brief split second it took my eyes to close and reopening following a blink, she had vanished, just like before, only this time, it was even more surreal. She was dead center in my vision, not at the corner, and yet, she dematerialized completely and utterly. My eyes opened quick enough to spot the still-lit cigarette dropping to the floor, just like I'd seen already. That was the last straw for me. I was done for that evening. I left early, stepping on the cigarette and crushing it into the floor without bothering to clean the residue. The frustration I felt combined with the eerie sense of uncertainty in my own senses was far too crippling to work with, and so home I went, informing my coworkers in the group chat that I wasn't feeling well, while avoiding anything too specific. During my walk, I logged onto my medical clinic's website, making an appointment with my GP about hallucinations, as I had no confidence left in myself. Once I was finished, I remember putting the phone back into my pocket, only to take it out a second later as I felt it vibrate. I checked the notification. It was a message in my team Slack. That very same chat I used to inform them that I was leaving early for the night. It was sent by a coworker I barely knew, and even so, the content chilled me. It read the following: "Who was the girl in utility?" Being the first to see it, I immediately asked for clarification as to what they meant. My coworker then went on to indicate that they had walked into one of our larger utility rooms where we keep carts and cleaning supplies. As they did so, a woman who looked exactly like the one I'd seen was exiting the room from the other side. Keep in mind, our rooms were all key-carded. Granted, there were a few people that had access aside from our little team, security mostly. But even so, it was extremely rare to see someone there, especially so late at night. Hesitantly, I asked if they were smoking, only for them to confirm that the rancid air of cigarettes was very present in that small room. The next day as my shift began, I conferred with my coworker and we both went to the central utility where they saw her. Once they finished telling their story once more, they began to mention that they thought they'd seen her before too, but not in the same capacity that I had. She'd only ever been exiting room that belonged to facilities or turning corners and actively heading away from my coworkers. I felt a new sense of security, knowing that I wasn't the only one seeing this apparition, as I came to start coining her as. Even despite our sightings being different, That classification was a unique stretch for me to make. I'm generally a pretty rational person, and yet, there weren't many conclusions I could draw beyond that. Whoever this bizarre woman was that seemed incessant on chain smoking and following around the nighttime facility's crew, she'd exhibited a vanishing act superior to that of Houdini, and I wasn't the only one who'd seen it in action. In all honesty, I found myself excited as my shift began. My coworker and I both opted to share with each other if we saw the strange woman again, and so my insecurity had more or less erased itself. I was curious to see if I could find out more about the strange character. My work had taken on a new energy, one where I was much more attentive to detail and aware of ambient noises. Each stray floater in my vision I investigated, curious to see if it was the strange woman hanging out of the corner of my vision. Surprisingly though, for most of the majority of that night, no such event occurred. I was surprised, fully expecting I'd see them even if ever so briefly at some point. As I was running multiple bags of trash out to the dumpster, I felt my phone buzz, and I checked it as my hands became free. It was my coworker, leaving me a message to come to the basement floor of one of the campus buildings. Basement floors were generally rare, and only present on 2 of our old installations. Before I could even ask why, another message appeared on my screen saying that they were pretty sure she's here. So off I went, intrigued. I felt the pressure in my chest build as I became anxious, but ignored it. It was far less than my excitement in seeing the mysterious girl. I entered the building, moving down a large hallway before reaching the stairs and following the left flight down. Arriving at the bottom, I was met with a large double door and my coworker waiting on the outside of it. The area was a tight hallway, the only opening behind the door in question. Inside was illuminated with a white-yellow glow, the type synonymous with industrial lighting systems from decades past. Admittedly, I didn't know what the door led to. I'd never needed to come down here before, and by the look on my coworker's face, I'm guessing they hadn't either. Quickly, I asked them about the text they had sent me, and they informed me that while running trash outside of the building, they narrowly caught the strange woman heading down the stairs that I had just come down. Apparently, they followed her right away, repeatedly asking for her attention, even despite her refusing to stop. Then they'd arrive at the door we both were at now, where they'd messaged me from. When I asked them if they knew whether our key rings worked or not, they advised me to listen first. Confused, I did, hearing nothing for a few seconds. But then, a voice became audible, that of a mature woman, a crisp voice with a heavy accent who sounded visibly angry, as if she was arguing with someone. It was coming from the other side of the door, somewhere in the stone-walled, hazily lit room. I asked them if they thought that was the strange woman, and they nodded, seemingly positive that it was. Intently, we both listened, and though most of the words were hard to hear through the door, the way her voice moved up and down octaves indicated her conversation was personal and emotional. It grew more and more heated, up until she screamed a loud curse and followed up with a smash, as if she'd broken the phone she was talking on. I was actually a little concerned about intruding on whoever might be in there, even if it was that bizarre woman. But my coworker had other ideas. Quickly, they whipped out their key ring, using the key default for the building on the deadbolt. It worked seamlessly, and the door swung open with a creak. They entered, and I followed behind them. Quickly, it became clear that the Tights room hazy appearance wasn't due to the lighting, but in actuality, the cigarette smoke. In a space no bigger than a washroom, there were makeshift ashtrays everywhere, legitimate glass and porcelain ones numbered in the tens. And beyond that, there were scraps of documents, magazines, and even paper plates imbued with cigarette butts and ash. Though it was clear as day there were no exits in the room, the woman who was in there, passionately arguing on the phone, had vanished. The only trace of anyone in there, in recent being the smoldering remains of a cigarette in an ashtray on the far corner of the room, atop a desk, its trail of smoke filtering against the ceiling. We were both incredibly confused, though I, at least internally, seemed to process a good bit better, as a similar disappearance had occurred right in front of my eyes earlier on. As weird as it sounded, I had started coming to terms with the notion of tangibility being thrown out the window. And so as my coworker fumbled around with the words struggling to define exactly what had just happened, I had already begun looking around. Like I said, the office was gross. Every once white document had been stained yellow in cigarette smoke, many covered in ashes or stained as if the paper was used to put out cigarettes that weren't burning hot enough to set the page ablaze. From what I could tell, the majority of it was invoices regarding materials only identifiable by serial numbers that I couldn't read. What I could very well make out though were the dates. The age of the paper was obvious, with the newest stamp that I could find being from early 2010. Though most were much older. I sorted through them, becoming dissuaded quickly as a silverfish that had been presumably snacking on the pages scuttled out from between them. I inhaled sharply, realizing that aroma of perfume that I'd noticed a few times before had been stinking up the room under the mask of cigarettes. Though, admittedly, I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. After verbally searching for a logical explanation and finding nothing, my coworker uttered that this was way too freaky and that we should leave. I agreed, but just before I did, I noticed a device sitting on top of one of those stacks of documents. An old BlackBerry. At the time, I didn't know what era it was from. What I did find interesting was the glass over the presumable LCD having a hefty crack in it, as if it had been smashed. I would have assumed it was the phone we heard the woman talking on moments prior, were it not for the thick layer of dust coating it and everything else in the room. As all my cognition pointed to, nobody had used it at any point in the last decade, and so I decided to pocket it. I wasn't really sure why, but I felt drawn to the outdated device. We both left then, with him turning off the lights that had been on for a very long time on our way out. My coworker locked the door, and we both mutually agreed to talk on our next shift about it, as we were much too tired that early morning to bother trying to rationalize what had just occurred. I finished off the trash run I'd been in the middle of before, then heading out for the day. Just as I walked off campus, I took the BlackBerry I had taken out of my pocket, eagerly trying the power button. Of course, it didn't turn on. Something was really driving me to access the phone. Though I couldn't explain it, but somehow I knew its contents had information that I needed to see. So as I got home, I looked through my cable-stuffed shoeboxes to see if I could find something that matched the charging port. Eventually I did. I came to learn it was a micro USB connector, like the ones you'd use for older Androids. So I connected it to one of the USB ports on my PC. A conscious decision, because I didn't know if the voltage from the wall could harm the device, and let it rest for a moment before I once again held the power button. Amazingly, it decided to boot, showing me first a branded image of its presumed carrier before it gave me a message that the SIM card wasn't detected. I skipped through that though. I knew if there was anything interesting on that device at all, it'd be in two places: the text messages or the camera roll. The former was entirely devoid of content, possibly due to the SIM being removed. But the latter had a singular photo for me to view. It was her, the woman we'd been seeing. She was dressed just as I seen her, in an open white lab coat. A man who was a good bit taller than her had his arms wrapped around her, hugging her tightly. I didn't recognize him at all, though he was wearing a facilities uniform just like my own. Evidently, he'd worked in the department I was in at some point in the past. The photo was just outside one of the campus buildings that I recognized, though the entrance was still in construction, indicating to me that the photo was just as old as the phone. My next shift, when I returned to the campus, I decided that I was going to put the phone back. Something about that picture exuded a certain finality, like a museum piece, and I felt odd having it. But before I did so, I decided to show my coworker. At first, they were a little upset that I didn't tell them about the phone the day prior, but they did start to enjoy the novelty of the photo. Then, they pointed out something interesting that I hadn't quite picked up on the previous day. The man in the photo looked a good bit like me. After I returned the device and left the strange office, I never saw the woman again. Neither did my coworker, at least not up until they quit. I wish I could end this lengthy story with a conclusion that makes sense, but I really can't. I've stopped trying to figure out what she was and how she disappeared from right in front of me so many times. What I am curious about though is what she wanted. Whether or not she intended for me to find that phone and the photograph, I'm unsure. Part of me wonders if she appeared to me because I looked like the man in it. Perhaps he was a friend or a lover. I guess I'll never know for sure. The sole person I've told this tale to, my partner, seemed positive that the woman was a restless spirit of sorts. Someone long past who decided to manifest once more because of my similarity to someone she cared about. Whether or not I choose to believe that, if it's true, then I do hope that woman has found her closure. Some days, I do wish I could know more, but that strange office and its surrounding floor had been condemned for months now. And as far as I know, the last traces of her and her work have been removed in the process of renovation.
Possible ghost or spirit sighting from E.T. Location: California. I worked at a senior home for years, and up until COVID happened, everything was normal. But once COVID started to affect our facility, my colleagues and I started to notice odd things. Due to COVID, many of the residents began to decline quickly, some passing away. Some of these residents were in good health before, and were some of the closest people to me at the time. I would work long hours, and none of my own relatives lived close by. I would often listen to the residents' elderly advice. One week I came in, hearing from a PCA or caregiver that many residents had passed that weekend, and they would have a negative response from the county about this because the facility had failed to provide the proper PPE for staff. One day that week, I believe it was a Tuesday, I came in for my food service shift. I was advised by my manager that we would be going around with a meal cart, delivering to their room, rather than having the dining hall open. My favorite coworker and I started our cart service and began chatting about our weekend. She was happy I was back at work. I had taken a break from work due to personal reasons. She explained some events that happened recently with this new way of serving, and how it was odd to see the residents' apartments, and how, until now, we hadn't had much of a reason to be able to go into their rooms. She told me that a few days ago, when she went into Margaret's room, she had felt an odd presence from the bedroom. Margaret was one of the residents who had died due to COVID complications. My coworker explained that she felt like all the dolls on her shelf were watching her. I remember asking, "Why were you in her room if she was gone?" I laughed a bit due to how uncomfortable hearing this was. She said they'd had to go into everybody's room that night, picking up any trash and making sure everything was cleaned off the counters. "Did anything else happen when you were in her room?" I asked. She seemed uncomfortable then, and I looked at her. "You can tell me. I'll believe you." She then answered, "Well, after I felt like I was being watched by those dolls, I was leaving the bedroom when one of the dolls fell off the shelf and broke." "Okay, maybe someone in the other room just slammed a door." "No, there's no way. Both residents on both sides are gone now." "Well, can we go look and see if anything happened when I go in?" By then, we were in that hallway. She replied, "Be my guest. I'm not going in, though." "I think you should come in, because if something happens, you need to see it as well." Reluctantly, she agreed. "Okay, fine." We arrived at the room. I unlocked the door. I swung the door wide and noticed the blinds were up, letting in pale sunlight. I asked my coworker, "So, where's that doll that broke?" It should still be in here. Nobody else has come in this room. I didn't tell any PCA about the incident." I looked around the room for a moment. "Looks like it's gone. Are you sure you didn't let anybody clean up?" "No way. I left it like that. I was scared, and I left and locked the door behind me." I continued to scour the bedroom, looking at all the other dolls which seemed to glare at me from the high shelf. I noticed there was a ridge between the dolls and the edge of the shelf. I told my coworker, whom I'll now describe as H, that there's no way it could have fallen off without forcing it to fall over that edge. H looked at the shelf and exclaimed, "Oh my God, that's the one that broke." She pointed at one. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I'm sure." "What if there's two of them?" "No, that's where the one that broke was." "Okay, if you're right, then I'm out of here." The two of us left in a hurry and locked the door. I'm not exactly sure how interesting the story is to people listening, but to me it's one of the odd memories of that job. So how did a broken doll put itself back together and place itself back up on the shelf? Ghost Soldier, from Christian A.W. This happened back in 1996. I was in the British Army, serving in Northern Ireland. My battalion was serving a 2-year tour in Londonderry. During the tour, we participated in a 3-month rotation. One of these rotations involved spending a month in observation bases, located on the border of Northern Ireland and Southern Ireland. Victor 2 was one of these bases. Victor 2 had been blown up by terrorists in the 80s. Unfortunately, a number of soldiers lost their lives during the attack. Victor 2 was rebuilt on the location of the first base. We would work 12 hours on, 12 hours off during this month-long rotation. Our shifts consisted of spending 4 hours in the observation towers and 2 hours in the base, observing closed-circuit television footage. The observation towers stood 15 meters high and were armored. To get into the tower, you had to climb a steel ladder up to the observation post. There was a hatch door which could be locked to get into the top of the tower. As you climbed the ladder, your feet would make a very recognizable sound as your feet hit the steel rungs of the ladder. On this particular night, I'd been in the tower for about 45 minutes when I heard the distinct sound of someone climbing up the ladder. I half opened the hatch to greet whoever was coming up the tower. When I looked, I saw no one down there. I initially thought I must have been hearing things. I closed the hatch and carried on with my duties of watching the border. About 5 minutes later, I began to hear the sound of someone climbing the ladder again. This time I waited for someone to lift the hatch, but no one did. Again, I went over and opened the hatch, once more finding no one there. This time, I decided to use the intercom system to speak to the other soldiers on the base to see if anyone was joking around with me. No one seemed to know what I was talking about. A short while passed, when, you guessed it, the sound of someone coming up the ladder rang out again. I locked the hatch this time, but the climbing got closer and closer until someone began knocking on the hatch. Startled, I unlocked and opened the hatch. To my horror, there was no one there. Fear fell over me. I used the intercom again, telling the guys what was going on. I locked the hatch one more, and within a few minutes, I began to hear the sound of boots on the steel ladder rungs. Cautiously, I opened the hatch again. No one. I should have known. I immediately shut and locked it, but the second I locked it, loud banging began to resound from the hatch, as if someone was trying to open it by force. It was so hard, I could see the hatch rattling with each bang. I gathered my courage, opening the hatch again, and no one was there. I shut it all like before, waiting for it to come again, and when it did, chills ran up my spine. But this time, I heard a voice. I went to open it. It was one of the guys, thankfully. I told him about what happened. He asked me if I was sure. I promised him I was sure, that I wasn't lying. I went on to do my next 2 hours in the second observation tower. The rest of the night carried on without anything else bizarre happening. Over the next week, I was not the only person who had this experience. 3 of us who worked the night shift all had similar encounters. We talked about it and came to the conclusion this was obviously the ghost of a soldier, someone who had lost their life here and was still trying to do their duties. Over the rest of the tour, this became a common occurrence for those working at Victor 2. This observation post no longer exists as it was pulled down. I just hope the spirit of this dead soldier is now at peace. My apologies. I didn't have enough time today to finish this episode with brand new stories. So instead, please accept this. It's one of my favorite pizza delivery stories. I read it a couple of years ago on my other show, Unexplained Encounters. Enjoy, and don't forget to tip the pizza guy. The Ghosts in the Art Studio. From Mystery Hauntings. I'm a 21-year-old girl, but since I was little, I was sensitive to the paranormal. My mom told me when I was 7 years old, I had a strange encounter. We were coming back home from a New Year's Eve party in my uncle's house. My mom said I wasn't acting normal. I kept looking at something that she couldn't see, but she brushed it off. That night, I couldn't sleep. I was crying all the time, yelling, "She's here, Mom, she's here." But anytime my mom asked who she was, I didn't respond. Instead, I just repeated, "She's here." After a few hours, the fatigue won, and I fell asleep. The next morning, I didn't remember anything. My mom asked me who I was seeing, but I couldn't recall who that woman was. And still to this day, I can't make out her face. A few years later in my preteens, smaller occurrences began to happen. Like the lights turning on even though I checked they were off. Books falling from the shelves. And no, in this case it wasn't gravity. The type of shelves I had, you had to reach and pull the book out for it to fall. I would sometimes have the sensation that someone was climbing into bed with me. Just some tiny things. Recently, a few weeks ago, I experienced something in my studio that I just don't have any explanation for. I have 2 cats, and one day I brought them with me to my art studio to work. That way they could run around. I work in an art studio in my own home. That day, as usual, they were outside on the rooftop of my neighbor's place, catching the sunlight. I was preparing my afternoon coffee, heading to the room where I was working, when I saw a tiny shadow. This shadow had the height of a 3-year-old child. It was on the door to the room on the right. Of course, I immediately thought it was one of my cats, but when I looked outside, there they were still, nowhere near where they would need to be to cast that shadow. I checked the room where the shadow might be coming from, but the blinds were pulled down, so it couldn't have been the sun casting a shadow from within that room. I forgot about it for a while, continuing to work. A few days later, I was drawing at my desk when from the corner of my eye I saw another shadow. This one was the height of an adult male, standing in my room door. I ignored it, but a few hours after that, I saw the shadow again. This time I was quick enough to see the shadow move from one side of the door to the other side down the corridor. My heart raced. After that, I didn't see any more shadows, but I could still feel a presence from time to time, and my cats felt it too. When they were sleeping in the sofa next to my desk, I felt something, and the cats looked over at the door as well. I don't think these shadows or ghosts mean any harm, and I think I know who they are. The small child I think is my brother or sister, which my mom aborted 3 years ago. And the shadow man I think is my grandpa. Of course, I can't be sure, but I feel like they're attached to me somehow, like they're protecting me. A few days ago, I learned my mom also feels something in her own home, a presence of some sort. Haunted Bar. From Lay Bay. My mom owns a bar in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, which has been known to be haunted for many years. Staff and customers have experienced ghost sightings, chairs at the bar pulling out by themselves, smoke detectors going off with no one there, and the smell of cigar smoke lingering in the air. And of course, there's no smoking inside the bar. I must say I'm a skeptic of the paranormal. I like to find rational explanations for things, but I'm not sure what to think anymore after this experience the other night. My mom was finishing up closing down the bar. Since I'm training to take over the business one day, I shadowed her some days out of the week. The night this happened, my mom was showing me how to close up everything for the night. She's always told me that she hates being there alone after closing. When we were making sure all the tables were cleaned and reset, we heard the back door slam so hard, I felt the vibration. We jumped out of our skin. All the customers had been kicked out and the employees had gone home. My mom turned to face me, giving me a knowing look. She shook it off though. My attention returned to the tasks at hand. We put away the money in the day's deposit, and throughout the counting, I kept hearing an incessant clanking sound. It was coming from the kitchen. I walked towards the noises. Only the necessary lights were on, so my path was barely lit. I walked into the kitchen doorway. Empty. I locked up everything and told my mom she could go ahead and go home. I was going to do one last walkthrough of the bar. I locked up the office. The next thing would be to make sure all the unnecessary lights and cooking tops were turned off. I had just walked into the front of the restaurant when I heard what sounded like a whiskey glass slide across the bar. It reminded me of the old days when you were done with the drink. People would slide the glass down to the end of the bar when they were done. I jumped and quickly walked behind the bar. I checked the dishwasher underneath to make sure it was emptied by the bartender that night. "Give me another," I heard this voice ask, clear as day, as if someone was actually in there with me. I stood straight up from my position in front of the dishwasher and looked around. I began to smell cigar smoke. I was so dumbfounded, I just walked out the front door and locked it behind me. It was one of the most weird experiences I ever had. Mount Rainier National Park Horror Story from 33 Jeffward. In the mid-2000s, I had quite the eerie experience up in Mount Rainier State Park. I was an accountant and I had cashed in some vacation days to take my kids to Mount Rainier, which is a couple hours drive from where we lived. My son and daughter, Nathan and Isabel, 12 and 13 respectively, enjoyed fishing and hiking with their old man. I always felt very lucky to have kids who enjoyed at least a few of my hobbies. We arrived at the cabin rental near the national park and unpacked. I took a nap while Nathan and Isabel played a board game and watched TV. By the early afternoon, we ate some lunch and headed out on a hike in the national park itself. If you've never been to Mount Rainier, it's a beautiful place with breathtaking forests and meadows. That day it was cloudy, with a very light rain coming down off and on throughout the afternoon. Not wet enough to keep us from hiking. It did help us cool off though, if anything. We soon came upon a pond near a field of tall grass, so we rested and whipped out some fishing rods. Isabel didn't feel like fishing at the moment. She seemed like she'd rather explore the field. I was fine with that. I just reminded her to not stray too far. Also, quick note here, I can't be sure how legal it was for us to fish in that body of water, but I wasn't too worried about being caught. Anyway, we caught nothing after spending half an hour at the pond. I began to pack away the tackle and rods, when suddenly I heard a scream. My parental instincts kicked in, my head jerking up to look in the direction of the scream so quickly I nearly pulled a muscle. That was certainly Isabel's voice. I could see her about 50 yards away. I called her name and ran over to her. She had her hands over her head, as if startled by something. My heart raced, worried she'd hurt herself somehow. "Are you okay?" I panted when I got to her. Yeah, but... She pointed at the ground. Oh, God, I gasped. I kid you not, in a small clearing in the grass field lay the decapitated heads of several coyotes, though at first I thought they were dogs. I nearly vomited. But first I pulled Isabel away from the scene so she didn't have to look at it any longer. Of course, my son ran over to us and got a full glimpse first. Wicked, he said. I rolled my eyes and got all of us back on the trail fast. The three of us discussed what could have done that and why. Can bears do that? It might have been a bear. Nathan wondered out loud. Doubt it. I don't think bears collect, well, heads, I told him. Isabel chimed in. Had to be a person. People are the only things mean enough to do something like that. I couldn't help but agree with her. However, I didn't want to scare them, so I didn't say anything. We were on the home stretch of the trail then, which would lead us to the trailhead near where we parked. Then we could drive back to the cabin. It was then, as the sun was getting low in the sky, that I began to hear something odd. A strange crying sound, like that of a grown man sobbing harshly, the way I would sob if something happened to my children. But why would a grown man be all the way out here alone to cry like that? Daddy, do you think they need help? Isabel asked. Best we mind our own business, hun, I replied, ushering us all onward. Now here's where it gets creepy. As we continued on up the trail for about 10 minutes, which should have been a good bit of distance, we continued to hear the crying sound the entire way. The sobs of a man, yet he sounded no farther from us than before. It was even coming from the same direction, even though we'd changed directions with the trail. It just didn't make sense. With a sigh, I hesitantly called out, Hello? Do you need help? Chills went up my spine when the sobbing was immediately replaced by laughter. 5 or 6 seconds of laughter, then silence. My breath caught in my throat from the fear I felt in that moment. Then suddenly, rapid, heavy footsteps from the nearby trees caught my attention. They were coming right at me, fast. The moment someone should have burst through the foliage and onto the trail directly in front of me, the footsteps instead stopped, and a feeling of being watched attached itself to me. We need to hurry, guys, I told the kids. We sped up our pace, soon making it back to the parking area within the next hour. As we exited the trailhead, I made the mistake of turning around to look back. It was sunset. The shadows were at their longest, but I could clearly see it. A figure. This is going to sound crazy, but to keep truthful to my memory and to the story, I will describe it just as I saw it that day. It was humanoid, built like an athletic man, but this man stood about 8 feet tall. I could tell because there was a sign near him we had passed, which was quite close to my height, and I'm 6 feet tall. This figure towered over it. His legs seemed to bend backwards at the knees, and there was something up with his head. I want to say it looked as if he had horns, but it was getting dark, and I hoped it was just an odd hairstyle. My heart lurched in my chest painfully, causing me to fly forward with the kids in tow. I forced them into the car as fast as possible. They kept asking if I was okay as we sped away, but I didn't answer until halfway back to the cabin. Even then, I just told them I didn't feel right. Later in their adult years, I would end up telling them this entire story, just like I've shared it with you here. In the end, I have no idea what that figure was, or if all the events on that hike that day were even connected. But altogether, they made for a terrifying nightmare of a hike. Beware Mount Rainier National Park. There is something out there. Something that clearly isn't human. It's been over a decade now. You can take your chances, but it could still be there after all these years.
Pantry Ghost from Weston K. This story is about two spooky events that happened to my brothers. I'll need to first explain the layout of my family's basement. This isn't your typical creepy dark basement down some rickety wooden steps. The house is built on the side of a valley, which means half of the basement is not underground. There's a sliding glass door you can use to enter it from outside. Directly in front of this door, across the living room where we watch TV, is a storm shelter with a doorway but no door. This takes place in Arkansas, so houses have tornado shelters. Inside this room is a refrigerator and sink. Then there's a door to the right leading into our pantry. Outside the shelter, to the left, is a hallway leading down to my brother's bedroom. The first strange thing occurred when one of my brothers, I'll call him T, entered the basement through the glass door at night. Keep in mind that 5 of my brothers live here and all share the room at the end of the hall. T entered the house and headed for the bedroom. Then he started to hear rustling in the pantry, like someone was moving boxes. This was pretty common, as my siblings would often hunt for snacks in there. T didn't think too much of it and assumed someone was digging around for a nighttime treat. He didn't even bother to notice whether the light was on in there or not. He says he doesn't remember. However, once he got to the room to retire for the night, he realized that all of the boys were already in there. Dad works the night shift and wasn't home, and Mom usually went to bed earlier and slept upstairs with our 2 little sisters. Considering all this, and the fact that none of the boys were out of the room, it was a little odd that T had heard a noise coming from the pantry. And the sliding glass door wasn't locked, so he and the 2 others went over to look in the pantry. When they did, they, in true horror movie fashion, found no one there. The next night, one of my other brothers, I'll call him Q, had an unexplained encounter. He was getting up to go to the bathroom, which was located beside the storm shelter at the end of the hall. When he stepped out into the corridor and looked down towards the bathroom, he thought he saw a figure move from the exercise equipment at the back of the room into the shelter. He describes this figure as having long, black hair, a white t-shirt, and black shorts. As you can guess, no one we know matches this description. Q still went to the bathroom, but straight back to the bedroom after, without looking in the pantry. This was very recent, so I'll update this entry if anything else happens. They now joke that Michael Jackson is haunting us. I had just bought a reprint of the piano shirt he was wearing in the music video for Beat It, after all. Update. Several days later, one of my other brothers, I'll refer to him as G, heard stuff crashing and falling in the storage room at the end of the hall near the bedroom. When he looked inside, he noticed that the door to the room inside of the storage room that houses the hot water heater was open. It was always kept shut. That room was small, but big enough for multiple people to hide in. Some days later, G and another brother I'll call L were watching a movie on the computer upstairs. They started to hear T talking in the downstairs living room. They went down there and found that T was not actually down there. In fact, he was at work. Not only that, no one else was down there. The entire basement was empty. These were some sporadic and random odd occurrences that happened recently. Whether they're tied together or not, I don't know. I just thought I'd leave them here.
The Others. From Addy410. I grew up in rural England, and as a child, I loved spending my summers outside in the woods behind my house. That was until what I call the incident. It all started when my friend was staying over for a few nights, I was 13 at the time. My parents had gone into London to see my nan, who had just suffered a stroke. I'd always been a confident child, didn't fear much, or so I thought. My friend arrived at about 5 in the afternoon. We were planning on spending the rest of the daylight hours in the woods. And that's what we did, for about 2 hours. As we were just messing around out there, we came to an abrupt stop. We heard someone screaming in the distance. It was loud and screechy, like a bird, but you could tell it was a human, or something with a human-like scream. That's when the whole forest fell eerily silent. My friend and I just stood there, confused. Suddenly, about 5 to 15 people all began doing the same screaming sound that the first person had done. It was horrendous. We got back to the house in a hurry, and we tried to go straight to bed. But it was no use. The screaming must have gone on for at least 40 minutes before, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. My friend and I were puzzled over what the screaming could be, but eventually sleep won us over. Fast forward about 4 hours to around 2 in the morning. I got up to grab a drink of water. My friend was still fast asleep. I crept downstairs into the kitchen, grabbed my glass, and filled it up. I left the kitchen with my glass to go look out our sliding door. But I froze then. Lined along the tree line was about 30 people, all wearing some kind of bird mask. I know for a fact there were even children in the line, as some of the people were much shorter than the others. I darted back upstairs to wake my friend. He woke up shortly after. I told him the whole story while we both looked out the window at the bird people. They stayed perfectly in line all night, not moving an inch. In all that fear, we must have fallen asleep again, because when I woke up, they were gone. Just in case I thought it was a dream, we went outside the next day, and we found several items of clothing and about 14 sandals, clearly from different people as there were odd pairs. This is just a reminder to always trust your instincts. Who knows what would have happened had we stayed out there too long. I truly don't know what we saw that night, but one thing's for certain, they haven't come back, and that's probably for the best. Ghost Soldier, from Austin L.M. As most 10-year-olds go, I was pretty average. I liked all the normal things 10-year-olds like. Sports, dirt, a strong disdain for anything girly. I had a friend who I was extremely close with. We would have sleepovers at each other's homes and enjoyed the time we got to hang out. This story happened on our last sleepover ever. It marked the end of our friendship. The sleepover was scheduled to happen at my place. I had in mind a number of fun activities that my friend and I would be doing, from playing with Legos to watching movies and eating junk food. After we'd tired ourselves out and were exhausted, my mother quickly got us ready for bed, telling us when the lights had to be out. We got our sleeping arrangements figured out. We would share the bed, him on one side, me on the other, both of us using different pillows and blankets. Before long, we fell asleep. I remember waking up in the middle of the night. I had the strangest feeling, like something was watching me. In my 10-year-old mind, I was going wild, debating if I should open my eyes at all, or put my head under the covers, like the terrified kid I was. However, the feeling of terror was replaced with a deep sadness I had never felt before. I felt compelled to open my eyes. I did. At the foot of my bed stood a soldier. He looked as if he was a reenactor for a Civil War battle. Something was wrong, though. The soldier looked like a young man. He had dark hair that was twisted and matted with mud and a deep red substance. I couldn't really tell what his original hair color was. His skin looked pale, and his cheeks gaunt. He had a sharp-looking nose, like you would expect to see a pair of glasses sitting on. He had these piercing deep blue eyes. His eyes were the most alive-looking part about him. They were full of sadness. He looked lost, kind of like a 1,000-yard stare. I eventually began to smell the distinct scent of copper in the air. I looked away from his face, trying to see where the smell was coming from. I looked down at his chest, seeing a bloody mess instead. Bones were sticking out, blood looked like it was actively flowing through the wounds. I'd never seen so much gore before, and I was instantly compelled to puke, but couldn't move to do so. I was rooted to the spot on my bed. It got worse though. The next part is the hardest part to tell. I've never felt like this before or since this part of the story. The soldier's eyes seemed to then register that someone was looking at him. The sad and empty look in his eyes was replaced with a mixture of pain and fear. He started grabbing at his chest and screaming. He screamed for his mother. He screamed for God to take his pain away. He screamed for help. Then he cursed God, begged for mercy, cried out, not wanting to die alone. He cried that he was afraid. I closed my eyes because it was too much for me to take. Eventually, it got quiet. At that point, I opened my eyes, but the soldier was still there, blood coming from his mouth and eyes. He was crying and murmuring words I could not understand. I tried to move, and I found my head could move from side to side. I looked towards where my friend was, and to my shock, he was awake as well. He was wide-eyed and looked like he was silently crying. I then felt tears of my own. I closed my eyes and found myself waking up to early morning light and the smell of breakfast. My friend and I woke up at the exact same time. We didn't need to say anything because we both had that look in our eyes, letting the other know we both saw it. We never did hang out again. Our friendship quickly withered away after the event. I found myself looking into the history of that area. I could find nothing about any significant battles or events that happened there. However, I did learn that a number of skirmishes were had by Union soldiers and Confederate guerrilla soldiers that infiltrated the area with the goal of disrupting Union supplies and reinforcements. Maybe this was one of the poor souls who had died in one of those skirmishes, left alone to die in pain and fear. I feel as though I had seen all the stages of grief in the dying moments of that soldier. All stages but acceptance. Every time I find myself thinking about that poor man, I say a prayer, and I hope he found peace.
The Banshee in the Bog, from Celtic kin. Irish folklore is littered with mysterious and terrifying creatures, the kind that sound so unbelievable but are spoken of with such conviction that you can't help but wonder if there must be a layer of truth buried in there. Old people in particular still hold a belief in the fairy folk and the lore of ancient Ireland. Before she passed away, my grandmother would sit us down in her cottage and fill its walls with tales of all kinds of spirits, from silently watchful black hounds to the kelpie, a water horse that would seduce you into riding it before it departed into the depths of the lake or loch, galloping into its murky depths. When my parents would collect us, Mum would scowl upon finding out about the ghost story session, knowing that neither my brother nor I would be getting much sleep that night. Nevertheless, I cherish these fireplace memories as they take me back to a simpler time when the dark winter evenings would be filled with life and the form of Granny's lifting, aged voice. My favorite of these creatures, or least favorite, I suppose, given the endless amount of nightmares it implanted into my mind as a child, was the Banshee, a spirit tied to particular families. Legend has it that she appears in different forms, but tends to favor that of either a beautiful but distraught woman, or a hunched, ailing older woman if it appeared by sight at all. It is even more distinct, you see, by its unearthly cry. Its wails and weeps would fill a room or be audible from miles away across the countryside. The person who crosses paths with the banshee or its cry should quickly alert the family, as this is a signal that someone from the family has died or is set to die. Yes, the banshee is an omen of death. As I grew older, I became cynical about the tales my grandmother had spouted, including that of the banshee. I moved to the city for university at 18 and, immersing myself in the modern world, the ways of country life seemed to evaporate. A small-scale reflection of the increasingly modernizing world, I guess. Sad when you think about it, isn't it? That was until one particular summer. My parents had recently downsized to a small cottage deep in the barren Irish West, where the roar of city life was inaudible. I stayed with my parents for the month of July and spent long, languid days roaming the nearby fields and looking out for signs of wildlife, such as foxes that roamed late at dusk, or the bats that flew low along the lanes, which were laden with sprawling plant life. My story begins, I suppose, in the second week of my stay. I had taken to going for twilight walks, making the most of our northern sun, which can see daylight lasting until close to 11 p.m. I was miles away from the house, but could sense darkness approaching and decided to make my way home. Nighttime in that part of the country is utterly dark and not something you want to find yourself swallowed by. It was as I was walking back that I heard it. The most startling, biting cry. It seemed to fill the world around me, as though echoing against stone walls, even though I was surrounded by open nature. I can try to describe it by saying that it was, on one hand, the sound of a woman in sharp pain, but equally that of a grieving mother sobbing at the loss of her child. I was momentarily horrified. In one moment, it seemed that all of my cynicism was laid to rest and that I should run home without question. What sort of horrific creature was capable of producing a sound like this? However, I then tried to apply logic. After all, can't foxes make the most spine-tingling noises when they're distressed, or even in heat? There had to be a purely natural explanation for this, in spite of how undisputedly unnatural it sounded. Whatever it was, I didn't want to stick around to find out. I would run home, I decided, and alert my parents, just in case someone was genuinely in distress or harm. I began to pick up my pace, breaking into a jog, but something in the peripheries of my vision brought me to a sharp and sudden stop. To my left was bogland, an area that I had been warned never to walk in, as it would be all too easy to sink into the wet ground and become stuck or even suffocated. It was shocking to me, therefore, that in the midst of this bogland stood a woman, long silvery blonde hair twisting in the evening breeze. The relative distance and encroaching darkness made it hard to make her out entirely, but she looked to be in her early to mid-20s, my age, and her face was contorted in what looked like either pain or horror. It was from her mouth I realized that the bone-chilling screams were emerging. Initially, I was stunned. This was so adverse to anything I had experienced in this part of the world so far, which seemed so devoid of alarm or drama or consequence. But I shook myself then and called out to the woman as loudly as I could. Hello? What's wrong? Are you stuck? She seemed to register me, small eyes turning in my direction. but there was no response aside from the continuous screech which now pounded in my head. Hello? I'm going to try and get help. I'll be back as soon as I can. With that, I ripped my eyes from the woman and darted back to the house as quickly as I could. I was around a mile away, but phone signal was limited in that part of the country, and I knew I'd need to get home in order to do something to assist the woman. It would have been a risk to my own life to have walked across the bogland towards her. When I got home, my parents' warm faces quickly dropped to looks of alarm upon seeing me.
What is it? You look as if you've seen a ghost.
I quickly filled them in on what I'd seen, and they sprang into action, grabbing the phone and alerting the local Garda, our police force. In the meantime, my father and I leapt into the car to make our way back to the spot, while my mother waited for the Garda to arrive. By car, we were there within minutes, and I quickly directed my father to where I had seen the incident. I pride myself on my sense of direction, and the lane is fairly straightforward, so I was utterly bemused when I realized that there was no woman in sight, nor any sound within earshot, bar the standard noises of a country evening. We scanned the area, but still nothing. When my mother arrived with the constable, he questioned me about where I had seen the woman and raised his eyebrow when I said that she was no longer there.
There's no way she could have been submerged in that space of time. You said she was standing fully upright when you saw her, right?
That's right. She was still a bit of a distance away, but it didn't look like her legs were submerged at all. It was the screaming that made me run for help. He nodded.
Okay, son, thank you. Could you very clearly tell me once again exactly what you saw? Try not to miss anything out.
I did so, relaying the story to him again, and trying to interpret his facial reactions as I did so. He remained quite neutral, writing my account onto his notepad. When I finished, he paused before speaking slowly.
Right. I'm going to say first that given how few people live around here, I myself can't say that I know anyone fitting that description. I like to think I know each and every one around these parts. However, I'm going to file a report and investigate this further. It might be that she got herself free and walked off again.
He stopped and bit the end of his pen, looking thoughtful before continuing with some visible discomfort.
I want to thank you for alerting me about this. I just want to say, though, before I set off, I've heard of cases like this in the past. Figures, women, appearing around the countryside and alarming a passerby with their cry. Well, again, officially, I'm going to handle this as I'd handle any other case, but I want you to do me a favor. Check in with your family this evening and see how they're doing. It might sound odd, but can you do that for me?
Dad looked perplexed at this and seemed like he was going to ask further questions, but Mum interjected, nodding.
Yes, officer, I think I understand you. We'll do that.
With that, we drove home. The darkness of the land around us was impenetrable, aside from the light of the car's full beam. It was a moonless night. We didn't need to contact our family members that evening. Well, we got in contact, but what I mean to say is that they reached us first. My mother's brother-in-law had sent her a message when we'd been out. The message wasn't long. It simply read, "Hi, Bridget. Tried to contact you, but no reply. Please call." When Mum got through, she was distraught to find out that her sister had passed away that evening. It had been a sudden medical event that nobody had predicted. Aunt Sarah had been living with her husband and family in the USA for years. We saw her biannually most years, but the death shook us up nevertheless. In the days that followed, we sprung into action, assisting with funeral arrangements in whatever way we could and booking flights to Boston. I didn't voice it to my parents, not wanting to upset them further, but I couldn't help but consider the incident with the woman in the bog and what the officer had said to us. My logical mind tried its best to protest, but my memory kept tiptoeing back to the stories my grandmother had told me years ago, particularly those of the banshee. Was it possible that this could have been the explanation? Was the woman in the field trying to alert me, to warn me about the impending death of my aunt? It took 2 years for me to bring this up to my mother. I was once again visiting home, and we were drinking tea in the garden. It was yet another summer evening at twilight, and I was taken back to that night by the bog. I voiced my memories to Mum and asked her if she remembered what the constable had said. She gazed into her teacup, sighed, and looked up at me slowly.
Yes, son, I remembered. Do you recall me telling him that I thought I might understand?
Yes, Mum, I do.
Your dad was ready to question him. Oh, well, this might sound crazy to you, but I did understand. You see, about 3 years before that, something similar had happened.
I took an intake of breath, and she must have seen my eyes widen.
Oh, no, I didn't see a woman, if that's what you think. But I did hear a cry from within the walls of our old home on the evening your granny passed away, as though someone was screaming deep inside the house. Of course, the difference is that we were prepared that time. We knew it was only a matter of days or hours. But I did hear the cry. It terrified me at the time. It's part of the reason we sold up and moved to this cottage.
I was dumbstruck. When I finally found my voice, I told her I hoped that she hadn't come to hate the new house too, following what I had seen 2 years before.
Oh, no,
she responded.
No, I actually think it's helped me deal with the first occasion, believe it or not. You see, I think maybe it's not a bad thing. She was distressed, you say, when you saw her there. The woman in the bog, I mean. Well, perhaps she was just as sad as we were. Perhaps she's just part of the family. I do wonder if anyone has seen or heard her in the past. Your grandmother, well, you remember her stories. I used to grimace when I came home to you and your brother shuddering on her sofa. I still stand by that.
She smiled wistfully at me as she said this, and I was transported back to the corner of the old sofa.
But it could be that she knew there was some truth behind what she was saying. Perhaps your grandmother, my mother, had seen our sad friend too.
With that, she finished her tea, lifted both cups from the table, and walked to the sink, leaving me filled with thoughts, nostalgia, and an overwhelming sense of closeness to my own family, culture, and land that I hadn't felt before.
The Freaky Fence, from Nico Dog. I'm the oldest of 2 siblings. My younger brother and sister are twins and are about 3 years younger than me. The house we grew up in was your typical small family home in a fairly rural town outside Seattle. The house was at the end of a cul-de-sac, and next to it was a large bog that we would always lose baseballs and tennis balls in. We were pretty fortunate that we never had any ghosts or monsters roaming about, but there was one incident I specifically remember that was bizarre, and looking back, I get chills thinking about it. Growing up, my brother and I shared a room upstairs. Our room had a window that overlooked the backyard. In our backyard, there was a large fence which separated our backyard from a neighborhood hiking trail. There were a ton of trees, and off to the right was the bog. The night when the incident occurred, I would have been around 8 years old, and my brother 5. Our parents sent us off to bed, and although we were supposed to be going to bed, we sat in our beds talking for a while. It was a hot summer night, so our window was open. I remember feeling the occasional small breeze, a welcomed relief in our room. I eventually began to doze off, but I remember hearing my brother moving around in his bed, apparently trying to get comfortable. At one point, I heard him sit up in bed. I flipped over to face him, and I saw him sitting by the window, staring out. All of a sudden, his facial expression turned to that of pure terror. I didn't know how to react, so I sat back in my bed asking him, "Are you okay?" He didn't reply. Instead, he just sat there in shock. After about 15 seconds, he suddenly jolted in his seat and began to scream. My brother was quite the crier growing up, but this was a different cry from what was normal for him. My dad then rushed into the room and turned on the lights. By this point, my brother was crying hysterically. Our dad at first thought I'd hurt him or tried to scare him, but he quickly realized by my confused and frightened look that I had about as much of a clue of what happened to my brother as he did. He tried to console my brother, who would not stop screaming. My mom and sister came into the room as well. After my dad settled him down enough, my brother tried to explain what he saw. Now, he was young and not great with words, but he described seeing what he called a freaky fence. My parents figured he must have had a nightmare. Maybe he saw an animal or something. So he went to sleep with them that night, leaving me alone in the room. Throughout the night, I would hear the wind pick up, and each time I wanted to look in the backyard, but I was so scared I couldn't build up the courage to do it. This was the only weird thing that ever happened in that house. As years passed, the freaky fence became somewhat of an inside joke in my family. We would all poke at my brother for getting so spooked that night, but he never really laughs much more than an uncomfortable chuckle. Eventually, everyone seemed to forget about it. We're adults now, and my siblings and I are still very close. Recently, I was hanging out with my brother, and we were reminiscing about our childhood. I remembered that night, so I jokingly asked him about the freaky fence. His look instantly grew cold. Here's what he told me. It was a hot night, man. I kept feeling a breeze and hearing the wind blow a little since the window was open. During one of those breezes, I thought I heard a distant, low moan. You remember, we had a lot of animals in our yard from time to time, deer, raccoons. So I looked out the window to see what it was. At first, I didn't see anything. It was dark, but I soon saw something terrifying. This large figure came out of the fence. I know it sounds weird, but I promise it just emerged from the ground at the base of the fence. This thing was massive, whatever it was. It moved across the backyard and stopped. Suddenly, it craned its neck, and I saw two red eyes looking around, staring at our house. I froze. I couldn't move, because I was afraid it would see me through the window. After a couple of seconds, I watched it walk parallel to the house and disappear into the bog. As soon as it was out of sight, I felt my breath come back to me, and I started to scream, because I truly could not explain what I just saw. I'll tell you, whatever that thing was, it absolutely terrified me, and still does to this day. Echoes of the Past. From Paul. Since before I could remember, I have lived in one of the major cities of the Czech Republic. 4 years ago, I worked as a tour guide for the local Civil Defense Museum. The museum is located beneath a hill near the city center, in an old civil defense shelter from the Cold War era, but the foundations and corridors of the shelter date back to the Second World War. Due to a lack of personnel, I sometimes had to do much-needed maintenance, such as painting, cleaning, and even some harder manual work. One day we discovered in the archives the shelter was originally much bigger, but the last bombing of our city near the end of World War II caused heavy damage to some corridors. After the war, civil defense walled off those sections from the rest of the shelter, which was meant for modernization. So back then, after some bureaucracy with the local appropriate authority, we decided to break one of the walls leading to the damaged part of the shelter. The section was in bad shape, huge chunks of rock were blocking the path, so we had to safely clean it up. Day by day, the majority of the cave-in was slowly but finally removed. I was soon assigned to look for some artifacts in the remaining rubble. I found some very old matches, a wedding ring, German dog tags, a crowbar, gas masks, and a baby rattle. While I rummaged through the rubble, I began to hear a faint sound, like metal hitting rock. Slowly, the sound traveled closer and closer to me from the old corridors. I was pretty scared of being crushed by the rocks above me, so I went back to a more stable section. However, this didn't help at all. The sound traveled even closer, then suddenly stopped right on the wall to my right side. I slowly looked at the wall, but saw nothing. When I inspected the wall more closely, I found marks from a pickaxe. I was about to touch one of them when the sound came again, emanating from the very mark I nearly touched. I quickly ran from that spot to the exit, never going back to that section of the shelter. I told my story to my coworkers, but no one believed me, and since my boss wanted to cut some expenses, I was the first on his list. I don't know what it was, but no one could drag me back there, not even for a second. Dollar Tree Haunting. From Anonymous. I still work at the same Dollar Tree where this happened. I had just recently left my first job at McDonald's and wanted something other than fast food. I applied at a lot of places, and Dollar Tree was the first to call me back. After an interview, I was told the job was mine and that I started the next day. They told me to arrive at 8:30 in the morning. Being my first day, I wanted to make a good impression by showing up half an hour early. I arrived before the opening manager did, so I sat in my car waiting. After a few minutes, she pulled up, and when she unlocked the door, I walked in behind her. She turned around, locking the door behind us because the store hadn't reached its opening time yet. We both went into the office at the front left side of the store. The office door was open, and we talked about some random topics, trying to get to know each other. While I was talking, a plastic bag began to rattle loudly. I looked at her confused. She didn't even look up from the paper she was writing. She simply said, "Things like that'll happen." I asked, things like what? Sometimes the chip bags will rattle themselves. Things will fly off the shelves. The register will open by itself too, but that's only happened once in the 19 months I've been here, she answered. I nervously chuckled and asked her more questions about it. Before I go any further, I should state that the Dollar Tree is in one very long building connected to other stores. A rent-a-center, shoe show, AT&T, a Spanish bar and grill, among a couple of others. My manager told me, when this building was built 9 years ago, one of the first stores finished and opened to the public was a Cato's. This Dollar Tree wasn't even finished yet. Cato's being the newest store in town, everyone wanted to go in and look around. Less than 3 months after it opened, a man and his wife went in to do some shopping. The man had a massive heart attack though, and he was dead when the paramedics arrived. I started to connect the dots, becoming uneasy. She continued. Ever since then, this building's had some creepy stuff going on. She told me she absolutely does not believe in the paranormal, and that it's all just make-believe to her. But I think differently. One morning, she began, after I started working here as a manager, I was in here alone. I was getting all the money put in the registers for the day. I turned on the computer and went to register number 2 to get my clipboard. When I got back to the office, the name Glenn had been typed into the manager login bar. "That's pretty creepy," I said. "Listen to this, letters can't be typed into the manager login bar." I asked what she meant. She showed me, bringing up the manager login bar, telling me to randomly type letters into the system. I tried to, but it wouldn't accept any letters. She told me to type in random numbers, and I did. Then it accepted every one. I looked at her, and she asked me, "Now, how can a name get typed into that when it doesn't even accept letters?" My hands got clammy. All day long, I couldn't stop thinking about that story. After a 9-hour shift, I went home, and I went straight to my laptop, searching up the history of the building. With it being less than a decade old, it didn't take me long to find the news story of the man's death. I read about it. It was true. A man, in fact, died of a heart attack in that store directly after it opened. When it showed the name of the man who died, I broke out in a sweat. His first name was Glenn. To this day, when I arrive at work early before the store opens, sometimes I experience strange things. Not always, but some of the time. The scariest one that I have personally experienced was when I had the job of stocking the laundry detergent on the back wall. I was alone, other than the manager, and I heard a cart squeaking. Being the nosy type of person I am, I looked to see who was pushing it. I found the cart sitting in the snack aisle, no one else around. I walked outside, standing in the cool morning air to calm down. I won't ever be a manager at that Dollar Tree, knowing I'd have to be there alone on occasion.
The Lady of the House, from Sacha H.O. I used to work for a restaurant. It was my first job, and I was about 16. This was an older restaurant that was known for having spirits in almost every part of the building. The restroom was one of the most active places in the building. We used to have customer running from the ladies' and men's room, stating someone or something turned the water on and or grabbed their hair or rattling on their stall door with no one standing on the other side. But that's another story for another time. We also had the Lady of the House. She used to live in the restaurant before it was changed from a house to a restaurant. She wears a long black Victorian era dress and walks down the stairs and to the kitchen and back upstairs. She was known to hurt the staff of the restaurant. I had an unforgettable encounter with the Lady of the House. We were told if you hear or see her, walk the other way or just stay out of her way. I was closing and we weren't allowed to close alone due to the paranormal guests of the restaurant. I was sweeping the main seating area and my colleague was in the storage room. We had music on and just wanted to get the place clean so we could go home. I had my back turned to the staircase that led upstairs when the room suddenly got colder, so I asked my colleague if she'd turned the air down, thinking that I was just standing under a vent. She shouted back, "No, I'm still in storage, why?" I said, "It just feels really cold all of a sudden in the main room." She came out and let out a blood-curdling scream. I turned around to see the Lady of the House standing right behind me. My colleague ran out of the front room, leaving me standing in shock to this terrifying yet elegant specter. She reached her hand out and grabbed my shoulder, leading me to the kitchen with her. I was in shock and trying to figure out what she wanted me to do. She pointed at this antique tea set that we kept behind the glass in the kitchen for our top customers. I made her the tea and stood back, tried to sneak out the kitchen door slowly. She turned and screamed this ear-piercing scream that dropped me to my knees, all while covering my ears, trying to make sure they wouldn't bleed. When I looked up, she was right there, so close to my face and so cold. She screamed again and raised her hands as if to hit me, and when she came in contact with my upper arm, she left claw marks that bled a little, then just disappeared. My coworker came back in with our manager, who lived down the road. They found me sitting in the kitchen door crying and rocking back and forth. They bandaged me up, and my colleague drove me home. I quit working there a little after this encounter with the Lady of the House. Let's just say, if you ever eat at a restaurant with the picture of the Lady of the House by the front door, do not go alone.
Demons in the Day, from Anonymous. Throughout my career as a nurse, I've had my share of frightening, intense, and even unexplainable experiences. I've worked in oncology, med-surg, nursing homes, and hospice, and with each specialty comes its own unique joys and challenges. My most terrifying experience occurred at my first ever healthcare job, home health. Before I was an RN, I worked as a home health aide. My agency would send me to different houses to help the elderly residents with things like bathing, dressing, toileting, food prep, cleaning, and other activities of daily living. I enjoyed it a great deal. Usually I had good relationships with my clients and their families. But then I met Ruth. Ruth was an elderly lady, in her late 70s. She had extremely limited capability to live by herself, due to her numerous lower extremity wounds and large size. She was well over 400 pounds and could barely walk around her small bungalow-style house, making a 12-hour home health aide a must. On top of that, she was monumentally unpleasant. When things did not go exactly the way she wanted, she had the tendency to scream and throw an angry tantrum at whoever was nearby. To give you a sense of what it was like to be in that house with her abysmal attitude, I'll tell you that once she called a refrigerator repairman because the ice cubes in her freezer stuck to each other in a large bin she kept them in. I tried to explain to her sometimes ice cubes do that when you pop them out of their trays and put them all together. Yet she still insisted that the freezer must be broken. When the very nice repairman came by and quickly found nothing wrong, she shooed him out of the house angrily with very harsh words. I showed him out, quickly stepping outside to apologize for Ruth's behavior. He was very kind about it, telling me not to worry. As I came back inside, Ruth was standing in the living room staring daggers at me. "What do you think you're doing?" she demanded. I tried to explain I was just showing him out, when she interrupted me to go on a tirade about how I should never talk to anyone without her nearby, that I should never let anyone else in the house. She went on and on until she violently locked the deadbolt. 8 years later, I still think about that day whenever I pop ice cubes out of an ice tray. My manager at the agency began to assign me several shifts a week at Ruth's house, then more and more until eventually I was her only aide. The agency was all out of options, since either the aides that worked with her would quit or Ruth would get angry and fire them. Being a naturally cheerful person and a bit of a pushover, I was the only one Ruth liked, and so I helped her, enduring her endless requests and at times her verbal abuse day to day from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Between cares, she sat in her recliner chair in the den with her cat. I would sit on the front living room couch within earshot until she needed something. It was during one of those in-between times in that terrible, angry house that I experienced something I will never forget. While sitting on the couch watching TV, I began to nod off a bit. It was the middle of the day, and even though Ruth was probably also asleep, I knew I should try to stay awake since I was still on the clock. Even so, the couch was comfortable and the sounds of the TV were lulling me to sleep. Suddenly, I jolted awake. At first, I was embarrassed I'd fallen asleep at work, but soon I realized I had much bigger problems. I attempted to sit up, but my body would not listen to me. I was frozen on the couch. I tried to get up again, but to no avail. Desperately, I tried to move my legs, my toes, wiggle my fingers, anything. But once again, nothing happened. I felt heavy, stuck, like I couldn't breathe. I began to panic. I looked around the room, seeing the front door to my right, the furniture in the room, the doorway to the den, the bedrooms on my left. All of it was the same as before I had fallen asleep. It was like no time had passed, and I was just suddenly paralyzed. At that moment, I noticed Ruth's old cat walking up to me. Without warning, she began to frantically scratch at my head and face with her claws, digging in and tearing at my hair and eyes. Horrified, I tried to scream, but no sound escaped my lips. For what seemed like ages, I lay there frozen, unable to breathe, unable to scream, unable to tear this bloodthirsty cat off of me. But suddenly, I bolted upright. The first thing I did was take in a huge gulp of air. I took some deep breaths and tried to process what had just happened. I looked behind me, and the cat was nowhere to be seen. In fact, she was napping in the next room over with Ruth, who was also sleeping. I moved my arms, then my legs, never more grateful to be able to do so. I felt my face and hair, finding no scratches at all. Had I dreamt the whole thing? Surely not. My dreams have never been so vivid and painful. I remembered every detail of that house during the encounter in perfect order. The layout, the furniture, the time of day, it was all the same. After calming down a bit, I rationalized the whole thing as a crazy dream, and I tried to shrug it off and go on with my day. I might have lived the rest of my life thinking it was a dream if it hadn't happened to me again. A couple of weeks later, after a particularly contentious day with Ruth, I was sitting in the front living room again when my eyes began to feel heavy. I fought sleep for a short while until finally I gave in to a quick nap. At least, that's what I told myself. Just like last time, I was suddenly jolted awake to find myself paralyzed, frozen in place on that couch. I wiggled all my fingers and toes, desperately trying to snap out of it the way I had the first time, but nothing happened. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I was terrified. The room seemed to darken, and my eyes roamed wildly around the room, afraid of the imminent appearance of the cat. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the front door beginning to creak open. I knew for a fact it had been locked before and deadbolted, since Ruth was very strict about these kinds of things. I watched in alarm as a dark, shadowy figure entered the living room and seemed to float in slow motion across the floor. This figure had no distinguishable features, but it had the vague impression of a tall man, perhaps with a hat, maybe even a long trench coat. Even though it was a bright summer afternoon, the figure seemed to bring a darkness with it that made it hard to see and all the more terrifying. I watched, helpless, as the shadow slowly made its way across the room, from the front door, past the end of the couch, through the door on the left into the bedrooms. All the while, my whole body screamed at me to do something, to get up, to yell, anything. But all I could do was lie there in fear. Miraculously, a thought came into my head, and I cried, "Jesus, help me." At once, I could move again. I sat up, and convinced that someone had broken into the house, I began to search the rooms for the figure I'd seen. There was no one to be found, and when I checked the front door, it was locked and bolted, just how I'd left it. Again, I told myself it was all just a bad dream. I promised myself never to fall asleep on the job again, and I haven't. In later years, I researched my experience, and I believe I may have had some sort of sleep paralysis. I've had a few more instances since then of waking suddenly, unable to move or speak, but I've never hallucinated nor seen anything unnatural during those times. Perhaps the thing I saw at Ruth's house was simply a hallucination, a product of my mind in the grip of sleep paralysis. Or maybe The anger and bitterness of that woman's house enticed some sort of dark energy to haunt its occupants. I may never know what truly happened those years ago, but I will certainly never forget it. The Children in the Church. From Clever Songbird. I worked at a living history site from 2014 to 2019. Something you should know historically was that back in 1656, Spanish colonists built a settlement in what is now my hometown. It was a Catholic mission run by Franciscan friars and was in existence until 1703, when English troops pushed the native Appalachee and Spanish out of the area. In the late 1980s and 1990s, the site was excavated and a museum was built with recreated buildings from the mission era. This included a military fort, a traditional Appalachee council house, a Spanish dwelling, and of course, a church. I worked there as a museum interpreter, which meant I would roam the site dressed in garb from the 1703 era, bodice, long skirt, petticoats, etc. I would talk to visitors, teach workshops, lead school groups, educating folks about the site and the people who once lived there. One of my tasks, along with my colleagues, was to lock up the site. Several of the buildings have traditional iron locking mechanisms and heavy doors, so it can be a wary task closing everything up for the night. One day it fell to me to lock up the church, as we were short-staffed that day. Now, the church is the one building that always filled me with a sense of caution. Per ancient Catholic traditions, when someone died, they would be buried under the floor of the church, which is said to allow them to be closer to God. More than 300 souls are buried under that dusty red clay floor. I always tried to skirt around the edge of that particular area. To lock the church, you have to close 4 side doors, the 2 heavy cypress and iron-bound doors at the front, walk across the church to the front, clamber over the altar rail, and exit through a service entrance through a back room. I had just locked the doors and had begun to walk to the front when I heard something. It sounded like feet scurrying around above my head in the choir loft. This would be impossible because the loft is more than a story up and accessible only by ladder. Not to mention that church was empty. We always checked. I figured at worst I was hearing squirrels, always the darn squirrels. I kept walking, only to hear the footsteps again. Only this time, they sounded like they were running on the dirt floor on either side of me, as it makes a distinctive powdery sound when you move on it. I stopped and looked around, thinking there was some kind of animal inside the church. That's when I heard it. A laugh. A child's laugh right in my ear. And no, it wasn't the joyful giggle you might expect. This was mocking, malicious, and terrifying in the most gleeful way possible. I bolted, the laughter getting louder, seeming to fill the whole building, along with a strong smell of sacred incense used for mass. As I swung my leg over, something grabbed the hem of my dress and pulled. 2 sharp and strong tugs on my damask skirt. It felt like little hands pulling at my skirt, like when a child is trying to get your attention. I yelled out in the same voice I used for misbehaving kids on school tours. Basta de esto, which means enough of this. Everything then stopped. The smell, the feet, the laughter. It all stopped. I got out of the church, stumbling back to our main building. A colleague told me that everyone had experienced something unusual on the site, from the stomping of boots in the fort to the sounds of yelling in the church, even the smell of cooking from the friary kitchen. From then on, I always left the side doors open, so there was always light in the church, and I would close those from the outside once I'd locked up the service entrance. I also did some research, making sure to leave small offerings for the dead, usually rosemary and fresh flowers. And for the children in the church, I would leave corn husk dolls and marbles. Hopefully, they find these more amusing than scaring visitors and interpreters. A Night in a Haunted House. From Pleasant Peasant. This story isn't mine, but my teacher's father's. He truly believes it is a demonic encounter, and I do as well. This man, who we'll call Dave, lived in California and loved baseball. On the first day of school that year, Dave noticed that there was a new and shy kid standing by himself. Dave was a 15-year-old student at the time and decided to be nice to him. He walked up and asked, "Hey, you like baseball?" He had noticed that the kid, named Ed, was wearing a faded Orioles cap. Dave described Ed as looking sickly, having shadows under his baggy eyes and pale skin. Ed said yes, and they went on to play baseball after school. Dave noticed that Ed was always asking him and other people if he could come over to spend the night or come over to have dinner. This intrigued him. After months of playing baseball after school with Ed, Dave asked him, "Hey, why are you afraid to go home?" He was thinking that maybe his dad beat him or something along those lines. Ed replied, "Promise you won't laugh at me, but my house is haunted. My mom's a flight attendant and my dad is in the Marines, so they're rarely home." Dave, being a 15-year-old male who was living in the 60s watching creature double features, asked, "Can I come spend the night?" Ed agreed to him coming over the following night, which was a Friday. After baseball the next day, Dave and Ed walked to Ed's house. It was an old and massive house that was originally a plantation house. Dave described it as looking like a house from a typical horror film. After they went inside, Dave looked in the living room, seeing lots of Bibles, crucifixes, and prayer candles next to a couch. Dave asked, "Am I sleeping here?" Ed said, "No, I sleep here. You can sleep on the floor or in my bedroom, which is upstairs." Dave wanted to sleep upstairs in an actual bed. Now, Ed had apparently gotten to be a very good cook, and while they were eating dinner, Dave met Ed's dog, Bruno. He asked, "Where does Bruno sleep?" "Upstairs. I wish he wouldn't." After dinner, Ed showed Dave the stairs, and Dave asked, "Why don't you ever go upstairs?" Ed answered, "I just don't." This was the first time he seemed annoyed with Dave. As Dave began to walk up the stairs, he thought he heard Ed chanting behind him, and then realized he was praying. He didn't think too much more of it as he saw Ed's room, and beyond that a second set of stairs leading to the attic behind a very old door. He remembered thinking, "If there's a demon in this house, it's gotta be in there." Ed's room was like an octagon with a bed in the middle, and Bruno's bed was next to it. Dave went on to bed. He woke up sometime in the night to hear Bruno softly, half growling, half whining. He also noticed the bedroom door was cracked open, which he thought was strange as he had closed it. He got up to close it and looked at the attic door. It was slowly banging against the latch. He brushed it off as perhaps a draft. As Dave closed the door again, he checked to make sure it was definitely shut. It was also a little colder in the room, but that wasn't surprising as it was the start of spring, and an old house, probably with poor insulation, didn't stay heated too well. Dave went to bed a second time. This time again, he woke up when Bruno jumped into the bed with him. He was surprised to feel just how cold Bruno was, as well as the room around them. Bruno was shivering. The door to the room was wide open now. Thinking that Ed might be playing a trick on him, he looked all around the room and concluded that there was nowhere to hide. As he got up to close the door once more, he could see his own breath. It had gotten that cold. He also heard the attic door swinging against its latch harder this time. Dave went to bed for a third time. Once more he woke up, not to Bruno though, but to the cold. He guessed it must have been 30 degrees Fahrenheit, when the low at the time was supposed to be about 42 degrees. He heard the attic door now slamming against its hinges, a bang, bang, bang until the door finally burst open. Dave could hear footsteps coming from the attic, and, scarier, it sounded like chains rattling. He heard something walk past his door, then stop at the top of the stairs, not going down. It was now near 20 degrees, and Dave was freezing cold. He began to look around the room, noticing a big, humanoid shadow in one of the corners of the room. It wasn't there before. He threw the covers over his head, as we all do, because everyone knows that demons can't get you under the blankets. He was holding Bruno into his chest now, beginning a prayer. He'd been on the fence about his faith until then. He realized that if demons were real, so was God. Dave found peace in his prayer. Even though he could feel it getting colder and colder, which meant the shadow was getting closer, for some strange reason he fell asleep then, for the fourth and final time. When Dave woke up, the sun was rising. He grabbed his things and ran downstairs to find Ed already awake making coffee. He turned around with a sad expression on his face. "You believe me now?" Ed moved out of that house later that year. Afterwards, it seemed to always be up for sale and would become the house that teenagers would dare each other to touch the doorknob of. One day, Dave drove by that house with some friends and said, "I slept in that house one night." His friends replied, "No, you didn't." Dave never argued past that because it wasn't worth it. 2 years after Ed moved out, the house was torn down and a couple of apartments were built there. Dave drove by those apartments once with my teacher, who was his son, and saw a shadow person standing just outside one of them. That specific complex was being renovated at the time, so no lights were on. This scared Dave enough to never come back. Something is wrong with me. From Dead Wolf. Ever since I was little, very strange things have happened around me and to me. Horrifying visions, nightmares, mysterious injuries and illnesses, even my appearance altering greatly. But the event that started it all was when I was about 6 years old. I had a very bad nightmare. This nightmare was not something any child, especially one so young, should ever have, and to this day I don't know what caused it. The nightmare felt far too real. In it, I awoke in a burned-out cabin-like building in a town consisting of a few simple wooden plank-like cabins. The one I was in was more or less a one-room home, with a kitchenette, fireplace, table, and chairs. This woman, claiming to be my mother, made me sit down to feed me. But I knew she wasn't my mother. Yet, no matter how much I told her that, she refused to listen and told me to eat. Reluctantly, I began to eat the stew she set in front of me. But it tasted awful, and it made me want to puke. Looking down at the so-called stew was a bowl of blood filled with human body parts. Tongues, ears, eyes, even fingers. I was horrified and ran away from the fake mother. I ran out into the streets, but the streets were filled with blood and bodies. Looking around, I saw people acting as if all this was normal. The town itself was surrounded by a forest burning bright from a red fire, and the only safe path leading to an iron gate was blocked by what appeared to be a wall of human flesh and remains. The people, mostly men, kept telling me if I wished to get out, I had to eat my way through the bodies. I screamed and cried and begged them all to release me. I began to claw my way over the mound of bodies, and I ran for the gate to escape. It was then that I awoke to my actual bed, soaked in sweat and tears covering my face. For over a month, I kept seeing images of bodies every time I closed my eyes to sleep. I spent most of this month sleeping with my parents out of fear of that nightmare. But I was too scared to tell them what the nightmare was of. That was only the beginning to the horrors. A peculiar thing did happen later. I would finally tell my mother about the nightmare. But then she told me how, about 2 years prior, she took my sister and I to a very old-timey village with such buildings, like the ones from my nightmare. She told me how, while looking at the buildings, I stopped, looked her in the eyes, and said something along the lines of, "I know this place. I've been here before." Which isn't possible, since she would have known. That's not all. I began to wake up covered in bruises and scratches. My light brown, nearly blonde hair began to turn a much darker shade, to the point it was nearly black. My tan skin paled to an almost sickly white, and my bright eyes darkened. Almost every night I would see shadows, spirit-like visions, and had even more hellish dreams. Years passed, and my luck got worse, as did my health. I ended up losing my right eye in an accident, and 2 years ago became deathly ill, coming close to dying. I can't help but think all of this is related to that nightmare. The Crawling Girl, from Karushi. I was about 7 or 8 years old when my family moved to a homeless shelter for reasons I don't want to get into. We stayed in a room that had 3 bunk beds and a king-sized bed. The reason our room was so big was because there was 9 of us. They pretty much had to give us the biggest room in the old Victorian-style house. The very first night, my siblings and I began getting bad nightmares, and eventually we all crawled into bed with our mom and dad. This continued for as long as we stayed there, but eventually we got used to the bad dreams. One night after waking up from an extremely bad nightmare, I ran to my mom and dad's bed. Crawling in with them, there was already 3 of my siblings there, so it was difficult to find a good spot. Eventually, I got somewhat comfortable. I sat there in the dark as the lights had to be out at 10, and the TVs weren't allowed because of the noise. Suddenly, I began to hear this squelching noise, like bones cracking. I looked into the nearby closet, which sat near the door of our room, and I nearly had a heart attack. What I saw looked like a girl with short hair and a nightgown. She was crawling towards the bed. I screamed as she got closer. My mom and dad sat right up in the bed, one of them turning on the little lamp next to the bed. I told them what I saw. My dad went over to the closet to check it out, but nothing was there, nor did anyone get into our room. My mother told this story to the people of the homeless shelter the next day. I was listening in on the conversation when I heard something that made my jaw drop. Apparently, the closet in our room led to the attic, and about 2 years prior to us coming there, a woman had gone up in the attic and shot herself in the head. They even apparently had a picture of her. Sure enough, she looked exactly like the woman who was crawling across the floor towards me. I don't understand why her presence was so sinister. After all, they said in life she was a good woman. Maybe she was trapped there by something else. Maybe the way she died made her spirit look so grotesque. After that encounter with her, I never saw her again, although the nightmare still continued until we left that place. I'm 24 now, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. I swear I'll never forget the Crawling Girl. The Burned Girl, from Beagle Brigade 516. Growing up, I've always believed in spirits or ghosts. We would have unexplainable things happen every now and then, but I never did expect to actually experience something directly. I grew up in extreme poverty, and when I ventured out into adulthood on my own, I worked hard to buy my own property with an old trailer house on it. I was so proud of this home. We worked to remodel it and create a comfy place for our son, who was about 2 years old at the time. It was nothing fancy, but it was mine. Shortly after moving in, strange things began happening. Things we convinced ourselves were nothing more than our imagination tricking us. For example, we would find cupboards open or things moved, especially my son's toys. One day, my sister was making lunch, and each time she would go back into the kitchen to check on the meal's progress, the stove would be shut off. The first time, we thought maybe she bumped into it when she left, but the third time, we were very confused. My sister was what you would call a spiritual person. Speaking out loud, she said, "Please leave the stove on. We will watch it." And as if something out there was listening, the stove stayed on this time for the rest of the meal. Being curious, I asked her why she said that. In response, she told me that she had been seeing a young girl around the age of 7 to 9 in a white dress who looked as if she was from the settler period. I inquired on when she had seen this girl and how many times. She informed me that it was several times since we moved in, but she wasn't worried about the girl, so she didn't really say anything until now. As time went on, the little girl made her presence more and more known, but there was no harm, so we didn't mind her hanging around. A few months later, my son began to not want to sleep in his own room. He would scream and yell and fight each time we'd lay him in there. This behavior began to intensify to the point that he wasn't sleeping well, and we were very frustrated. Little did I know at the time, this was more than a boy who was just fighting sleeping alone. I had a discussion with my cousin, who's also very in tune with the afterlife. She can speak to spirits and deliver messages. We were chatting and I told her about my little girl, and we ended up talking about the challenges I had with my son sleeping alone. He'd gotten so bad that even if we let him fall asleep and moved him to his room, he would scream the moment he woke up until we retrieved him. It was like he was frozen in fear. She suggested we use the video camera I'd recently purchased, set it up in his room, and just let it record. The camera was state-of-the-art for the time, so we placed a fresh VHS tape in the camera and set it to record one night, while we were all in the living room watching TV and hanging out. My sister was there that night. A few hours later, my son fell asleep in the living room, so we took him to his bed and returned with the camera to watch the video recording. Now, this was recording in a pitch-black room. We were really interested to see if anything happened that we were not aware of. The first hour or so, the video was silent. All you could hear was the distant laughing and voices of us in the living room. Then suddenly, there was a very loud pop noise on the recording. The best way to describe it is to say it sounded like the noise when someone pops their finger along their cheek inside of their mouth and pops it out. Very childlike, and instantly the hair on my body stood up. I get chills writing this as I can remember that noise like I had just heard it yesterday instead of 20 years ago. Soon the room became active. What was once a solid black room lit up with my son's toys, and noises began to play from them. His fire truck lights and sirens lit up the room. Any toy that could light up and make sounds lit that room up like Christmas. We could hear a quiet giggling and a creepy low volume humming in the camera. This humming continued for what seemed like forever in an unrecognizable sing-song type. We all just stared at the screen, frozen in fear as we watched this situation unfold. By this point, I was shaking and yelled for my sister to grab my son out of his room right away. In total, we watched less than 2 minutes of the video after the activity began, but it felt like hours. We both leapt up and grabbed my son. That night, we all slept in the living room. I invited my cousin over to help us the next day, And although she had never been at my new home, she immediately told me we had a little girl who was with us. But it wasn't just her. Her father was apparently here too. She went on to talk to the spirits, and the little girl had lived on the land over 150 years prior. She perished in a fire on the property, and her father passed trying to save her from the flames. He remained with her after death, stuck in the afterlife. I hadn't mentioned the stove incidents to my cousin, but something she said made my skin crawl. Casually, she mentioned that the little girl told her she didn't like it when we used fire in the house, that fire inside the house wasn't safe, and she wanted us to stop doing it. My cousin helped the little girl and her father move along to the next steps of the afterlife, encouraging them towards the light, so to speak. The very next night, my son slept in his room all alone, without any fight, going to bed on his own. To this day, I do not believe she meant any harm to my family or my son specifically. I believe she was excited to have a friend to play with. My cousin believed that he was afraid of the father, as he appeared to hover above the ground and simply watch the little girl, but not saying a word to her. I did some research on the land, and I was able to find a story of a little girl and father who did perish in a fire around the time frame my cousin had stated. The newspaper story was exactly as she had described it. The father attempted to save his daughter, but unfortunately they had both succumbed to the fire. I have had other encounters with ghosts since then, but nothing has caused as much fear as seeing that room light up while hearing the sing-song humming and giggling from an otherwise empty room. Home Sweet Haunted Home on 63 Maple Street. This is an excerpt of a book sent to me by the authors, Jordan Tyler and Quinn Farkas. If you enjoy what you hear, please support them by checking out their book on Amazon called The Haunting of 63 Maple Street. I already ordered myself a copy, actually. Link in the description. Please note I've edited this excerpt slightly so that it fits as a single story submission and sounds a bit less like something from the middle of a book. What better place to begin the story of our home than with the lobby? Our lobby is a bit different from other lobbies on the street, in shape and size, inside and out, and we're guessing in regards to its paranormal activity as well. The old man and old woman who built the place had added it to the home as their next to last addition to the house. For that reason, what used to be the largest window in the house, imagine a big square 4.5 foot tall by 4.5 foot wide window beside the front door to the house, is now situated inside the lobby directly beside a door that leads to our home's living room. This window and living room door, which was the original front door before the lobby was built, are on the opposite end of the lobby from the new front door. This particular area of our home has been a hotbed of paranormal activity. Long before I left the USA and headed to Balicia, my wife told me stories about potential ghosts and things that go bump in the night in the home, many of which were centered around the living room door and that big old window. Shortly after arriving in Croatia and spending quite a bit of time alone writing, while my wife was away at work, I quickly took note of the same sort of strange and unexplainable activity. Granted, most of the activity I became aware of shortly after I first came to Croatia several years ago was not strictly limited to the lobby. However, many of the first encounters and strange happenings did indeed involve the lobby, just as my wife had described to me during our constant hours-long Facebook Messenger phone conversations. Odd sounds from the lobby disturbed and distracted me from my work as I sat writing at a desk situated against a wall of the living room, which is adjacent to the interior lobby wall, the wall with the door and window in it. Things would randomly fall over, such as a broom or coat rack, or tumble off of the window ledges. There are 3 large windows on the exterior wall of the lobby that look out onto the yard and crash onto the floor. Loud bangs from the lobby also caught my attention and left me a little nervous as I was the only one home when much of this happened in the beginning. One winter evening in 2018, I was home alone and writing as usual at the desk by the window, which looks out into the lobby from our living room. I was startled by a sudden series of bangs on the other side of the wall. I knew immediately these sounds were different, and not simply a broom falling over or a set of keys dropping from the window ledge. This bang sounded hard and loud, like a deliberate donkey kick against a piece of furniture. Stepping outside, I quickly noted that the sounds had obviously come from inside the large wardrobe that sits against the interior wall of the lobby. There was nothing else in the lobby, furniture-wise, that could have accounted for such sounds. I quietly stepped back inside the living room, retrieving a staff that I kept tucked in the corner of the room beside a bookshelf, and silently slid back out into the lobby and crept up to the wardrobe on tiptoes so as to not make any noise to alert whatever may be inside. At this point, I was just beginning to adjust to the house, so my rational brain was telling me that a wild animal must have somehow gained access to the lobby and trapped itself in the wardrobe. Stopping beside the first of the 3 doors to the wardrobe, I slid the first panel door open with one hand. The other hand gripped the staff. I was unsure of what type of species it could be, as I was still fresh off the boat to Europe from the United States. When the door slid open, the compartment was empty, aside from shoes and coats. I repeated the process and found the rest of the large wardrobe was equally empty. Nothing seemed to be out of place. There was definitely nothing inside that I noticed which could account for such sharp and loud banging. Not long after the incident, the wife and I were relaxing in the living room one night and experienced the same sort of sound, loud and deliberate sounding banging from the inside of that wardrobe. Of course, we checked it, and again, there was nothing inside to account for those sounds. No animals, no crashed coat rack or boots that had fallen off the top shelf. There was simply no explanation for it that we could conceive of by any stretch of the imagination, unless it was something paranormal, which began to make more and more sense as time went on. During this same time period, other strange and unexplainable sounds continually disturbed me while I was home alone writing. The lobby was definitely full of mysterious and creepy activity. As I sat at the desk, banging out thousands of words day in and day out, my ears picked up on all sorts of eerie happenings in and around the lobby. One of the most unnerving repeat occurrences from the lobby in those days was the opening and closing of the front door, apparently of its own accord. I didn't even stop writing the first time or two I heard these particular sounds, like the door swinging open, and a second later, about the time needed for a person to step through the entryway and into the lobby, the door shutting with an audible thud as if it had been pushed closed. I did, however, take notice when a minute later, no one had walked past the big interior window or come through the living room door. It was after the second or third time that I heard the door opening and closing on its own that I started getting up and stepping into the lobby whenever the door opened. Most of the time, it was of course my wife returning from work. But there were several occasions that, upon hearing the door open and close, I stood up to investigate, and by the time I opened the living room door that leads to the lobby and stepped out, the space was empty. These experiences continue to this day. In fact, over the past couple of years, the other 2 doors connected to the lobby, the back door and the living room door, have begun opening and closing by themselves as well. To be absolutely clear, there is no way that the wind is the culprit. These are not old doors, having been installed just a few short years ago and are quite modern, including tight weatherproof seals and solid latches. Another compounding factor that makes things even more nerve-wracking is the accompanying footsteps that can be clearly heard with the opening and closing of the lobby doors. Just 1 week ago, a few days before Christmas of 2020, I was again home alone and heard the door open and close, as well as the unmistakable sound of footsteps. The sound of someone stepping through the doorway and into the lobby was so clear that I was positive my wife had come home early, or that our daughter may have decided to visit unannounced. I was, of course, busy writing and didn't even look. When a full minute passed and no one had yet exited from the lobby and entered the living room, I looked up from the computer and looked at the clock before stepping out into the hall. It was still several hours before my wife was expected to be home. The lobby was empty. I stepped outside into the terrace connected to the backside of the lobby and had a look around, but there was nothing to see. I walked back into the lobby and to the front door, stepping outside onto the front stairs. I looked around in the yard and towards the street, but there was no one around. Aside from sounds, we've also had paranormal sightings in the lobby from time to time. My first sightings in the lobby of this house date back to the winter of 2017 and 2018. Again, I was sitting at the desk, writing, when it happened. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed movement. Not some little flicker or blur, like floaters, but something big and well-defined, like an adult person. To be more precise, an adult female with long flowing hair of a much lighter shade than that of my wife or daughter, who both have dark brown hair that appears as black as mine does. This woman's hair color was a mixture of strawberry blonde, which has a slight tinge of orange or red to it, and dirty blonde. I was taken aback the first time I saw her, but with each passing sighting of her, I became less unsettled because I felt nothing threatening about her presence. Discussing these encounters with my wife, who had also witnessed similar manifestations, we became convinced that it may be the spirit of a deceased acquaintance of my wife. If it was her, she had died a sudden and unexpected death due to a very unfortunate accident at home. The circumstances of the girl's death, which had occurred several years ago when she was a teenager, were enough to explain why she might be restless. Out of respect for her family, we won't go further into the details surrounding her death. But I will say that some may say that her death was rather suspicious and untimely. Further, prior to her death, her relationship with my wife would also explain why she might want to visit our home in particular. They hadn't been friends for too awfully long before the accident, but they had developed a mutual respect and genuine friendship, which apparently for this girl, real friends were not so easy to come by. The first few times I saw the girl's ghost, she was walking by the big lobby window, and I had a side view of her face. It was from the depiction of what she looked like that my wife was able to put two and two together as to who this ghost might be. After being visited by the girl multiple times, always walking from the front door past the window, one day she continued on to the living room door and stopped with her face peering into the living room through the glass panes in the door. Needless to say, the sight gave me the chills. Thankfully, they passed quickly. We saw her several more times that winter, through the window as well as through the living room door's glass. Eventually, we decided to perform a ritual designed to greet, welcome, and release her spirit. If it were her, and she was indeed trapped here, distraught over her early demise and hoping to be comforted by her old friend, my wife, then we'd do our best to see that she would at last have a bit of peace and rest. That said, it must have worked, because her ghost has not been seen again, that we know of. In addition to the above-mentioned experiences, shadow figures passing by the windows and doors of the lobby and unplaceable noises are often observed by my wife, and by me as well. These occurrences take place mostly at night, and happen on almost a nightly basis. Needless to say, we've become more than used to the level of creepiness that our home exudes. College Night Shift, from Eva Fan 33. I used to work part-time at the college where I studied. I took courses in the IT field, and each semester they would hire some students to work entry-level tech positions, granting decent income and great experience. Being one of the lucky few to get a job, I didn't complain when I was rostered over to the night shift. My role was a lab proctor. Usually I was tending to computer labs, re-imaging workstations, and installing new ones. The reason there was a night shift at all was to service the instructors teaching part-time courses. There were only a few night classes, sometimes none at all, but even so, if something went wrong, we had to be there. Otherwise, a class might end up canceled. I only had one partner in the evening hours, a girl named Kira. I was fresh out of high school and she was a few years older than me, but we got along well. Similar senses of humor and all that. Things were pretty seamless for the majority of the term, until we hit the first day of December. I'm going to recount it to the best of my ability. Hopefully you don't mind the details, but I want to go as in-depth as possible. So I met Kira in a laboratory on the 3rd floor of one of the campus buildings. I'd come early, but she was already waiting for me. This was the default location for the proctors. Usually, we didn't spend much time there. We would just set our stuff down and then go follow up on tickets or jobs that were sent out. Our boss, Harry, wasn't there that night. Not like we really needed him anyway. He'd sent out an email beforehand informing us that he was not available, and he'd attached tickets we had to work on. There were 5 or 6 of them, and we had from 4 p.m. to 12 a.m. to finish them up. The first one was to re-image a lab. This meant we would be installing an operating system on each computer in a certain room. The lab was in another building. It was a large campus, and the place we'd need to head over to was about a 6-minute walk. Whenever we went out, we were supposed to take proctor phones with us. They were normal smartphones, the key difference being they had the instructor helpline forwarded to them. It was essential we carry them around to answer any call that might come up. That's why I found it weird Kira didn't take hers. She seemed to forget. So I gave her one and grabbed the other, also taking my laptop with me to update the inventory of the lab. Odd things began to happen when we stopped in the elevator. I punched the button for the ground level, and the doors closed. But before the elevator started, the 2 of us heard this scratching noise. That's the best way I can describe it. It sounded like an animal, maybe a raccoon, dancing on the roof of the elevator with its nails grazing the metal. I knew for a fact the sound wasn't there when I'd gone up, so I was sure it wasn't the hardware of the elevator. I made a comment about it. Kira seemed indifferent though. In fact, she was awfully quiet. Anyway, the elevator reached the ground level without issue and we got out. The exit was right in front of us then, and we headed through. From there, we started our walk to the building that housed the lab. The sun had already begun to set. It was the middle of winter, after all, and it was chilly. After another few minutes, we got to the building. The doors were automatically locked at 4 p.m. each day, so we needed to swipe our access cards to get in. Despite the smart security on the door, this building was a lot older than the others. The air conditioning seemed defective. It was incredibly hot and muggy when we entered. The lab in question was on the bottom floor of the building, so we took the stairs to get down. Once we made it to the lower level, we were greeted with a hallway. It was dark and rather ominous. Even worse, the lights were buggy. Only the one directly above our heads came on. The rest in the hallway started to flicker. Almost all of them were spotty and inconsistent, except for the one at the very end, which didn't turn on at all. We didn't mind terribly though. There was enough light to make out the room designations. The lab we were looking for was right in the middle of the hallway. We walked up to it, and Kira swiped her card to open it up. Only nothing happened. The card didn't seem to trigger the reader at all. It didn't spit an error, it just ignored it. So I swiped mine, and the door opened up. As we got into the room, we noticed something bizarre. One of the computer chairs, the one at the far corner of the room, was spinning. Quickly, too. It was like someone had just slammed it as hard as they could. No one else was there, though. Even weirder, inertia should have slowed down the chair, but it just kept spinning, like its velocity was continuously being refreshed. We both looked at each other, then I went over to it, freaked out but trying not to show it. I grabbed the chair to stop it from spinning. It froze, but as it did, this sensation of ice crept over me. It was like when you swim in a pool in the middle of winter, then get out and feel the exposure on your skin. Only it was just on my arm. I must have freaked out a little, 'cause Kira asked me if I was okay. I said I was fine, and then the sensation went away. Like there one second, gone the next. After I recovered, I was going to make a comment about the chair, but she had already gotten to work, so I didn't bother, instead following her lead. It seemed to me she was having a rough night, because she fumbled with the keyboards, apparently forgetting how to open up the boot menu. So I took over her machines for her. It wasn't hard work after all. She sat down and watched me, looking very tired. It took about 15 minutes to begin the imaging process on all the computers. I read over the next ticket. It involved pulling up a workstation in a different lab back to the proctor room to diagnose it, because it had some hardware issues. I checked with Kira to make sure she was okay staying in the lab by herself. She didn't have a problem with it, so I left. I did feel uneasy about her being alone, though. I didn't really know why. Something bothered me about it, but I knew it would be redundant for both of us to wait there. So off I went. As soon as I stepped into the hallway and shut the lab door, the scratching sound returned. It was right over my head then, in the ceiling. The exact same sound from the elevator in the other building. I could hear it more clearly without the noise of the cables moving up and down. It sounded less like a raccoon and more like a dog. There was some weight to whatever creature was making the noise. It seemed to be digging, furiously, as if it was trying to get through the ceiling. I tried to ignore it and headed down the hallway, but the sound followed me. Every fluorescent light I passed turned off, like whatever was making that sound up there was cutting the wires. Paranoid, I sped up and eventually reached the end of the hallway. The noise followed, and quickly it cut off the very last light. Freaked out and a little frustrated, I yelled something along the lines of, "Enough!" And just like that, the noise went away, as if it was never there. I was really anxious at that point. I think I tried to rationalize it as I passed living between levels of the building. Just as I was about to take the stairs up to the ground level, though, I remembered Kira. My stomach dropped as I thought of her. It was the same feeling of uneasiness. Not necessarily for her safety either, I just felt strange. It's hard to explain, but anyway, I ran back down the dark hall and opened the lab door to check on her. To my dismay, she was gone. The chair she had been sitting in just before was empty, but now it was spinning rapidly just like the one from the first time we entered the room. I didn't know what to do. I was beyond freaked out. I spun around, pale as a ghost, when I heard the door to the lab unlock. Lo and behold, it was Kira. She was fine, apparently, even smiling, unlike when I had saw her previously. Then she asked me a confusing question. "Hey, why didn't you wait for me?" I blinked, confused. She told me that she had arrived in the proctor room to find it empty, with me and the phones already gone. She had to look up the first ticket to find out where I was, and then she came and found me. I just sort of stared. I must have given her this look because she was like, "What's wrong?" Then I explained to her that I had met her earlier that shift, and we headed to the lab together. She looked at me like I was stupid. She iterated again that she had been late and had to look up the room to find out where to go. I think I snapped then. I said something along the lines of, "If this is a joke, it's not funny." She asked me what I was talking about. That's when another realization set in. When you're in some freaky situation like this, you don't sweat the small stuff. You don't take in every detail. So I only realized then that Kira was wearing something totally different than what I'd seen her in before. There were two possibilities. Either this was some elaborate prank where she left, changed, and came back, all the while messing with the lights. Or there was something really bad going on. That's when I decided to check. I told her that she had taken the proctor phone and she insisted she hadn't, saying both phones were gone by the time she'd gotten there. So I took out my own phone and called the number of the proctor phone she had, fully expecting it to ring from her pocket. But it didn't. The dial tones played, but the device itself must have been too far because we didn't hear it anywhere. Kira looked at me, annoyed, and I was about to apologize for accusing her of lying before I was cut off. Someone answered on the other side of my call. I heard nothing at first, but the dial tones had stopped, and it didn't reach voicemail, so I knew someone had picked up. Immediately, I put the phone into speaker, mouthing the word, "Listen," to her. We both stood there silently. As I turned the volume to max, we picked up on a noise. It sounded like breathing, faint but audible. Someone absolutely was there. Kira, who wasn't half as freaked out as I was, decided to say something. "Hello?" Immediately after she spoke, The breathing stopped, only to be replaced seconds later by this heaving, like laughing but dry, almost silent, the only noise coming from the diaphragm changing shape. It went on for 15 seconds. We both listened, wide-eyed, before the call dropped without warning. The other person had hung up. Kira took the phone from my hand and called back more than once, but whoever or whatever it was did not answer again. I wish I could say it ended there. I want to tell you we decided to pack it up, call it a night, and leave after that, but we didn't. Kira was headstrong, convinced it was some prankster messing with us, and I, scared as I was, wasn't going to leave her alone. So we kept working. Maybe 2 hours later, we finished up the first ticket in the lab, finalizing every install, then moved on to the second, hauling a computer back to the proctor room. Everything was good for a while. After we got the machine in the door, Kira said she was going to use the restroom. It was only a few doors down, so I didn't raise an issue. I nodded at her, moving the computer into the room to hook it up to a monitor and begin diagnosing what was wrong. When I got to the desk, though, I jumped. On the table was the missing proctor phone, the one that we had called. It was just sitting there in its usual basket. I know for a fact only me and Kira were on duty. No one else should have had access to that room, and she hadn't left my sight until we got there. So how in the world was it here? Suddenly, the door to the room slammed. I'd left it open so she wouldn't have to swipe to get in, and it slammed hard. I knew someone had pushed it. Now focused less on fear and more on my coworker's safety, I got up, running over to the door and yanking it open. I was met with the dark hallway, like totally dark. The overhead lights that were up 24/7 were all offline. The only reason I could see at all was because of streetlights seeping into the many glass panels of the building. Focusing, I turned my phone's flashlight on. It was pitiful in the huge college hallways, but it made them walkable. I called Kira's name. There was no response, so I began walking to the restrooms. On my way, I passed by a classroom and the door creaked open as I walked. It was so eerie, slow and drawn out, like a horror film. I found it impossible that a door like that could have been so terribly lubricated. Regardless, I continued on. The washroom was just up ahead. I used my phone to identify which of the doors were for women. It was held open by a door stopper, so I entered. I called Kira's name again. Still no reply. I felt a little weird about going into a female bathroom, but given the circumstances, I really had no other choice. Shining my light around the room revealed no one. It was small. I could see almost every corner, and Kira was not there. The only thing amiss about the room was the stall door. It was swinging back and forth, making no noise at all. Just like the chairs from before, it showed no sign of slowing down. I remember being mesmerized by it, standing still to watch it glide. I was snapped back into reality from the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Immediately, I shot back out, calling for Kira again. By the time I'd exited the restroom, the footsteps were already down the corridor and behind a corner. It sounded like the other person, whoever it was running. So I ran after them. It was like something from a cartoon. No matter how fast I ran, they always stayed a little ahead of me. I could never quite reach the person, but I was always close enough to follow. I was led up and down stairs, down all sorts of different hallways until finally, it stopped. I was huffing and puffing as I turned past the last corner. There was only one door there, and it was ajar. I recognized it as one of the School of Health classrooms. I caught my breath, now irritated that I'd been led around the school. Then I walked up, shouldering the door open. The room was entirely dark. I reached over for the manual light control, flicking it up. It was able to override whatever had kept the hallway lights off, and it turned on, illuminating the room. Oh man, I wish I didn't flick the light switch on. There were skeletons. I don't mean real skeletons. It's one of those models you've probably seen in science classrooms. about the same size as a human one but made out of plastic or some composite material. Anyway, in every single chair sat a model skeleton. They were all turned to face me. It was horrifying. Who the heck had set up all these, and when? As I took a step backward from them, there was an ear-splitting noise. I blinked, and every jaw fell off the skeletons in unison, clacking to the floor, like they were all severed off. There I was being stared down by an army of jawless model skeletons. Right away, I noped out of there. As I ran, I could have sworn I heard plastic joints cracking as if they were pursuing me. I took the nearest exit, pushing out of the building into the cold night air. I remember taking a minute to catch my breath and process what the heck had just happened. I wanted to run, so badly I wanted to run, but Kira was still in there somewhere. She wasn't picking up her phone. I even called our boss Harry, but he didn't respond either. At that point, I was fed up. I think I was going to call the police, but was trying to work out how to get across my story without sounding insane. Then, something caught my attention. I could see a shape moving, but not very quickly. It was very timid. It was obviously a girl. Kira. Even in the low light, I knew it was her because of the short crop of her hair. She walked out of the shadow and onto the path. It was so weird. 10 feet away, she faced away from me, dead center in the middle of the walkway. I remember calling out to her. I wasn't thinking. If I was thinking, I would have known something wasn't quite right. But I was too worried about her and too glad to see her again to be careful. I said her name, and then she started heaving. Facing away from me, she was doing this convulsive motion, like she was hysterically laughing. Only there was absolutely no sound coming from her, none. It went on for minutes, the same horrifying movement. I backed up, slowly to the door I'd exited from, automatically swiping my door and pushing on through. When I turned back only a few seconds later, she, if you can call it that, because it obviously wasn't Kira, had disappeared from the path. As soon as she was gone from my view, the lights turned back on. The entryway of the building was illuminated once more, as were all the hallways. I could move about again without my phone's flashlight. Very carefully, I headed upstairs as quiet as I could, then to the proctor room. My plan was to grab my stuff and book it out of the building, calling the police on my way. Quickly, I swiped the card and shouldered my way into where my backpack was. Kira was waiting for me. She had the computer we'd brought up on a table with its side panel off. She was busy working on it. She didn't even turn her head to me, only saying something like, "Oh, hey." I was so glad to see her, the real her, that I ran up and hugged her. She asked what the heck I was doing, and I told her I'd gone searching for her when the lights shut off. Before I could ramble about the person running through the halls and the model skeletons, and the other version of her that was doing that heaving thing, she cut me off. She told me that when the lights shut off, she left the bathroom and came back to the proctor office to find me. Apparently, she began working on the computer, and I mumbled something about completing another ticket before I walked out of the room. And after that, despite her protests, I made us pack everything in. We grabbed our things and left, Kira complaining the entire time. I never gave her a real explanation. I couldn't. I just needed to get us both out of there. That's really it. I'm sorry for the length of this story. I wish I could give some detailed explanation or round off with some cliché about seeing a silhouette standing inside one of the buildings as we left. But I can't. It ended as quickly and strangely as it began. The only reason I remembered this story is because Kira hit me up recently. We hadn't seen each other since the beginning of the Rona thing, and she wanted to reconnect. We planned to meet up next weekend to get drinks. In her text, she joked about finding out why I made us leave that night. I thought drafting this up might help me find the words to explain it to her, if I decide to explain it at all. As for what entity or phenomenon was in motion that night, I haven't a clue. Maybe someone out there does know, though, and will heed my story as a warning. I do know that whatever it was sincerely enjoyed freaking me out, though. Take that how you will. Good luck on your night shifts, everyone, and stay safe. The Wandering Man, from Anonymous. I work in a large manufacturing facility. There are around 3,000 or so people that work here on different shifts. There is a select group of us that get offered overtime on the weekends, but the majority do not, so the buildings are all empty. One weekend, I was working the night shift and didn't have much to do, so I got bored and decided to take a walk around. Man, how I wished I wouldn't have decided to take that walk. I went walking through the other buildings that were relatively dark, with only the occasional motion light coming on here and there. So I'm wandering around getting bored again and decided I'll go to the cafeteria to grab a water from the vending machine. Once I get to the vending machine, it's out of waters, so I decided that I'll go to the cafeteria in the other building. There's a hallway between the two buildings, and for some reason there's not any lights that come on when I'm walking through. So at that point, my only light was coming from the red emergency exit sign. I can see well enough, so I walked on through, and as I'm getting into the other building, I noticed it was pitch black. Here, there were no lights coming on, and I couldn't see anything. I pulled out my phone for the flashlight and decided to keep going through the building. I got about halfway through the building, then my phone died, so now I was just standing in the pitch black with no light. As I'm standing there trying to figure out what to do, I began to hear a voice. I couldn't make out any words, but I could definitely hear someone talking. I thought this was someone on maintenance coming through to look at something. I yelled out into the dark, "Hello?" And I got no response. My voice echoed through the building as if I were on top of a mountain yelling out. Panic began to set in as I realized I'm stuck here. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a dim red light. I thought I'd caught a glimpse of an exit sign illuminating my way out. I started to try to slowly make my way over to it. Then I hit my shin on something. As I'm standing there holding my hurt leg, I realized that I should be too far into the middle of the building for there to be an exit sign anywhere close. I started to look for the red light again. I couldn't find it. It was like it had disappeared. Frantically, I tried turning my phone back on, but no luck. I began moving very slowly in the direction I thought I last saw the light. As I shuffled my feet, barely moving, I heard a voice again. Except this time, the voice was close enough to hear what it was saying. I stood terrified because I thought the words had said, "This will be your eternity." I panicked and I began to yell out, "Who's there?" But again, I heard nothing. Then I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye of the red light again. Except this time, it was in the opposite direction of where it was before. I went ahead and started making my way to that light. Somehow I managed to get back to the dark hallway I'd walked through in the first place. Then I quickly got out of the building and back into my well-lit building. Finally, I was able to calm down. I sat down and thought, what was that other red light I saw? It was a good bit before I ever saw the exit sign light. And who was in there talking to me? Encounter with a Demon from Conky Joe 89. I was 26 years old when this happened. This was not my first graveyard shift job, but it was the only one where I worked alone, and it will certainly be the last one I ever work. Now, I don't mind the location being shared, and honestly, I encourage the sharing of the locale, as I'm always interested in hearing stories from my home state of Texas, and I'm especially curious as to whether anyone else has experienced anything like this. Whether it be the particular thing I encountered, or whether just under similar circumstances. Let me just say up front, I was not under the influence of any drugs, nor had I been drinking. If I'm going to be 100% forthcoming, the reason I wound up living and working where I did was that I just completed a detox and subsequent residential stay in a drug treatment program. So funnily enough, you could say I was as sober as possible. Definitely not one of the better times in my life, but we live and learn, right? Anyway, enough of my background and babbling. On to what I saw, whatever it was. I worked the graveyard shift as the maintenance man at a huge retirement community located in the town of Temple, Texas, near the end of 2015. I clocked in at 7 p.m. and clocked out at 6 a.m. The old folks didn't have to be out of what I'll call the community building and back into their own individual apartments until 9 p.m. So there would be about a 2-hour window when I showed up where the community building would have a lot of friendly older people hanging around. They'd be playing cards, chatting, exercising, that type of stuff. Couldn't be a more warm and inviting vibe, honestly. And then, like clockwork, there would be a change in energy. I'll never forget when I first became aware of it, because every shift after that, as the clock crept closer to 9 p.m., an uneasy feeling of dread and anticipation would set in on me. It was so heavy and palpable. I knew that soon I'd be isolated in that huge and quiet building, all alone. Or at least it would appear that way. There was something going on in that building. There were windows lining the entirety of the building. They looked out onto the parking lot outside, and the building was set up in a sort of U shape, or a horseshoe, so that from one hall you could look across the parking lot and see the other hallway that made up the other half of this U. I would constantly see someone or something walking along the corridors on whatever side of the building I wasn't on. It was just strange at first. I kept thinking, nah, surely it's just the blinds parted in a certain way, or no, it's just because I'm moving over here that it appears something over there is moving too. I was never successful in actually physically spotting this figure, even though on the majority of time I would see it and attempt to rush over. There was quite literally nowhere for anyone to hide or anywhere for them to go except back down the hall and past me. But I would never find anyone, only serving to further my suspicions that there was something very off going on within this place. Not necessarily anything evil or threatening, just off. Seeing as how this wasn't really a business establishment, it was more a set of communal buildings, as I said before. The employees, both daytime and nights graveyard duties, didn't really have a proper break room, as it were. So we would all use the refrigerator and the coffee prep station that was really meant for the older folks to utilize when they were having breakfast or getting snacks over the course of the day. I cannot count the number of times I'd feel like having a quick pick-me-up coffee, or maybe a complimentary carrot cake slice or 3, and when rounding the corner beside the coffee and the fridge area, a nurse from the hospice wing would either already be there or would also be rounding the corner from their side of the complex, scaring the absolute crap out of me. Just imagine it's been something like 5 or 6 hours into your shift and you haven't seen or heard a single person, voice, or anything, except that sort of phantom-like figure, the one you can never seem to truly locate. And suddenly, boom, there's someone not even 2 feet away from you, totally unexpected. Those nurses probably thought I was a very odd dude, given that every time they saw me, it would be me rounding a corner into the break area and almost having a sheer heart attack at the sight of them. Now, I'm absolutely certain I came off as the more than capable, competent, and unshakable overnight maintenance man that the community of older folks needed to keep their homes up and running all night without fail or issues arising. But as things tend to do over the weeks and months that followed, I grew accustomed to just expecting someone to be in that break area, at least once or twice over my long, dragging shift. So it eased my tensions, if only slightly. Well, that newfound sense of being able to let my guard down, and not constantly being a walking bundle of nerves, all came to an end one night when I was in what I called the dead end. Ironic, really. It was the side of the U where the hallway ended in an office, a gym room, and a physical therapy room. The other side of the U had a door that led to still more rooms and areas, so over there it felt, I don't know, less claustrophobic and isolated. But the dead end, it had an energy about it. You would always feel like something was at your back, watching, brooding. The worst part was having to run a vacuum down there, because you constantly felt the need to spin around and check your back, because you couldn't rely on sounds to alert you. Well, one day I was cleaning up the dead end. Other than that creepy feeling, it was going fairly normal. But then, something odd caught my eye. Through the window out towards the rear parking lot, there was a dimly lit sidewalk lining the building that led around to a separate employee-only parking lot in the back. And leaning around the corner of that wall, just barely illuminated by the lamppost, which it was gripping and almost trying to conceal itself with, was a very tall, slender, half physical, half apparition, and very demonic-looking figure. This figure stood about 8 feet tall. Well, I say stood, but as you looked toward the feet, it just sort of faded away. It didn't become whole or solid-looking until about the upper thigh, the lower waist area, where it was cloaked in a garment that was tattered and thin, open in the front, revealing emaciated-looking ribs. Its arms were extremely long and thin, and it didn't seem to have 5 fingers on its hands. Instead, there were maybe 3 or 4. But it didn't have normal human hands. They were oversized, and where the fingers should have started, the flesh of this thing's hands seemed to sort of erupt into massive bone-like claws. I use the word erupt because where the claws jutted out from the hands, it's as if that flesh was newly injured, like it had just intentionally unsheathed these claws from within its hands. Yeah, think Wolverine from the X-Men type vibes. It was disgusting, and I'm pretty sure I could definitely see trickling streams of blood cascading from these claws onto the cement below. Perched atop a skinny neck was a skull-like head, sort of like cattle, but on top of its head were massive horns like a buck's. The thing simply stood there, watching me. I could feel its gaze bore into me. I was overwhelmed with nausea and dread. It sounded kind of extreme, but the only way I could describe it was that it felt like happiness was suddenly rendered a foreign concept to me. I felt as if I could never be happy again, like I had never actually been happy before. Just sad that I was leading a wasted life, that I would one day have a death that no one would mourn or even notice. It was like while I had my eyes on this thing, there was only me and it. Almost like for those few seconds, it and I stood outside of normal time or something. When I finally snapped to my senses, I literally ran away. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I ran my rear off. My heart was leaping into my throat. As I said before, as far as I know, all that thing did was stay there, creepily observing me. I assume it was watching me, even as I fled. From that day on, I started cleaning the dead end while there were still residents hanging about, so that hopefully I would never be put in that position again. I wouldn't last but probably a few more months at that place anyway. Then I was out of there. I'd had enough. I never did encounter that entity again, but that one time was more than enough for me. I was working in constant fear and anxiety that I would see it again, and I dreaded that the next time I saw it, it would be from a not-so-safe distance. What I saw there stuck with me. I definitely think that the fact that there was a hospice hallway on the opposite side of the same building, where we'd lose at least one person every couple of weeks or so, played a large part in attracting this entity to the location. Perhaps it was to feed on the negative energy associated with death or the dying, to feed off the feeling of hopelessness those poor people assuredly felt as they knew their life was slipping away from them. I often get unnerved even recanting this experience to anyone. This isn't the only paranormal experience I've had, far from it, but this was easily one of the most unsettling ones. Haunting at the Funeral Home, from Lady Mortician. I'm a 20-something-year-old female who graduated mortuary school in 2015. Now, I know what you're thinking. And yes, that is a job you have to go to school for. Shortly after graduation, I left my small hometown in central North Carolina for a job opportunity in a major city in Wisconsin. Living in a small town, we only had 2 funeral homes, both family-owned and operated. And unless you're family, it's very difficult to get a foot in the door, so to speak. So not wanting my education to go to waste, I moved halfway across the country to start my apprenticeship as a funeral director and embalmer. Working with the dead never scared me. Up until then, I had never encountered anything spooky or paranormal. In fact, I found embalming to be very clinical, the quietness of the funeral home to be calming and peaceful. This particular funeral home I was working for relied on the apprentices for working after regular business hours, which meant being on call every other night and every other weekend. There were 4 of us, 2 pairs. You always went on calls with your apprentice partner. For privacy reasons, I'll call my partner Peter. It was probably January or February. Earlier that day, we'd gotten a decedent in, a homicide victim. This was not my first homicide case, nor my last, but one of the most memorable. The young man was an immigrant who came to the United States to start a better life. He'd worked at a nearby gas station at night while he went to school during the day. We all think we know how we'd react in a scary or a violent situation, but you truly never know until you find yourself in one. A lesson this young man learned the hard way. He'd been working the night shift alone when 2 men attempted to rob the store. The only protection the clerk had was a baseball bat, and he'd been overpowered and beaten to death with that bat. To say his body was a mess would be an understatement. The reconstruction would take hours, even with multiple embalmers working together. Once the medical examiner finished their autopsy, the body was released to our funeral home. We were to embalm him, perform the extensive reconstruction work on his head and face, then have his body shipped back to his home country. I recall vividly how I felt walking into the embalming room that day to help the team repair this man's broken body. It's a feeling I'd never experienced before, and never again after. Walking in, I was overcome with this deep, visceral feeling of great sadness. I was almost brought to tears. The atmosphere was so heavy and sad. Peter could tell that something was up, because normally when I go into the embalming room, I'm usually very chipper, playing music on the radio, singing along, talking to the deceased as though they were keeping me company. Even when I went home for the day, I could not shake that somber feeling. That night was to be Peter and I's night on call. Around 2 a.m., the phone was ringing. It was Peter telling me that we'd gotten a death call, which meant we had to go into the funeral home and use one of the company vehicles to remove the body from the place of death. Half asleep, I pulled on my spare pair of clothes I kept sitting out for such events. Working in a big city, it's rare to go through the night with no calls. I slowly made my way to the funeral home. Being a southern girl, I'm not used to driving with 8+ inches of snow on the ground. When I arrived at the funeral home, I was surprised to see that Peter had not arrived yet. I thought for sure he would arrive before me. Luckily, I had a spare key, so I let myself in through the back door of the funeral home. Now, the layout of the funeral home is important to the story, so let me take a moment to explain. We always come in from the back entrance on the main floor. Also on the main floor are the chapels in the front of the building and the embalming room in the back of the building. Our offices are in the basement. The second floor is an abandoned apartment where the original owner had lived while he ran the funeral home. In order to get to the stairs that lead down to the offices, you had to pass the door to the embalming room, a large white industrial door with a lock and keypad entry system. So I turned on a couple of lights and I made my way downstairs to get clocked in and to collect paperwork that I would need to do our removal. I'm sitting at my desk working on the paperwork when I began to hear footsteps up above me in one of the chapels. Knowing that the building is locked up tight, I shrugged it off. It is a very old building after all. I then hear footsteps coming down the stairs from the main floor. So I called out to Peter to let him know I'm in the office. I waited a moment and received no response. So, still thinking nothing of it, I called out again. "Peter? Knock it off, I'm in here. Come help me with the paperwork so we can hurry this up and get back to bed," I called out. Silence. 5 seconds passed, then 10. I started to get an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. I was then startled by my phone chiming. It was a text from Peter. "Sorry, roads are bad out my way. I'll be there soon," it read. Reading those words, I felt my blood run cold. I knew what I heard. I knew I'd heard footsteps. Quietly, I collected my paperwork and I peered out the door of my office. I didn't see anything or anyone. My relief was short-lived, however. As I was making my way up the stairs to the main floor to load a stretcher into the van, the lights in the stairwell started to flicker. I noped the heck out of there. I've never loaded the van up so quickly. I waited in the van for Peter to arrive, not wanting to spend another minute alone in the funeral home. Eventually, Peter did arrive. We performed our body removal and made it back to the funeral home. Peter took the deceased into the embalming room, writing up their toe tags, then leaving them on the stretcher to be embalmed in the morning. I told Peter to go ahead and head home. I knew the roads were bad, and I would just have to go downstairs to assign the case to one of the licensed funeral directors and clock us out. As I headed down a few minutes later, Peter called out that he was leaving. I heard the door lock shut behind him. Peter had a bad habit of turning every single light off when he leaves, even when he's not the only one in the building. That night was no exception. Peter never left the lights on to the embalming room, though. Using the flashlight on my phone, I made my way to the stairs and started to walk up to the main level. I was 2 or 3 stairs from the top when I heard it. This absolutely gut-wrenching sobbing. It's the most heartbroken wailing I've ever heard. I stopped cold. That was not the voice of Peter. And besides, I heard him lock up and leave. As quietly as I could, I climbed the remaining steps. Without daring to even breathe, I poked my head out of the stairwell and looked around. The hair on the back of my neck stood up on end. Then I realized that not only is the light on in the embalming room, but that's where the sobbing had been coming from. My heart felt as though it was going to beat right out of my chest. My mind was screaming for me to get the heck out of there, but I was frozen in fear. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, I heard a loud banging coming from the other side of the big industrial door. This banging seemed to shock me back to reality, and I hightailed it to the back door. I fumbled with my keys trying to get out, the crying and banging continuing even as I shoved the door open and locked it behind me. I jumped into my car and took a moment to take a few calming breaths, trying to slow my racing heart. Once my heart rate was no longer at heart attack levels, I inserted my key and put the car into reverse. I could not stop myself from yelping when I heard my backup sensor begin to ding. Something, or someone, was behind my vehicle. I looked in my rearview mirror and nearly screamed. In the mirror, I see a black human-shaped mass illuminated by my taillights. I checked my backup camera display, and the shadow figure did not show up on that display. At this point, I was crying. I was too scared to get out of my car to check, too scared to even stay there and wait it out. I took a deep breath and decided to just go for it. I floored it, skidding backwards in the snow, through where the shadow had just been. When I looked up, the shadow was gone. In its place, I saw something I'll never forget. In the snow, there was one set of footprints. The footprints go from where the shadow person was and led to the brick wall, which formed one side of the embalming room. I've never driven away from there so fast. The following day, I called my boss and explained what happened. He's an older man who's been in the industry his whole life. His father owned the funeral home, as did his grandfather before him. He shared that he's had a few experiences of his own. He agreed to let me work out of one of our other locations until the homicide victim was shipped out later that week. My first day back to the main location was apprehensive, scared of what or who may be waiting for me. But when I walked into the embalming room, the air felt lighter, like a weight had been lifted. To this day, I still cannot come up with any explanation other than the young homicide victim was not ready to cross over and just wanted to make his presence known. Many people I've told this story to have not believed me, but I know what happened. There is more to life and death than can rationally be explained. Of that, I'm certain. You get used to it. From Mike V. I worked as a security guard at one of the local hospitals, and despite what I'm going to tell you, it's a pretty good place to work. Hours are plentiful, pay is good, and the nurses are downright sweet. That being said, it is still a hospital, and as such comes with its own bad things. I confess, and forgive me if I come across as a little morbid, I've been in the presence of more death in the first 6 months on the job than the previous 30 years of my life. But that's not what this is about. This story is about the hospital basement. Now, I had initially been hired to work a specific area of the hospital. I had daytime hours, but when a full-time evening shift opened up, I went for it. Gotta make that extra money, which meant I had free range to patrol the whole property. One of the areas I had to patrol was the basement, which, contrary to what you might think, is a pretty busy part of the building. X-ray department, custodian, engineering, food prep, those are just some of the many departments that fill this basement, so it's not exactly a spooky, dark place like you might imagine. However, once 8 p.m. hits and the vast majority of employees have gone home, that basement gets very quiet, and that's when the incidents began. It was my first week as patrol officer, and so far had been rather uneventful, which I was fine with as a 5-year veteran of private security in other areas. I was kind of hoping for less action for a while. One night I was making my rounds in the basement when I began to hear footsteps. Normally this is no big deal, but it was late, so it caught my attention right away. Now I figured it was maybe a nurse who had to grab something or a visitor who took a hilariously big wrong turn, so I wandered over in that direction. As I approached the corner, I checked the wall mirror. For those of you who don't know, hospitals have ball-shaped mirrors to allow staff to check around corners, thus preventing any gurney fender benders. But I saw nothing. No people, no shadows, no movement of any kind. I rounded the corner to make sure, and it was an empty hallway. Only place they could have turned into were the elevators, and I would have heard the ding from them if someone had entered. It was strange, but I shrugged it off. Probably my brain messing with me. A similar incident happened a few days later. While checking to make sure that engineering didn't leave their equipment in plain sight, again, I suddenly heard voices. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but it was for sure human voices. I went to check, out of curiosity more than anything else. But no matter where I walked, the voices always seemed distant. I didn't see anyone, and I must have walked the entire basement, but the voices always sounded distant. Then suddenly, it went quiet, just like that, as if they'd left the area. How very strange, but again, I chalked it up to nothing unusual. Maybe some custodian had left a radio or podcast on or something. In my mind, it was all so easily explained and no big deal. While that could be explained easily enough, this next one was unnerving, because I can't explain it to this very day. It was another day, another basement patrol, and I was walking down a large stretch of hallway, when, in front of me, I noticed a set of doors close. These are the fire doors that held open magnetically. They're automatically closed upon the fire alarm going off, which incidentally had happened earlier that day, a false alarm in case you're wondering. Clearly, these two had not been pushed open after the all clear, so I walked over towards them to do the job. Then, one of them opened up. Not swung open aggressively, but just casually opened, like someone was just passing through. This caused me to stop in my tracks in shock. These doors are pretty heavy, so nobody could have just yanked it open and ducked out of sight. This door was pushed to the wall in one smooth motion, not shoved or slightly opened. Unless there was a very specifically located hurricane in that spot, those doors were not hit by a sudden draft, not one strong enough to open a fire door all the way. Needless to say, I decided to patrol the more populated areas that night. There was also the cold spots. So many cold spots in that basement. This wasn't wind or air conditioning, these were specific moments of cold that randomly disappeared shortly afterwards. These weren't normal, they were everywhere. Not just the same spots every time. Different spots. Spots where it should have been warm, such as by the food prep kitchen or near the CT scan room. It really made no sense. A few weeks of all these things and I was just doing my best to ignore it. The job paid well, and I didn't want to abandon ship just like that. But that nearly changed one evening. Another basement patrol. Woohoo, sadly I can't skip it or say I did when I didn't because the higher-ups, they would have known. So I was back again late at night in the creepy empty basement, telling myself that my car will be paid off a lot faster with this salary. I was approaching the corner from the first incident and checked the wall mirror on instinct, and I froze. A figure stood just around the corner. Not a person, but a human-shaped black mass. It was just standing there around the corner. I was horrified at that point. My mind already on high alert, now it was on red alert. I tried to reason with myself. It's just a smudge on the mirror. No, it couldn't be that. They clean those daily. I was horrified, shaken up. I was wishing I had a fellow guard with me. But what good would that really do, honestly? I was praying to God, Odin, Ra, freaking Santa Claus if I had to, that this thing didn't decide to move towards me. I stood there for what seemed like an eternity when that thing finally walks the opposite direction of me. Defying all sense of reason, I decided to poke my head around the corner to try to get a look at this thing. But by then, it was gone. Disappeared. I looked up at the mirror, and it was clear as well. Just me in this basement. I scrambled up the stairs at a sprint and spent the remainder of the shift around the nurse's station, expecting very little sleep that night when I got home. A couple of months later, and short of the aforementioned cold spots, things had calmed down. I was working an earlier shift one day, down in the basement with a coworker doing the rounds, when I heard the sound of voices. Now, admittedly, at that time of day, it could have been anyone, but I was still quite paranoid about this basement, so my mind instantly went to the worst possible scenario. I stopped then to turn to my coworker, asking in a freaked-out sounding way if they could hear those voices. To my relief, they said yes. I calmed down a bit, then my coworker replied, "You get used to it." And I instantly stopped and stared at them. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Voices, weird noises and all that crap. Work here long enough and you get used to it, especially in this area. I assumed you saw or heard something, judging by how you looked like a deer in headlights just now." I told them about my experiences, and they said, "Yeah, most of us all have had similar incidents when patrolling this area. Don't worry about it. You'll learn to shrug it off." I feel I should add quickly that this coworker is older and has been with the company for about 15 years, which to me explained how they were so casual and nonchalant about it while I was losing my crap. "Why this area?" I asked. "Never anywhere else." "Do you really have to ask?" They laughed. Then it hit me, and I almost kicked myself for not figuring it out. The shadow figure, the footsteps, the voices, the door, even the majority of the cold spots, they all happened within a close proximity of the morgue. I'd been given a tour of the facility when I started, but seeing as I was assigned a specific post when I began, I kinda just forgot about the morgue and its location. "Why wasn't I told at the start?" I asked. "Because you wouldn't have believed us. Admit it," they responded. I admit they were right. Had they mentioned it on day one, I would have laughed it off as either messing with the new guy or just silly stories, so I can't blame them. I worked at that hospital for a year before being transferred to a different site. Still a hospital, but this one doesn't have an ER, ICU, or a morgue, so I feel better. The coworkers are great, job still pays well, and I genuinely like being here. But still, I double-check those mirrors when I approach any corner, and I still jump at any sound when I'm alone at night on the job. I hope against hope that eventually I'll get used to it. Warning: the following story contains harsh depictions of violence against pets. Cynthia. From Officer Nobody. I'm a young police officer in a southern city. As a child, it was my dream to become one. I made tinfoil badges and carved sticks to look like pistols. I took reports with crayons and chased imaginary criminals. 20 or so years later, I average 3 hours of sleep and have grueling anxiety attacks. Like my peers, I've seen terrible things. It's what we signed up for, so I don't expect sympathy. In 2018, I responded to a welfare check where I found a 2-week-old decomposed body. The man had hanged himself with copper wire inside a closet. His skin was so rotted that it separated where the wire attached. It was an unwanted but gnarly anatomy lesson. It was mid-June, so the smell was unbearable. But hey, dead bodies were a dime a dozen. In 2019, I helped scrape a woman from the pavement following a crash. Her survived husband watched from a distance. But hey, I dealt with hysterical loved ones weekly. In 2020, I watched a homeless man burn alive inside a shed. He had locked the door from the inside and couldn't find the key. The window was too narrow to climb out of. His space heater had caught fire. But hey, the fire marshal took the report. I don't mean to sound callous or smug. I only want to depict reality. The truth is, as disgusting as those stories are, they are not the reason behind my insomnia. They are not the reason for my anxiety. Frankly, I hardly think about them. My trauma comes from 2021, where I responded to a call that haunts me every second. It was around 3 a.m. I was typing a larceny report in my car while Ozark played in the background. It was the scene where Wendy's lover gets thrown off a building and goes splat in front of Marty. Crazy scene. It was a mid-80s summer night amongst a full moon. By that time, everything was calm. The night shift was short-handed, so my typical beat partner wasn't working. Dispatch requested me for a welfare check. Welfare checks are usually harmless, although it is when you find the most dead bodies. Welfare checks are what they sound like, checking the welfare of a person and ensuring they're okay. The reporting party is usually a family member who couldn't get a hold of the person. I received this information and began driving. I was tasked with checking the welfare of an elderly woman who lived alone on the outskirts of town, barely within city limits. Her granddaughter lived a few states away and hadn't heard from her. She assumed that her grandma accidentally switched her cell phone to silent, as she often did. Dispatch usually sends 2 officers, but every now and again they'll give an officer an option to take the call alone. Because of staffing levels and the nature of the call, I decided to handle it myself. Worst case scenario, Granny bit the dust and I would call a medical examiner to work an unattended death. I drove a good 15 minutes to the residence. Another 100 feet north and it would have been county jurisdiction. Lucky me, right? There were no other houses in the area. It was so quiet that the sound of gravel under my tires was thunderous. Beyond the mailbox was a locked gate and a long dirt driveway. I absolutely did not want to walk that driveway alone in the dark without my patrol car. I grabbed my radio to call for another officer, but changed my mind. I would have looked silly asking for help after committing to doing it solo. Plus, it would have been an even longer drive for them. I decided to man up, jump the gate, and make what turned out to be the worst decision in my life. If it wasn't for the moonlight, it would have been so dark that I couldn't see my feet. I was trained to be tactical with my flashlight, only using it in short bursts. It was a good way to be sneaky. I finally reached the house and stood in front of it. It was an old wooden home with 2 stories. Every window was pitch black, besides one on the second floor, and had a purple curtain with white stripes. I stepped on the unstable wraparound porch and listened carefully. There was nothing but absolute silence. No TV, no creaks, no fans, nothing. Tentatively, I knocked and announced myself. There was no answer and no noise. I knocked even louder and announced again, still nothing. I stepped off the porch to reevaluate the situation. Once far enough, I looked up to the second story. The light was off. Typically, something like that wouldn't creep me out, but the hair on the back of my neck stood straight up. Since the light was off, I couldn't see whether someone was looking back at me. I had a terrifying feeling that they were. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it in through the window. No one was standing there, but the curtain had moved and was still swaying. I went back to the door and knocked even louder. telling her who I was and why I was there. "Cynthia, it's Officer Blank with the Blank Police Department. I'm just checking your welfare." I stood there for several minutes in eerie silence. I was ready to hightail it back to the road, but figured I'd wait another minute. I had done my job for the most part. I was there to make sure she wasn't dead. If she wanted to ignore me, fine. I was creeped out, and without a partner, I wasn't going to press the issue. For some reason, before walking away, I decided to try the doorknob. This isn't usual practice, since it could be deemed a violation of the Fourth Amendment. I couldn't enter the home without a warrant, exigent circumstances, or permission. To my surprise and regret, the door opened. Apparently, the heavy wooden door needed its hinges tightened, because it slowly opened all the way until it knocked against the wall. I shined my light inside. It was definitely an old woman's residence. Everything was lavender and tidy. There were creepy portraits of hairless cats on the walls. There were also statues of them. I reached my hand inside to flick on the light, but it didn't activate. At first, I thought the house had no power. There were no sounds of electricity at all, and it was hotter than a sauna with no airflow. Then I remembered the light upstairs. The whole situation was odd and unsettling. I decided to dial my supervisor to get his opinion. I was hoping he would tell me to leave, call the reporting person, and explain what I observed. Before I was able to dial, I heard a sound which haunts me every night. A chilling noise that will die with me. You won't believe me, and I don't blame you. It was the sound of intense laughter. Not a giggle, but delirious, gut-busting laughter from what sounded like an old lady. I never drew my Glock faster than I did right then. "Hello? Who's in there?" Before I could finish the sentence, it stopped. I'm not too embarrassed to admit that I turned around and bolted for my car, gun in hand. Just as I left the porch, I was stopped in my tracks. Another equally loud and terrifying noise echoed from the house. This time, it was a scream of someone clearly in distress. It sounded like the same voice, but I wasn't sure. Dang it, I thought to myself. Exigent circumstances. I radioed dispatch and told them what I heard. I advised them that I would be clearing the house. Another officer started en route, but I couldn't wait. I wanted to, but there was no way I could explain waiting 15 to 20 minutes to enter the house of an elderly woman in danger. I entered the hot living room and cleared the immediate area. I knew at least one person was upstairs. The narrow staircase led to a pitch-black second floor. Before going up, I announced myself again, and again, to no avail. I began walking up the staircase as calmly as I could. I remember imagining a scenario where I'm clearing the bedrooms and Cynthia pops out of a dark corner. I'd have to explain to the reporting person why I shot her grandma in the face. When upstairs, I checked 2 rooms that were completely empty. No furniture or anything. I then realized that the last bedroom was the same one that had the light. I announced myself and prayed for a response. I didn't get one, so I grabbed the doorknob and twisted. I swung it open and was immediately met with a nauseating odor. It was the worst I'd ever experienced, almost knocking me down. I illuminated the room with my light. In every corner, on every wall, were dead-skinned cats pinned to wooden crosses. Some were rotten, some were fresh. There was dried blood literally everywhere. Fur and detached claws covered the floor. I dry-heaved as I cleared the closet. It was empty. I stumbled my way back downstairs where I vomited on the front porch. I ran to the road to wait for my partner. Once he arrived, we called for even more people and my supervisor. We cleared the house again with no signs of Cynthia. Fast forward to the next evening. The reporting person flew in with other family members. They searched the 10 or so acres and found an old abandoned car in the brush. They found her grandma there, leaned back in the passenger seat, deceased, for what appeared to be several days. Neither detectives nor the medical examiner would determine the cause of death. Detectives interviewed another family member who said Cynthia had severe schizophrenia and dementia. Inside her home in a kitchen drawer, detectives discovered pages and pages of Hebrew writings. The writings translated to devoted allegiances to the devil Tarot, a devil god that many Satanists worship. Her writings claimed that Tarot asked her to sacrifice her beloved cats. Some believe that I heard Cynthia's laughter and scream and that the upstairs light was on. Some don't. Trust me, sometimes I question it myself. For some reason, my body camera never downloaded to the system. It's like the footage never existed, even though I know it was on. No other calls from that night downloaded either. It even baffled my department. I have constant nightmares about Cynthia. In them, she's laughing with the same terrifying laugh. She has unusually long fingers and nails that almost scrape the ground when she walks. I never move fast enough to get away from her. I reach for my gun, but it's never there. She always gets me, and then I wake up. I don't know why I'm still a cop. Maybe it's all I know how to do. I only have 12 more years and many, many more therapy sessions before I can retire. I wasn't a supernatural believer before my experience, but I am now. To those aspiring to be police officers, heed my advice. Be a firefighter instead. Memaw's photograph. From Andrew. On the 3rd floor of one of the largest buildings on my college campus, there's a computer lab that hides a strange photograph. If you head over to the very back, along the right wall, carefully step onto the desk situated against the corner, and look up, you can just make out the bezel of a picture frame, aligned with a block only a few feet away from the ceiling. If you're feeling brave, you can climb up even further onto the ledge running along the wall, and if you stretch yourself out and stand on the tips of your toes, you can reach said picture frame. When you grab it, which I really don't recommend you do, and make your way down, you'll find the black and white image of a cute girl, no more than 20 years of age, smiling at you, captioned with a simple message, "Rest in peace, Memaw." Here's my story about that bizarre memorial. I was a student and employee there. They hired second-year IT students for entry-level positions. At the time, it was the end of the summer, one of the last days before our shifts switched from full-time to part-time nights. My coworkers and I were relaxing in the aforementioned room. It was our favorite, one that was nicely air-conditioned and far enough away from IT services to be secure in the knowledge that we wouldn't run into our bosses. It even had a workable projector to boot. After lying back in the small office chair at one of the stations, our coworker pointed the photo out to us with a, "Hey, what's that?" Even craning our necks, we couldn't make it out properly because of how high up it was. So after some deliberation, the tallest guy among us decided to make his way up. He collected the picture frame, bringing it down and placing it on the desk so we could all see. I don't think any of us read the tiny caption right away, instead opting to take in the image of the beautiful girl smiling in the photo. When someone finally spoke it out loud, it being "Rest in peace, Memaw," tension filled the air. It was an odd image to find, especially hidden away up in the corner of the room, as if it was deliberately placed out of reach. It didn't take long for one of us to joke that the room was now haunted, which helped us to return to our casual atmosphere. Then we encouraged him to put the picture back, lest the imaginary ghost get angry. And he did, though he couldn't be bothered to climb up once more. So instead, he tossed it back up to where it had been before. We heard the sharp thud of wood as the frame landed and squarely fell over, presumably onto its face. I might have cringed a little then at the haphazard way the photo was tossed, but I never spoke up. Sure enough, we'd forgotten about the picture by the end of the day. It didn't cross my mind again, at least not until I arrived home. After a few drinks, I went to bed, not before Googling a little to see if I could find anything about a girl named Memaw, who might have died under some tragic circumstance at my campus. However, nothing came up with my first few queries, and so I gave up. When I arrived back at campus that morning, the first thing I did was visit the room. Not to pay respects or anything, I just wanted to drop off my bag. When I got to the door, I pulled my keycard, swiping it on the reader. But nothing happened. I swiped again, and again. After the 5th time, I stopped trying, assuming the authentication mechanism might have been down across the campus. That theory proved wrong only a minute later as I headed into the office where we had our work items assigned. Both my card and other readers were functioning, and yet the one laboratory did not want to open up. This became all the more relevant a few hours later, when my coworkers and I made our way up to the room to take our lunch break. They swiped, and they too were rejected. Each of us ended up trying, only to determine the reader was simply broken. I remember us opting to go and find another room to eat in, though we lamented the fact that we couldn't use our preferred one. It was curious to me, though. My mind kept trying to draw coincidental lines between our discovery of that photograph and the door locking. Obviously, there was nothing going on, but for some reason I couldn't shake the feeling that our interaction with that picture might have contributed. Over time, however, I forgot about her. My friends and I had moved on to a new room, one that was arguably superior because the lab featured Windows machines over iMacs, and we more or less stopped mentioning the old lab. I do remember one instance where I asked my coworkers if any of them had found anything online about Memaw, but it seemed I was the only one with enough curiosity to even bother researching her. When my work transitioned to part-time shifts at the start of September, I was not looking forward to it whatsoever. I was now spending even more time on campus. My 8-hour course time of the new semester, followed by a 2-hour break, then a 4-hour night shift starting at 5 p.m. This led me to being there all day. During these shifts, one other person served with me. I got along with him very well, and so it really wasn't too bad. The first few weeks went by fine. Lots of asset replacement, pushing our tiny trolleys around campus and ripping out old computers and monitors at the end of their warranty periods, then bringing in their replacements. It was all pretty uneventful work, up until the evening right near the end of September, where we got assigned a ticket in our old favorite place, Memaw's room. The ticket, which was a PDF, only contained the boring room number, but it was the lab. We both laughed when we saw it, obviously opting to do that ticket first. The work seemed trivial. A handful of computers showing offline needed to be assessed. We worked our way to the building and headed upstairs, first checking the nearby printer to make sure it was functional. Then I swiped my car on the door. Lo and behold, nothing. My coworker tried too. It was just as broken as it was before. It seemed facilities still hadn't fixed it. Of course, card readers weren't the only way to access the room. Though it was a hassle, we could go over to security and sign out the massive 2-pound contractor keyring. And that's just what we did. We opted to finish up our other tickets first, and so when we arrived at the lab with the security keys, it was near dark outside. It took us a few minutes, but we eventually found the right family of keys to fit in the lock, then the specific one to open the door. It swung open with a creak, and what we were greeted with was bizarre. The motion-activated lights had failed almost completely. Only the fluorescent panel directly above our heads lit up. It quickly became obvious why lab computers were showing offline. Ethernet and power cords were strewn about the room. At first it seemed random, cables thrown about in disarray. But as I stared on, it looked to be more purposeful. Almost like a barrier. As we exchanged bewilderment, I focused. 2/3 of the way into the room, cables were woven together to create some sort of guard, dividing the rest of the space no more than 2 feet high. Quickly, he suggested we call security. I nodded. It was bizarre, though. It wasn't like the lab had been robbed. Whoever had made a mess of the room did it in a particular intricate manner. It must have taken hours. As he took out his phone, I tried using the panel on the wall to override the motion sensor. It didn't work. The lights refused to activate. As I pressed each switch, I became aware of someone else in the room. It was hard to notice with the noise we were making. I don't think he heard it at all. I ushered my partner to be quiet, and when he was, we both picked up on it. It was a girl, crying, very quietly. It was at the back of the lab, beyond the messy blockade of wires. The light from the strip above us couldn't reach that area though, and so we could not see her. Before I could say anything, he shouted hello, asking who was there. Then, with the line to security waiting to be picked up, he turned on his phone flashlight, shining it in the direction the sobbing was coming from. We both were terrified. Her head was in her hands, and she wore a plain white dress. Even though every sense of realism I had screamed that it was impossible, she looked exactly like Memaw. My colleague recognized her too. Immediately, he knew something was wrong. We both stepped out together, keeping an eye on the hard-to-make-out sobbing girl as we did. When we were in the hallway, we shut the door, stepping back to the other side of the hallway and staring. We sat down outside the door when the security guard showed up. Our faces must have been white as snow, judging by the way he spoke to us. All I said was that there was someone in the room who shouldn't be there. He didn't prompt us for any more information, instead moving to unlock the door with his keycard. Unexpectedly, it worked. It opened into a perfectly normal computer lab. Everything was back where it should have been. Even the lights were functional. We heard the telltale sounds of computers POSTing around the room, or power on self-test, as if multiple just had their power sources restored. The guard walked into the room, asked if anyone was there, and inspected each and every space a person could hide. Given there were only 2 exits to the room, both being in our field of view, he suggested we were mistaken, because there was no one inside, and no way they could have gotten out. I remember having to fill out a short report. He called in something to the office after that. He stayed with us as we worked on our ticket, which helped us feel a little more secure. My partner and I were now in the laboratory, confused and creeped out as all heck. Mutually, we decided to finish up the work and exit as soon as possible. Bizarrely, though, every computer which had been listed as downed on the work item we had was now perfectly up and running. After a quick check, it became clear there was no work to be done. Of course, we told all our coworkers about it, our night shift manager too. Neither believed us, though the latter was good-humored and assumed we were joking. Between my coworker and I, we never came up with a logical explanation, and instead it became a staple of conversation that over time turned comedic. After that, though, a series of bizarre events started to occur. It was just little stuff at first. IT services had a few of our own spaces secured with keycards, the office building and a neighboring one filled with workstations, monitors, and keyboards. Frequently, we went through both, not only to retrieve items but also because they were pretty central in campus construction and served as great shortcuts. But here and there we would notice little oddities, things that should not be there. The drawings were the first of them. I remember being messaged a picture by someone who worked the night after me. It was of a cartoon cat, drawn seemingly with crayon on one of the walls of the storage room. It wasn't all too weird, although I could count on my fingers the number of people that had access to that space. Over time, more and more appeared. All sorts of animals, symbols, and stick figure people, drawn in a childish crayon over the walls. Our IT team eventually adopted a mock competition to see who could find the newest illustration first. Nobody ever came forward to admit it was them drawing. Not even when our bosses got all huffy and asked who was vandalizing the place, threatening to check the security cameras if no one came forward. At the same time, we began to notice another form of art: origami. Crafted shapes of cranes and other animals began popping up in our secure spaces. They were always made out of the same blue paper. The creepiest thing about them was that if you found one and removed it, the next day, another would be back in the same spot, identically folded and poised. I must have collected 30 of these over the course of a few weeks, and they kept on being replaced. The next and more inexplicable series of events that occurred began on a Saturday. I remember specifically because the guy who was unlucky enough to have the full 8-hour Saturday shift blew up our Discord chat, talking about how he had heard a girl giggling and hasty footsteps down in the asset storage area. Everybody was quick to call him out, save me and my coworker, but given we live in the age of smartphones, he had attached a recording. It was, as he described, him following the sound of a girl's laughter around the secured space, never able to catch up with her, but always close enough to hear. I remember watching as he swore and opted to take the exit before he made his way down to security to fill out a report. I decided to take the initiative, being the first to call it the ghost of Memaw. With 2 separate experiences to go off of, plus the bizarre artifacts we were finding, the ghost of Memaw now became an all too believable urban legend among our IT team. Over the next few weeks, the timeline intensified. All of us experienced some out of the ordinary event. Most of it was laughter and sounds that shouldn't have been there. Some were visual. I remember being outdoors one day. It was already dark out. I was pushing a trolley of computers when I heard the bizarre sound of someone skipping. I turned to my left and watched a slim girl dressed in white skipping by me and past the corner of the building, humming to herself. Naturally, I followed, prepping my phone to record her. But when I turned the corner into a wide-open stretch of campus with practically 0 places to hide, she had completely vanished. The creepiest experience must have been one that 4 of us saw all together. This was the week leading up to Christmas, and while every student and the majority of staff were on break, we had the opportunity to return to full-time hours for the 5 days. Me and 3 others had signed up. At that point, Memaw seemed more like a novelty than anything dangerous, and so it wasn't a deterrent to work, especially considering how much we needed money around the holidays. That interpretation quickly changed, though. We were in a building on the north side of campus. After spending the better part of the day wheeling trolleys full of brand new desktops and monitors up to the building, we had begun installing them. We'd finished one room and were on to the second, which was directly beside it in the hall. As we worked, we began to hear loud crashing sounds from the completed room. Obviously, I got up to see, since we were among the only people on campus. Just as I was about to duck into the room to see what was going on, a desktop came flying by the door, narrowly missing me. It crashed against the wall with an ear-shattering thud, its side panel coming off and a few of the internals spilling out onto the floor. At that point, the rest of my team came in and saw the PC in pieces. We entered the room, only to find the majority of the lab machines in similar states, damaged and strewn about. It seemed impossible. These were public classrooms, and so each station was secured to a cage built into a desk with a padlock. There was simply no way the amount of damage could have occurred, let alone in that short of a time. Nobody was in the room when we filed in, but as if to tease us, the other entrance swung away. We heard footsteps and the telltale giggling of the ghost of, you guessed it, Memaw. The fallout from that event was immense. Things were getting a little too corporeal for us. It was tense and uncomfortable. Beyond that, our bosses were furious. We had an emergency meeting arranged to discuss what had happened, but due to the lack of CCTV in the room, we were unable to prove our side of things. We almost all got terminated that day and were barred from any extra shifts. Following that incident, I had a very bizarre dream. I remember it vividly. I was standing on a subway platform. It was empty save me and Memaw. In my hands, I held an old camera. She stood at the edge of the platform, looking at me and smiling. She'd do little things with her hands and make cute gestures as I photographed her. Then maybe a minute later, the light of a train became apparent. It was loud, barreling down the tunnel. I remember lowering the camera, watching as Memaw waved at me once more. And just as the train neared, she stepped backwards, falling into the space of the tracks and getting hit by the train. As the vehicle passed, I looked down, finding in my hand a photograph, but not one I'd taken, the one from the room instead, where we'd first seen her, captioned "Rest in Peace, Memaw," with a frown occupying her face instead of a smile. When I woke up, I was covered in sweat. I checked my phone and it read 4 a.m. I tried to go back to sleep, but I couldn't. As I lay there thinking about the photograph, I had an epiphany. I really can't describe it properly, but something inside me knew what I had to do. I waited patiently for a few hours, up until the first bus that followed the road alongside my college would run. Then I made my way to the station and got on. I didn't have a shift, and following the events of the day previous, I really shouldn't have went to the campus. But I did. I had to. As soon as I stepped off the bus, this cold sensation came over me. Granted, the morning air was chilly, but this was different. It prickled my skin the farther I went, but I ignored it. I headed directly towards my old favorite lunch spot, Memaw's room. I still had my ID card, and so I was able to unlock the access door of the building, then make my way up to the floor the room was on. I stood before it. The air around me, despite being conditioned, was horrendously tense and thick, almost like I was moving through water. But I continued. I swiped my card. The door showed green and unlocked without issue. Then I stepped inside. It was normal. The lights came on fine, and I moved to the back of the room. As gracefully as I could, I moved, though every fiber of my being told me that there was something inside the room, something I couldn't see, watching me. But I kept going. I climbed up the desk, then onto the thin ledge that ran against the wall, and I reached up as far as I could, just barely managing to grab the edge of the frame. I pulled it down. The photo was different, just like my dream. Memaw wore a soft frown, looking upset. The palpable sensation that someone was right behind me as I balanced on the ledge was nearly impossible to ignore, but I did manage to ignore it. As genuinely as I could, I blew the little bit of the dust off the photo, before whispering a quiet, "Sorry, Memaw." Then I strained myself as far as I could and carefully put the photograph back how it was before we'd ever touched it, face up, standing tall. As I let the frame go, the sensation of something behind me vanished. It was like a weight being lifted. Within seconds, everything about the room felt fine, natural, normal. I climbed down, looking once more back at where I put the photograph, before leaving and making my way out of the campus. When I arrived home, I vaguely remember collapsing into bed and sleeping well into the afternoon. Following that day, the ghost of Memaw was never heard from again. The scribblings we had seen on the wall vanished, as did the cute origami figures. I never heard a giggle or footsteps or caught her in the corner of my eye on my night shifts. I never explained to my coworkers what I'd done either, and though we were all disappointed in the loss of the novelty, I think the relief we felt from knowing we'd never have to deal with her again was a fair trade. To this day, I don't know who Memaw was or why her photograph sat there, but I did visit it a few times after hours up until I left the college. And, believe it or not, her smile had returned. I suppose the photograph served as a memorial, or an ode, one that should never have been disrespected as it was. But I guess I'll never know for sure. Service call I'll never forget. From Sleepy HVAC Guy. This happened to me around 6 to 7 years ago, and when I think about it, it feels like it just happened yesterday. I'll never forget that day. I'm an HVAC service technician, and for those who don't know, it's heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. It's good trade work. With this kind of work, if you do residential housing, it isn't uncommon for homeowners to leave the door unlocked for you to go fix whatever isn't working when they're not home during the day. At least, that's how it is in the smaller town I live in. I received a work order one day to schedule a visit with an older lady for a furnace checkup. Usually, they request service and I call to set up a time and date to come do the work. So I did just that. I called, and she asked if I could come the next morning at 8. I agreed, and she said, I'll leave the back door unlocked. Just let yourself in. The stairs are right at the back door. Just head down them, and the first door on your right is where the furnace is." I replied, "Sounds good. I'll let you know if I find any issues." She then spoke back, "That sounds wonderful, thank you. Also, I haven't decided if I'm going to sleep in tomorrow or going to work early. I'm leaving for vacation." "A vacation? Sounds like fun. Well, I'll try to be quiet when I come in so I don't wake you if you're sleeping in then." She thanked me, and we said our goodbyes. The next morning, I was up at the usual time, making myself some coffee, then jumping into the truck, going on my way. It was a cool fall day, and the morning was darkened with rain clouds. My favorite weather. I pulled up to the house in the work order. It was a small white home, older for sure, with red shutters and a tall 7-foot white wooden fence around the back of the property. I grabbed my bag out of the back. Sipping my coffee, I started walking to the side of the house to the gate. I let myself in and walked up the stairs to the back door. I glanced over to her detached garage, and through the window I saw a vehicle parked inside. I looked inside quickly to see if there were any signs of the homeowner. It was dark inside, all the lights were off, so I opened the door, went inside, and closed it behind me. In this house, when you walk into the back door, the stairs are straight ahead, and to the right it opens up into a kitchen. Well, I peeked around the right side and looked down past the kitchen into the living room. I thought to myself, she must be asleep still, hence the vehicle and the lights being off. I turned the basement stair lights on and went down the stairs to the furnace room. I unpacked my bag for the tools I needed and began to open the furnace up to run it and test the things I needed to. We use a little plastic key to close the furnace switch so the fan will run while the door is off. It makes some noise, but it usually isn't too loud while it runs. A few seconds after the furnace started, my ears perked up. I heard something above me. Footsteps. They were coming from where the bedrooms would be, off to my right, walking over me to the kitchen. I didn't think much of it. I just felt bad I may have been making too much noise and woke up our customer. A few moments went by and I heard the footsteps go back to the bedroom. I was getting close to the end of what I needed to do there, when all of a sudden I heard a thud, thud, thud. I nearly jumped up from my crouched position. What the hell was that? I thought to myself. It was stomping. Someone was stomping from the bedroom to the kitchen. I felt some slight panic because I thought I kept her awake with the noise and she was upset with me. The stomping stopped briefly in the kitchen above me, and I just stared at the floor above me waiting. The few moments I waited felt like an eternity then. Thud, thud, thud. The stomping footsteps trailed back away to the bedroom. I remembered thinking, I better pack up and split before I have an uncomfortable confrontation with the homeowner. I put the covers back on the furnace, threw my tools in my bag, and my phone in my pocket. I stood up, taking a few steps and looking around the corner. I saw the light to the stairs was off. I paused a moment before walking out of the room and thought to myself, I'm pretty sure I turned that on. But before I could contemplate any more to myself, thud, thud, thud. The footsteps were even louder than before, like someone was running from one end of the house to the other and stopped right above me. I started to get some anxiety, knowing someone was there, waiting. It felt as if I waited an eternity to hear something, anything. So I took a deep breath, and I thought, well, if she's angry, I'll just have to deal with it and be extra nice. I took a few steps. I was looking down at the floor then, and I could see the bottom of the steps from there. I peered up, and in the darkness of the stairs at the top was the silhouette of a head of someone with long hair dangling down over their face and shoulders. What little light from the door there was behind the head cast a shadow over their face. I couldn't make out any features. It was just an arm and head, like someone was leaning around the corner looking down at me. Panic set in. I froze. I locked eyes on this person for what felt like forever. Eventually, I had to blink. And when I did, they vanished. I blinked a few more times and tried to clear my eyes. I waited and prayed they would go back the other way so I could just leave. I wondered what in the world was that about. A few seconds passed, and the footsteps thudded back to the bedroom. Dead silence fell over the house. All I could hear was the blood pumping and ringing in my ears. Finally, I decided to push myself and just go. My legs felt they were made of solid metal, stiff and heavy. I then broke into a sprint up the stairs. My spine chilled as I ran. My ears heard them coming. Thud, thud, thud. It was coming towards me. Full adrenaline was pumping now. I charged up the stairs, pushing myself. I got to the top, and as I opened the door and slammed it behind me, I saw a shadow out of the corner of my eye. I tried to catch my breath. I turned around, and through the small glass opening at the top of the door, I saw a shadow of a person standing in the kitchen. I didn't freeze this time. I nearly fell down the steps getting away. I went down the path through the gate, back to my truck. I threw my bag in the back, and I jumped in. I tried to make sense of what just happened. My heart was beating out of my chest. Trying to calm myself down, I put it in drive and was gone. I drove a few blocks up to a gas station to get a fresh coffee, trying to relax before calling the homeowner. I calmed myself first, then made the call. Here's how the conversation went. Hello? I'm all finished. Everything looks good. I'm sorry if I woke you up.
Oh, no worries. You didn't wake me. I went into work early.
Oh, I see. I saw a car in the garage. I thought I heard some footsteps above me, too. Must have been my mind playing tricks. She paused a moment before responding, then said,
Oh, yes, my house is old. It can make some funny noises. I rode with a coworker today.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll see you in the spring for that maintenance. Her response came quickly, and she cut me off at the end of my sentence, simply asking,
Did you see it too?
It's not there. From Jonah R. Between 1999 and 2006, I served my community as a detention deputy. As you might imagine, I have a lot of stories, most of them neither fun nor funny. But there were a couple that were downright terrifying. I decided to become a jail guard when it was announced a jail would be opening up in my hometown. After I left the service, I'd only had a couple of part-time jobs. Not anything one would consider a career. During this time, I met a beautiful woman who agreed to become my wife. Working for tips as a waiter was not going to cut it anymore. So away I went to college to earn the right to wear a badge. Once I finished my training, I was off to jail, thankfully on the right side of the bars. When the new jail neared completion, the higher-ups decided to have a deputy stationed there to keep an eye on the place. If I could get that assignment, I'd get to work unsupervised and be 5 minutes away from my house. I couldn't raise my hand fast enough. Now that I think back on it, I wish I'd kept my hand down. The main part of the jail is laid out like a V, with dorms consistently placed on either side of the V, and master control was located at the base of the V. Master control is just what it sounds like. It's the room where primary access control is handled. After checking everything was in place, I settled in for the night. I had snacks, soda, a new book I was looking forward to reading. Keep in mind this was before the iPhone Wi-Fi era. Other than being bored to tears, I didn't have anything to worry about. Or so I thought. We were required to walk down the corridors and into each of the dorms every few hours. I never liked walking down the main corridors. All that empty space was unnerving. I know it's super cliche, but I always got the feeling someone was sitting up in the master control watching me walk around. It felt like someone back there was watching over me, someone who wasn't actually there. I brushed it off, manned up, and did my rounds. One night I was halfway down the first corridor when I realized I hadn't unlocked the doors before I'd left master control. I groaned. That meant I'd have to unlock all the doors manually. Pop. The door to my left creaked open. Inside, I could hear the doors to each of the 2 dorms also open. What in the world? I thought. It was a new facility, and there were bound to be a few bugs, so I double-checked to make sure I had the master keys in my pocket before heading in to shut the inner doors and closing the main hallway door. It would have been kind of embarrassing if I locked myself in, especially for 12 hours. Checked and secured, I moved on. Pop, pop. This time it was the primary doors on both sides of the hallway. Just as they had before, the doors in front of me began to open. If something happens once, you can just blow it off, but if something happens twice, at exactly the precise time you're about to do something, that is not a coincidence. Meanwhile, I still felt those non-existent eyes crawling up the back of my neck. Working in law enforcement, in any capacity, can be a soul-sucking experience. You get used to ugly and scary, but this was a different kind of scary. I didn't know what the hell was going on. Like I said, the first time it happened, it was relatively easy to shake off. I figured they were using some sort of new motion-sensitive system or something. I called my supervisor the next day, asking him if that happened to be the case.
Nah, no way, man. We'd never use something like that.
After making it clear that was the stupidest thing he'd ever heard, think about having a motion-sensitive system in a jail for a minute. He asked me why I was asking. I made up something about noticing some equipment in the control rooms and wanting to know what they were. He scoffed.
You've taken the courses on how to operate those systems. Heck, you know more about how things work down there than I do.
I could feel the sarcasm pouring out of the phone. He could give me crap all he wanted so long as he saved me that 45-minute drive. The following night, I decided to wait a while before doing my rounds. I paid extra close attention to the CCTV cameras. This was back in the early 2000s and I was with a county agency, so we're not talking NSA-level tech here. I watched, and after a while I finally cracked my book open. But then, the doors began opening again. I couldn't hear them opening. I first noticed it when I saw motion on the screens. My head yanked up to the sight of 3 doors slowly opening. I steeled myself, grabbing my keys and going down to close those doors. But things were different this time. Instead of just feeling someone watching me, I swear I saw movement in master control when I glanced back over my shoulder. Racing back, I was greeted to the sight of an empty room filled with mindlessly flickering screens. That day, keep in mind I worked 12-hour shifts at night, I dreamt I was in one of the dorms and I had a ring full of keys, but none of them would open any of the doors. Then the dream went on what I could only call endless desperation loop. I kept trying to get out using the keys, any of the keys, but none of them would open any of the doors. I was starting to get rattled. These sorts of events kept happening. As the day of the jail's opening drew closer, I started to believe there was someone living in that jail. Maybe a homeless person, desperate for a place to stay, had taken up residence there. But no matter how hard I searched, I could not find anyone. Finally, my time watching over the creepy place drew to a close. My last day, or rather my last night, finally came around. The sun began to warm the skies off in the horizon, and I could see the lights from the relief officer's car as he pulled into the parking lot.
It's not there.
The words had come out of nowhere and had been spoken directly into my ear. I jumped up, causing the chair to fly across the room. I rushed around, checking every screen of every monitor in the room. Nothing. So, what's going on? The oncoming officer asked me as he entered the room. I sighed. Nothing, I said, packing up my things and heading out. When you leave the control room, the entryway to the 2 main hallways is on the left, and the main exit is on the right. As there weren't any inmates in the facility yet, we left the hallway door open. As I stepped out, I stopped for a second to adjust the strap on my backpack. As I turned to leave, I heard someone say, "It's not there." The words echoed down the halls. I quickly turned and looked up at the other officer to find him frantically looking over the monitors, down toward me and down the hallways. I didn't know if the other officers were playing a game on me, and the guy who just took over was in on it. So rather than get punked, I just gave him a wave and headed out. Whatever was going on, at least I knew it wasn't just me. Soon the jail was stocked full of alleged evildoers, and you couldn't hear yourself think, let alone some ethereal convict trying to find something he lost. Not long after that, I resigned, taking up a job with another sheriff's office. That was 20+ years ago, but even after all that time, I still think back on those days and shudder. Ghost at Chuck E. Cheese. From Jazzy J. I graduated from a Christian school and I was 18, so I needed a job to pay for college. One of the seniors I graduated with recommended I work at Chuck E. Cheese, which is where he worked. I was accepted pretty quickly, and just as quickly I realized how stressful the job was. I worked as a game room attendant. I was the one that customers called for when they needed tokens, cleaned tables, delivered pizzas, and helped little kids find their mom or dad. It was fine at first when I had help, but as soon as I began to settle in, I was the only game room attendant for the closing shift. During the closing shift, half of the restaurant is already turned off. The games are as well, except one, the Haunted Mansion. I was told about that game, that it would sometimes turn on during the night while being connected to no power. I paid that no mind. I didn't want to assume the worst. Being part of a family that was raised Christian, I was taught to ignore the paranormal as to not catch any attention from it. During one shift, I was the only one in the game room area, cleaning the tables near the cashier, where the last lights were on. "Did you turn off the games?" one of the girl cashiers, Dee, asked. I turned to her, then back at the darkness and scanned the area. "The games are all connected to one power source," I explained. "If one's on, all of them are going to be on." "Well, I swear I saw a light flashing or something. Maybe it was just a car passing by." She calmed herself as she continued her mopping. Another female cashier, A, grinned as she came over. "Maybe it was Angie's ghost." At this, Dee flinched and glared at her. "Don't say that." I watched them for a bit, confused about this Angie's ghost. But I decided not to bother and went on with my duties. At Chuck E. Cheese, every employee must be Chuck E. This is done every hour or so of the day. A small broom closet is where employees went to change into the costume. The inside of it smelled really bad, and in the closet there was a door at the back wall which was locked. You could peek in through the top, since the small wooden door was shorter than the actual frame. But it was dark, and you could see the sunlight from the other door also peeking in on the other side. This is where it began to get weird. I dreaded going into that closet. It wasn't just because the costume smelled like vomit, but the darkness in that room behind the closet never felt, well, empty. Every time I changed, I felt someone staring at me, shooting daggers at my back as I put on the costume, and I never dared to look back, because when I did, there would be nothing but a small silhouette of a head showing up to break the light coming from the other door. But I knew no one was there, which terrified me more as I tried to ignore it. While closing, I was always the last one to leave, along with my manager who just stayed in the office. But I was the only one outside, alone in the darkness. I would always put on my headphones, listening to music as I cleaned, but I could never have both of them in. I always had just one earbud in, because every time I put in both, the feeling of being watched enveloped me. And even worse, it felt as if someone was always walking up to me. The bathrooms were taken care of by the cashiers. I never went to the restroom because I was always needed by a customer or by my manager. But one opening shift made me 100% sure that what I was feeling and sensing was not in my head, and I would never use that restroom ever again. On the day of that opening shift, there was a blackout. We had to sit out in the front tables near the windows, so as not to trip in the semi-darkness of the building. My female manager kept saying she wanted to go into the dark office for the phone, to call and see what's going on. Don't do it, or else Angie's ghost will get you. A would call out to her as the manager ran into the darkness. That's when I decided to ask her about it. Who is Angie? What ghost? A looked over at me with a wide expression. You haven't felt it? There's a ghost here. It was brought here by an old employee named Angie. The cook looked over with fear and shushed her. Shh, don't talk about her. I've had enough of her. One time I walked out to take out the trash, and when I turned to look back at the door, there was a flash of black hair. Then a hand grabbed the door and shut it. It was locked, too, he exclaimed. I had to run to the front and have Dee unlock the door to let me in, and we checked the cameras. Nothing but static. Soon, the lights to the building turned back on. Everyone returned to their normal places. But I had a bad feeling in my chest after that story. I felt like something was going to happen. I just didn't know what. And the feeling of being watched wasn't helping at all. And, to my horror, I needed to use the restroom. After a long time hesitating, I went. I didn't like the restroom there. It felt off, and the cashiers would tell me strange things happened in the girls' restroom. I ran in, and I took the last stall out of the 4. The feeling of being watched was even worse. I felt my heart pounding out of my chest as I finished up. Once I was done, I went towards the sink to wash my hands. But as I approached the sink, I noticed the first stall, which was closed when I walked in, was now wide open, and there was someone inside. There was a little girl with long, black hair covering her face. She was in a white dress. My skin crawled as I saw her. As ashamed as I am to say this, I was so afraid I left without washing my hands. I didn't want to be in that restroom any longer, and before anyone tries to debunk this, we hadn't opened to anyone yet, so it wasn't a customer, and the only girls there at the time were me, A, and the manager, who were at the front counting the registers for the day. So I knew at that moment that was Angie's ghost, the one I'd heard so much about, and she did not like me. I told my parents about this, and immediately they told me to ignore it. They told me to pray before I walked into work and to listen to Christian music while I cleaned. Once I began doing this, I would feel a bubble surrounding me, like a shield, and I would still feel her watching me from a distance, even walking around the bubble, looking for a way to get closer to me. But she never could, and for a while, I stopped feeling her near me. On my last week of working there, we had a full house. I was so busy stocking tickets and tokens that I had to be pulled aside by a dad needing some assistance with a particular photo booth. This photo booth was a little red car with Chucky sitting in the passenger seat, and the driver's seat is where the kids would sit and take their pictures. Once a picture was taken, it would print out on the side of the engine of the car. So yeah, our pictures aren't coming out. Could you help us? The dad asked me. I quickly followed the dad to the machine. His little girl had blonde hair and 2 pigtails with a bright yellow dress. I said hello before kneeling down to the printer part of the booth. Once I opened it up, I saw her photo stuck inside. I pulled it out, but I could feel that there were more photos jammed up behind it. I assumed they were also hers and handed the 3 photos to the dad. I started closing up the machine when the dad spoke again. "Hey, these pictures aren't my daughter's." I looked up at him as he handed me 2 photos back. "The first one's mine, but the last 2 aren't. They look kinda creepy, don't they?" he said. I looked at the photos, and my eyes watered. There, sitting at the driver's seat, where the camera takes the picture, was a little girl with black hair covering her eyes, wearing a white dress. The second photo was her holding the camera with skinny, pale arms. When I looked back up, the dad and his daughter were already at another game. I took the photos and ran to the kitchen to show the cook. "Look, is this her?" I yelled, rushing over to him and explaining everything that happened. His face went white. He nodded with wide eyes. He quickly showed the female manager, exclaiming that he was indeed telling her the truth. Once everyone took a look at those photos, we placed them in the small break room, which was just a small shelf, and under it were hooks for people's bags and purses. I continued my duties for the night while telling my friend who guards the front entrance about the whole situation. She didn't get to see the photos and wanted to see them herself. I quickly went to the break room to obtain them, but, to my surprise, the pictures were not there. "Hey, did you take the photos?" I asked the cook. He turned to me and shook his head. "No, why?" "Well, I wanted to show them to my friend, but they're not there. Did someone go into the break room and get them?" I asked again. Everyone looked around the whole kitchen. No one ever saw those photos again. They were just gone. I've never had an experience like this, and I hope it's the last. To that ghost, I hope we never meet again. Ice cream, more like I scream, from Eden. My very first job was at a local ice cream and water ice store. Even though it's been more than 10 years, I'll never forget that job. I think I'd just turned 15 years old when I started. It was a seasonal job for the late spring and summer, which was perfect because I was in high school and tended to be busy in the fall doing theater productions. The place was a small ice cream shop located in a plaza with a local grocery store. It was the kind of ice cream shop where you would walk up to the window to order. There was no inside area for customers, just a few wooden benches outside the window to sit and eat your frozen treats. Since it was a small place, there weren't many employees. When I was hired, there was myself, 3 other girls about my age, a manager who was a little older than me, and the owner. The first summer I worked there, it was mainly myself and the owner there alone. Usually, I worked the opening shift 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. The owner at the time was a guy in his early to mid-30s. He usually stayed in the office, meaning it was just me up front with the customers. I had no problem with this. I would bring a boombox, yes, a boombox. It was the early 2000s after all. And I would play my favorite Broadway CDs or Disney classics to sing along to between customers. Honestly, I enjoyed working there, and I didn't notice anything weird about my workplace. That is, until I worked my first closing shift. It was midsummer, and one of the girls who usually worked the night shift had called out of work on a Saturday. We were usually quite busy on a Saturday night, as the plaza was located directly across from a skate park that was the popular teen hangout in the small town. Really, you either hung out at the skate park or in the parking lot of the plaza. Anyway, they were expecting a big crowd, so of course I was called in for the 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. shift. Instead of being there with the owner, I would be there with the manager. We'll call her Sarah. Sarah was maybe 2 years older than me. I'd seen her around the store from time to time, but I'd never worked directly with her. Truthfully, I was a little nervous, because I found it was hard for me to get along with other girls. Plus, I had just moved to this town earlier in the year after growing up in a big city, and I didn't have many friends. I quickly realized I had nothing to worry about. Sarah was so cool. That's literally the only way I could describe her. She had a nose ring, which wasn't popular back then, a bunch of ear piercings, brown hair with bright red tips, and even a tattoo. We bonded pretty quickly within the first hour or two of the shift. She told me about wanting to go to college for criminology and talked about her fascination with serial killers and true crime. Before long, the shop was pretty crowded, as most Saturdays were. However, as it got darker, the customers dwindled. The small town had a curfew for teenagers. They couldn't be out in the streets or parks past 10 p.m. So oftentimes, they would leave early to go hang out at someone's house, or something like that. The ice cream shop closed at 9 p.m., and that gave the closing crew an hour to clean and lock up. Having never worked a closing shift before, at some point during the shift, Sarah gave me a rundown of what we needed to do to get out on time. When we closed, I went to the back to retrieve the broom so that I could start to sweep. Now, the inside of the store was set up like this. First, there was the storefront, with the horizontal freezers that contain the tubs of water ice, the soft-serve ice cream machines, milkshake blenders, soft pretzel display, topping display, and windows for customers to order from. Secondly was the back area, where we had the walk-in freezer, large fridge, pretzel oven, microwave, and water ice making machines. There was a glass side door there that led to the outside. And thirdly, we had the back hallways, 2 hallways that connected to the back area. One led to the small bathroom and the office, and the other led to the back door that went outside to where the dumpsters were. The one that led to the back door is where all the brooms, mops, and cleaning supplies were kept. That's where I went. The brooms were hanging on the wall by these tight clips you had to undo to get them down. As I made my way down the hallway, I watched as one of the brooms slowly unclipped itself. It was now in the air in front of me, and it stayed there for a few seconds before finally falling to the ground. The handle lay closest to me. I had watched it happen with wide eyes. I didn't even know what to do. It took me a minute, but I grabbed the broom and booked it to the store front. Sarah was there putting lids on the tubs of water ice. She noticed that I was out of breath. "You all right?" she asked. The broom, I panted. It unclipped itself. Sarah finished my sentence. We stared at each other, making eye contact for a few seconds. "Look," she sighed. "This kind of thing happens a lot here during the night shift. I can tell you more about it, but we should finish cleaning first." All I could do was nod. We sped through the cleaning. I'd always been good at cleaning during the day, and this was not really all that different. At the end of cleaning, we gathered all the trash bags and put them in the hallway near the back door. Then we turned off all the lights. The last thing that needed to be done was count up the registers. That was something I didn't have any experience with, so Sarah invited me into the back office with her so that I could see how it was done. Sarah sat at the wooden desk in a black computer chair, and I sat on a metal folding chair in the corner of the office. I couldn't help but glance up at the screens on the upper part of the desk that showed the camera feed. One camera was on the storefront, and the other 2 were in the back area pointed down both hallways. It wasn't great quality, but I could see Sarah and I inside the office door on the camera because the light was on. She laid the trays from the register out in front of herself. Then she opened the big black safe next to the desk. As she started counting up the trays, she let out a deep breath. "All right," she said. "I assume you still want to know about what goes on here." I gulped, but nodded. Sarah bit her lip for a second. She peeked outside of the office, then slowly closed the door, locking it with the simple doorknob lock. "A few years ago, this was a different ice cream shop," she began to say in a quiet voice. "You wouldn't have known that since you're new in town, but it was owned by an older man and lady who had a son. The son worked as a manager here, and when he was 21, his parents found him in this very office. He had put a gun inside his mouth and pulled the trigger. He killed himself right here in this office." I felt my heart racing in my chest. "So what you're saying is that the ice cream shop is haunted by that guy?" Sarah slowly nodded. "Usually he tries to help, like when the brooms come flying off the walls, but sometimes he likes to pull pranks on us." "What do you mean by pranks?" I asked. "Well," Sarah started but then stopped. She was staring at the camera screens, eyes wide. I looked up and my eyes got wide as well. The camera, which pointed down the other hallway, was capturing a dark, shadowy figure of a man which was illuminated by the red exit sign above the back door. Like that, Sarah said. That's the door we have to go out later. When I blinked, the figure was gone. Before I could really process what was happening, there was a loud knock on the office door. Sarah and I were both startled and yelped. The doorknob began to twist and turn, but it was locked, so it wasn't going to open. "I'm trying to count the registers," Sarah said. "We're almost done." The doorknob stopped twisting. "It must be getting closer to 10, she said quietly to me. Sarah quickly began to count the register trays again. As soon as she got them counted, she shoved the money in the safe and closed it. "Come on, let's try to get out quick," she said. "What'll we do if he's out there?" I asked. "He won't be, probably." She flung open the office door. I clung to her arm as we made our way over to the side door. Sarah made sure it was locked. Then we went to the trash bags on the floor. We both grabbed as many as we could. We did not want to have to make a second trip. Then we booked it down the hallway and ran out the back door. I dropped the bags when I got outside and sunk down to the pavement. I glanced around, realizing we were in the back alley behind the plaza. There was a big green dumpster in front of me. Never had I been so glad to be in a creepy back alleyway. I let out a sigh of relief. "Sorry, he's usually not so active. It must be because you're new," Sarah said, placing the trash bags one by one in the dumpster. To be honest, this had not been the first experience I'd ever had with a ghost. The house I'd grown up in the city, was old and it was haunted. But since moving to this small town, I'd finally got some peace. A break from any ghosts until now. I never really expected to see something like that at the ice cream shop I worked at. As the summer went on, I worked only a few other night shifts with Sarah. Most of them were relatively quiet, just small things here and there, like brooms unclipping or mop buckets rolling around. Eventually, fall came around and the ice cream shop closed for the season. By the time the next summer had come around, I was already invited back to the ice cream shop. That summer, I was going to be made a manager. Sarah chose not to return. She wanted that summer to herself before college. She had been accepted to a really good school in Washington, D.C. to study criminology. So, I would take over the position. This meant I'd be working the night shift a lot more. To be honest, at first it wasn't that bad. A close friend of mine, who we'll call Marie, started working at the ice cream shop too. Most night shifts, it was me and her. Now, there were some times I'd be asked to work double shifts, both opening and closing the store. Yeah, I was a minor working way more hours than I should have, but it was a small ice cream shop and no one cared in the early 2000s. One day, I'd been at the ice cream shop all day. It had been raining the whole afternoon. Rain means slow business for an ice cream shop. Usually, only one girl would work all day and night when it rains. Since I was the manager now, I was that girl. Begrudgingly, I called Marie on the corded landline phone and told her she didn't need to come in that night. After giving her the night off, I plugged in my boombox and got to work. Believe it or not, I had a lot of responsibilities as a manager, even though I was young. One of my many tasks was to take care of the ice buildup on the insides of the horizontal freezers. Once a week, I'd have to remove the tubs of water ice and use a metal scraper to remove all the ice that built up on the inner walls of the freezer. I'd begun to scrape the freezer when I heard a noise in the back. I sighed. I didn't want to investigate, but I knew it would be better if I did. So I put the metal scraper down and walked into the back area. I could already see that the broom was lying on the floor in the hallway near the back door. I picked up the broom. "Yeah, I know," I said out loud. "I'm gonna sweep, but I have to finish the freezer." I took the broom up front with me. I placed it, leaning against the ice cream machine, and bent over the horizontal freezer again. I stopped and stared. On the wall of the freezer, there was a large handprint, way too big to be my hand. As I stared at it, the boombox began skipping. I blinked quickly. Grabbing the scraper, I scraped away the handprint. Then I went to the back and I slapped the boombox, trying to get it to stop skipping. But it wouldn't stop. so I had to unplug it. I tried not to think about it or say anything about it as the rain picked up and was now loudly hitting the roof of the ice cream store. But I had decided I would be calling Marie again. I took out my cell phone, I think it was one of those early Androids with the touchscreen, and I called Marie. Luckily, she agreed to come in, even after I had given her the night off. She lived close by and walked over as soon as she could. I was so grateful for her company. Now that she could watch the storefront, I could complete most of my management responsibilities. The rest of the evening was quiet. Honestly, a little too quiet, considering what had happened earlier. When it came time to close up shop, we went about doing the closing tasks. Marie lifted a tub of extra water ice to put it in the walk-in freezer, then went into the back as I began to clean the ice cream machine. About 10 minutes went by, and I realized I hadn't seen Marie in a bit. I went into the back to check on her. I couldn't find her in the bathroom, the office, or in the other hallway near the cleaning supplies. "Marie?" I called loudly. As soon as I said her name, there was a pounding on the walk-in freezer door. I rushed over and opened it. Marie practically fell out of the freezer. She said, "Sorry, I didn't know the freezer locked." She was shivering. I must have looked freaked out, because she started to look freaked out. "What?" she asked me. "The freezer does lock," I started, "but it locks from the inside." I stepped inside the freezer and showed her how it locked from the inside. I believe this was so if the ice cream store was robbed, you could take shelter in the freezer and lock it from the inside. I don't know for sure, but that's what I always assumed. I swear, though," Marie told me. "I couldn't open the door. I really couldn't." "I believe you," I assured her. Then I sighed. "This kind of thing happens a lot here during the night shift. I can tell you more about it, but we should finish cleaning first." I quoted Sarah exactly. Since I was the manager now, the responsibility of explaining the history of the ice cream shop had fallen upon me. I ended up working for that ice cream shop for a total of 6 summers as a manager. Today, that ice cream shop is a different business completely. When I still lived in that area, I would always pass by and wonder if he was still there. Curious Dark Figure. From Anonymous. I'm a security officer in the Milwaukee area, and I've been at my current posting for a few months, working the night shifts. The business, I guess I could say, is a hotel for the sick and their families. It's newly built and less than a year old at the time of writing this. It has 2 floors with windows lining every wall. It's a very nice property to say the least. As the security officer at this business, I was tasked with monitoring cameras and every so often patrol the property to make sure everything is locked and no one is loitering on the property. There's only one security officer for each shift. When I first began the posting at the end of summer 2021, everything was going on as normal, and the nights were quiet. This continued for a few weeks, but around week 3, I began getting the sense that I was not alone, and I had the feeling of being watched. Perhaps I was just tired from long days of work, so I just chalked it up to me seeing things. So I continued my shifts as normal, until one day I started to see a dark figure out of the corner of my eye. When I looked up, the dark figure quickly moved behind one of the pillars. I stared for a while and even got up to take a look around the pillar, but nothing was there. I continued to monitor the cameras, reading a book, when I suddenly heard 2 taps on the window behind me. Not in quick succession, but about 2 to 3 seconds apart. They were not by any means light taps. It was more like a thud, like someone was trying to get my attention. I took out my flashlight as the lights were all off. I looked around, but I didn't find anything out of the ordinary. So I sat back down at my desk, going back to my business as normal. I know in hindsight, I should have investigated more. But at the time, I could not explain why it was happening, although the thought did linger in the back of my mind. When the time came, I began my rounds, And while walking down the southwest corridor of the building, I got the feeling of being watched again, and like any normal human being, I looked around. There wasn't anything in front of me, so I looked over my shoulder and my heart dropped. A dark figure slowly moved behind a doorway and disappeared. Was it just a shadow of a passing car? I thought to myself. My heart was definitely racing at this point, but I continued to walk down the hallway, occasionally looking over my shoulder. At the end of the hall are a set of windows before leading downstairs, and because it was dark outside, the window reflected like a mirror. About halfway down the hallway, I looked up at the window and see what looks to be a head sitting above my right shoulder. I immediately turned around, ready to confront someone, and again, no one was there. My heart was pounding, and I almost didn't want to continue my rounds, but I had to. It was my job. I know you're going to say I should have noped out of there, but I kept telling myself this can't be real. I must be so tired I'm just seeing things. The whole time I felt like I was being watched, and the hair was standing up on my neck like they were going to pop out of the pores. While on the lower level, I had to use the restroom before continuing on. After I finished my business, I washed my hands, and while I turned the water off, I could have sworn I heard footsteps outside the door. I opened the door, and I looked in the lounge area and down the corridor, but nothing. If there was someone there, I would have seen them. Again, I thought I was just hearing and seeing things because I was getting tired. I walk not even 15 feet towards the northwest corridor, and the soap dispenser goes off twice in the bathroom, adjacent to the one I just used. Having just walked past it, I knew there was no one in there. I thought to myself, my shadow must have caused the motion sensor to go off. There is a light in the hall there, but again I shake my head and continue to walk on. My rounds include going outside, to which I felt a great relief when I walked out. I continued my normal route around the building. I was getting close to the garage, and I couldn't believe it. I looked up at one of the windows in the offices, and the outline of a dark figure was just standing there, looking down at me. I quickly shined my flashlight up at the window, but by then it was gone. My anxiety was through the roof now. I went inside and sat at the desk, refusing to move and do my rounds. Only until people started moving about when the sun came up did I gain back my composure somewhat. The staff of the building began to arrive later in the morning, dropping their belongings in the office. One of them came up and asked how the night went, to which I replied, it was all right, and I explained that it felt as if I was seeing things. The thing I didn't want to hear next was what she said. Yeah, we're thinking this place is haunted. There have been some weird happenings going on in the building, and I think it might be because the business across the street is trying to expand, and they found out they were digging up a burial ground. Maybe the disturbed spirits came over here. Just hearing those words made the sense of dread reign over me, because now I knew I was more than likely being stalked or watched by something. I began to explain to her about what I'd experienced overnight, and she had a very shocked and disturbed look on her face. After I left for the day, I spoke to the other security officers, and they too have experienced similar sightings, that feeling of being watched. However, each of them has said they haven't experienced anything other than that. One of the security officers that worked there almost refuses to come back. It's been 3 months now, and on occasion I'll get the feeling of being watched, hear footsteps along the hallway, and I'll see a dark figure. But nothing else has come of it. After a while, I began to lose that sense of being scared, and figured it must be a friendly spirit if there is one. But I still get that anxiety of being watched, with the hair rising on the back of my neck. I'm hoping this is just a curious ghost, and not something more. If something more sinister does happen, I'm not too sure I'm going to keep working here.
The Shadow Man, from Jack Mustard. In the spring of 2011, when I began working as a security guard at a major tech company, one of the other officers made a remark to me before he left the building. "Don't let any odd sounds get to you," he said. I told him most sites have unusual noises and they don't really bother me. I'm unlikely to encounter anything of a supernatural nature here, I said. "Oh, I don't know about that," he replied. Being constructed in 2001 with its data center and telecoms, the tech company's site had the look and feel of something off a Star Wars set. It was a new high-tech structure with no history and no known tragedy. Besides me, the only energy there was computer energy. For nearly the first 3 years of my job, my initial assessment was proven correct. But there was one night in 2012, when I was reading a blog, I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye of a pitch-black figure flashing across the second floor. Near the security desk is a large circular opening where one can see the walkway on the second floor. It looked like a robber dressed in black with a face mask. Except it moved fast. It moved faster than any human could move. I brushed it off as nothing to be concerned about and continued to read my blog. I never mentioned it to anyone, and I forgot about it. I didn't see it head on, so it didn't really exist to me. It was a figment of my late-night imagination. Fast forward about 1 year, on the 3 a.m. patrol, I had an encounter far more real and chilling than the previous one. During the hourly patrols, the 4 telecom rooms and the data center have to be checked to ensure the computers do not overheat. To reach one of the telecom rooms, one has to traverse a dark corridor, which opens into a dimly lit office area. As I came out of the corridor, in my peripheral vision to my right, I saw a black, translucent figure. The figure stood approximately 6 feet tall. One could discern a head, neck, torso, and limbs, and it appeared to have short dreadlocks. I turned to look at it, and actually saw it straight on for about 2 seconds. It was black, faceless, but definitely real. I jumped backward and let out what seemed to be a loud yell. No one could hear me. The shadowy figure stepped back and blended itself into the background. The atmosphere lightened and returned to normal. Needless to say, the main lights went on and stayed on early that morning. When the security supervisor relieved me that morning, I asked him if any tragedies had occurred in the building or near the site. I considered him a reliable source to ask, as he had worked at the tech company since its opening. He said that no one had died on site, and he didn't remember anyone with short dreadlocks ever working there. Could something have happened prior to the construction of the building? Further research into the history of the place turned up nothing. To this day, I'm still uncertain as to who or what the mysterious Shadow Man or Shadow Men were.
Funny little things at work. From Masai Riot. My previous job was a ton of fun at first, but after a few years it was far from fun, with salary raises, company influence, and lack of work draining the whole work experience. There was a weird thing that happened during night shift when it was just me and Jeffrey, a former colleague of mine. We both agree to this day that it was something we shouldn't let out into the world, but that's a promise I'm breaking now. Jeffrey and I had the night shift from 4 in the afternoon until 1 at night, which I actually really loved, since I'm a night brewer, as we say in Holland. The day went by for the most part normally, and Jeffrey even got his dongle, a device that lets you watch things on a PC, so we could watch the soccer match of the World Championships that year. There were no higher-ups during the night shifts, and I know that even though it's not legally allowed, we were okay with it. With 25-meter beams of steel, where we had to mill a lot of steel off of, sometimes up to 45 minutes. We had a lot of free time to check the match. As the match just finished, there was a truck coming with a few hauls that the company really needed for a few orders that needed to get out the next week. Jeffrey and I saw the lights going into the big flat area where we store our rails, the same ones used for railroads. Jeffrey said, "There shouldn't be a truck coming this late." I answered him, "Well, they haven't told me anything about it either, but I do know we need some rails for the upcoming orders." We looked at each other, but it was clear that we both didn't trust the whole situation. Jeffrey put a crowbar in his huge work pants, and I grabbed a big box cutter. We walked over to the truck. I was starting to trust the whole situation less and less. Jeffrey then spoke. "Heads up." The driver of the truck stuck his head out and started to say something neither me nor Jeffrey understood, which made the two of us look at each other with weird faces. The moment I turned to the driver again, I saw a see-through pale face with a grin right next to the driver, and it startled me. "Yo, dude, you okay?" Jeffrey asked me, and after I collected myself, I just said, Yeah, man, I'm okay." I then noticed Jeffrey had gripped the crowbar that was still in his work pants, but now the driver was talking English, so we finally understood him, even with his bad grasp of the English language. Jeffrey began to unload the truck with the forklift. I put a rail of 20 meters into the holders of the milling machine, locking it and starting the milling sequence. As I was holding my bathroom visit for over an hour, I really needed to go, so I went ahead to the bathroom. The driver was here as well, taking a leak, and so when I saw him in the bathroom, he began to make conversation. "Hello, I have thing for boss of company," the driver said, and after our bathroom visit, I walked with him to the truck. When we got there, he opened the door. The moment he did, Jeffrey honked the horn of the forklift, which startled me, causing Jeffrey to burst into laughter. And through the laughter, he could just get out the words, "Oh man, that was good." "Yeah, okay, you got me. Just unload everything, okay?" I told him. The driver then handed me a box, and I looked at the driver weirdly. It was a shape more like a hexagon than a normal box. I walked to my boss's office. It was then that I noticed that the corridor to the boss's office seemed way darker than normal. At that moment, it was around 11 p.m. I quickly put down the hexagon box on my boss's table, but something didn't feel right to me, so I glanced back into the boss's office. And man, I wish I didn't. When I did, I saw the same face in the office that had been behind the driver before. I took a step back and frantically started blinking my eyes. When I stopped blinking, I didn't see that face anymore. I then slowly walked towards the cafeteria, which was only a few steps from the office, but I was a bit scared now, and I'd never been scared at this company before. Then I heard something fall in the office. Reluctantly, I started to walk back. I could still hear the noise of the forklift in the distance, so I knew it couldn't have been Jeffrey or the driver, because it was just me on this side of the building. I took a few steps inside. That's when I heard a voice. Someone said, "Make me." That voice could not have been clearer. Terrified, I continued through the office. I looked around, not finding anything that would have caused that noise. But after a moment, I heard something else. Laughter. I looked all over rapidly again, and this time I saw the face once more, over the hexagon box. The face looked to me with a serious expression. I kept staring at it, and it stared back at me, unblinking. Suddenly, Jeffrey tapped me on the shoulder, saying, "Hey man, you okay?" Surprised, I answered him, "Let's call it a night, all right?" Jeffrey looked at me with a weird look, but then he seemed to understand. "Sure, let's call it a day." Jeffrey and I walked back to the machines, turning them all off. The entire time I felt that someone was watching me, and at one point I looked at the screen of the CPU linked to the milling machine. When the screen went black, I saw the face in the reflection. This really startled me.
Jeffrey was running over towards me, but before he could even say anything, a loud thud boomed from the other part of the work floor. Jeffrey and I checked the surroundings of the work floor, but we couldn't find a thing, not until we saw in the far back. A huge 28-meter beam had fallen from the crane. "How did that happen?" I asked Jeffrey. But then he replied, "Him," and he pointed. I followed his finger, finding that familiar face, but this time I could also see a bit of the body of the figure. The face's expression became that of an eerie smile. Seeing this made my stomach turn. Jeffrey dragged me to the dressing room of the company, repeatedly shouting, "We gotta go, we gotta go." As we ran, after finally getting our work clothes off, we ran towards our cars, and I looked up to the office of our boss, seeing that face again. This time I could see the top part of its body. I put the pedal to the metal when I was in my car, and I made it to the nearby Mickey D's to calm down. I ordered some food to relax. I then noticed my hand was shaking on the steering wheel. I gathered myself, then enjoyed my late-night Mickey D's. The following day, I was free from work, but since I'd left my phone charger there, I had to drive to the company to get it. When I parked my car, I saw the figure again in that window. I dreaded going back in the building, but I told myself I could do it. I went back inside, grabbed my charger, and when I looked back up, I saw a yellow eye almost right in my face. I think I passed out then. When I woke up, no one was around me, and I started to think of what this could be that caused me to faint. Later on, I would learn that my boss sold that hexagon thing. I never did learn what it was. And luckily now I don't work there anymore. I do occasionally drive by, and every so often I swear I can see that face staring back at me. Still, I have no idea who or what it is, but I always saw it coming from my boss's office. I now work somewhere different, and I can only hope that my friends that still work there have been left alone by that thing. The Ghost Car, from Caddy Vengeance. I had a good sit-down with my mom to reminisce about some of the odd happenings in our lives. One in particular kind of stuck out. Back in the day, my sister was in marching band all 4 years of her high school career. Usually, I tagged along when my parents, well, usually just my mom, drove her to football games and competitions. That usually meant my mom was stopping off at the Exxon before heading on home afterward. And a stop at the Exxon usually meant I could talk my way into a cookies and cream candy bar, a favorite treat of mine back then. It was later in the fall around this time, and as usual, I went along with my mom to drop my sister off at a game. I think my sister was staying at a friend's afterward that night, or with my grandmother, because we didn't stay to watch. Instead, we turned around and headed home. Our home was pretty isolated, about 40 minutes away from the high school, give or take. So by the time we were in sight of the Kenna Exxon, it was dark out. For those of you who don't know, Kenna is a tiny, tiny city in Jackson County, West Virginia, with not much more than a post office, the Exxon, the elementary school, and a restaurant. This time, instead of turning into the Exxon, my mom, however, turned left, down a road which I think was named Kentucky Road. There was some disagreement on this when we retold the story, but bear with me. I'm remembering the details as best I can. I gave my mom a disappointed look, but realized she was staring nervously through the rearview mirror. The road was mostly downhill at the start, passing that restaurant I mentioned before. I think it was named Patty's Country Cookin'. I suddenly then realized there were headlights riding very close to our bumper. My mother is a nervous driver. She's been in a few accidents in the past, and she doesn't like it when people ride too close to her. So she glanced at me and said,
I'm gonna just pull over and let this guy pass whenever we get to a wide spot. I remember nodding in agreement because, while I couldn't make out any details of the car behind us, even I could recognize they were uncomfortably close to us. So we make it to the bottom of the road. My mom pulls into this big, gravelly, wide spot that's on the left of the road. And nothing. No headlights pass us. They just vanished into thin air. The two of us sat there for probably 5 minutes, just staring. Finally, my mom looked at me and asked, You saw a car, right? To which I nodded, and I even said, Yeah, Mom, I did. At that point, I had goosebumps all over. Did you see them pass us? She asked, still staring at the road. Nuh-uh, I didn't. We sat there a little longer, searching the road together. There isn't anywhere the car could have pulled off behind us. The road was just a straight stretch at the bottom of the hill. We would have seen their headlights pass us by. We would have seen their taillights too. It looked like a big car, given the height difference of the headlights that had been riding the bumper of my mom's 2003 or 2004 Buick LeSabre. So if it had gone over that hill, we definitely would have heard something. So yeah, I'm pretty sure my mom and I encountered a ghost car that night. In addition to that one encounter, my mother informed me that she had had similar experiences like that numerous times on that very same road whenever she was driving alone. Sometimes the car would be riding her bumper and vanish if she pulled over, like when I was with her. And other times, she would be followed by a pair of taillights, just to watch them disappear right in front of her eyes. My dad confirmed that he had also had a couple of experiences like this. They aren't the most harrowing experiences, but it was very frightening at the time, and to have seen it firsthand, well, it definitely shook me up a bit. Spooky experience with a client. From It's Scary Every Time. Before my current job, I was a driver for transportation services that took people to and from doctor's appointments and the like. So I'd always get my share of interesting people. One of them, whose name I'll keep to myself, was a really cool guy. The very first time I met him, he admitted right away that he was schizophrenic, but he knew enough of what he saw to where he could differentiate between what normal people see and what I see. Like I said, a very cool guy. I got the opportunity to drive him several times. We would talk about books, movies, etc. When I put in my 2 weeks' notice to come to my current job, I got to drive him one last time. I remember telling him it was my last time I'd get to talk with him. We were both a bit sad. We shook hands and made our way to our destination. Right when we got there, he said to me, "Do you mind if I tell you what I see right now?" I was always curious because he would always point out things while we drove, but he would never say exactly what he was pointing out. This was around Thanksgiving, so every time the holiday comes around, I remember what he told me. He described it as people dancing, but the more he explained, the more traumatic it got. He said he saw shadows of people twirling and spinning like ballet, but their heads would just come off, and ribbons would burst out of them and get tangled with other dancers. He also mentioned big, sometimes building-sized shadows stepping on these dancers as they moved, jumping and playing like dogs. He describes these images for about 5 minutes before he has to get out of the van and on to his appointment. I stayed professional, leaving my horrified expression locked behind a smile. He jumped out of the van, spun on the spot, and said, "Hey, good luck with your..." And he completely froze, his expression wide-eyed and fixed on something that was apparently right outside my driver's side window. Then he snapped out of it a few seconds later. New job, he finished, before closing the door and walking into the building. I have to admit, I turned around and looked out my window. There was nothing there, just a couple of trees in the parking lot. I was very alone. I got the impression that whatever he saw was huge and right behind me. But whatever it truly was, I'll never know. And I honestly think I'm okay with that. Possession of Memaw. From Dell 6511. I've always believed in a higher power, and to some I understand that's a sensitive subject. But no matter what anyone believes, I think if you believe in good, you really have to believe in evil as well. You can't just have one without the other. So with that in mind, I'd like to tell you about 2 encounters that made me a believer in evil spirits. I used to have this friend. We'll call him Mo for privacy's sake. Mo and I grew up together, and we were as close as brothers for many years. As we got older, we went our separate ways, but that's another story. Anyway, he and I used to do everything together, and he even lived with me a couple of times. Mo had a rough upbringing, so my dad really felt the need to help him out, and I was happy because I wasn't alone anymore. I was an only child for a military mechanic and a waitress, so I would spend a lot of time at home by myself. We had a mutual friend who was a youth pastor that we went to school with. He was young for that job title, but he was very charismatic, and we enjoyed the church he was at. So Mo and I decided to start going there. One summer, we were having a revival with a preacher who was doing sermons about something he called spiritual warfare. Mo and I were a little bit skeptical, as we had never really thought much about demons or evil spirits. We left the church one night, making our way back home, which was about a 45-minute drive through the woods and farmlands of southern Georgia. I noticed at some point, Mo got really quiet. This wasn't like him at all. He just kept staring out the window into the woods, which we were driving through. "Hey, what in the world are you doing, bro?" I finally asked. No reply. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked, this time with a little more bass in my voice to get his attention. Still nothing. So then I tapped his shoulder. He didn't move and he didn't speak. This continued on for about 15 minutes. Finally, out of nowhere, he asked, "Can you see it?" See what?" He then pointed out the window. I hadn't been paying attention before, but now it was all too clear. What we were seeing defied all logic. There was definitely something running in the woods beside us. It was keeping pace with our car, and the car was going at least 60 miles per hour. The thing, whatever it was just inside the tree line, running straight through the trees, across bridges, and sometimes through nothing but thin air. This thing had the shape of a human, but its head was in the shape of an upside-down triangle. It was black, blacker than the night around it, with orange and yellow running through its body, almost like veins. It had long black hair, glowing yellow eyes, and horns that curved back in towards the eyes. But the worst part was the razor-sharp teeth. They were jagged and appeared to be covered in blood. I had never seen anything like it. Not before, not since, and I hope I never do again. I floored the gas pedal on my 80s model Chrysler New Yorker, hitting 80, trying to just outrun this thing. But suddenly, it was gone. Before I could let out a sigh of relief, something hit the top of the car. Not hard like something large, but more like an acorn or something just fell on it. Right after that, I saw this black hand with claws come sliding down the top of my windshield where my rearview mirror was. Instantly, I slammed on the brakes, and that hand disappeared. But we didn't see anything fall off the car. Until this point, Mo had been silent. Suddenly, he just screamed, "Get us out of here!" We drove away as quickly as we possibly could. We didn't see anything else on the way home, and we didn't stop again until we arrived back at my house. We were silent the whole way there. Only after we got ready for bed did Mo finally want to talk about what we saw. We discussed it for hours, wondering if the church service had anything to do with what we'd seen. We tried to talk to a couple of people about it, but they were very skeptical, so we just stopped bringing it up. We didn't want to be called liars or be ridiculed, but we knew what we saw, and it definitely wasn't natural. Fast forward years later, and I had moved up to North Georgia. My mother and father had split up, and I moved in with my dad. Eventually, Mo was looking for a change, and he asked if he could stay with us for a bit. I was more than happy to have him back around. I'd started dating a girl whose uncle was a pastor for a small church, and I taught Sunday school there. Mo wanted to give the church I was at a try, and he fit in perfect with all of us. Once again, everything just seemed right with the world, or so I thought. After Mo moved in, things at my house got a little weird. We would hear footsteps in the living room outside my bedroom door, and we would see flashes of light, like a shadow walking past a lamp on the floor. We would check, but no one would be there. We just chalked it up to being in an old house with creaking wood floors. After church one Sunday night, we went back home to get some rest and to get ready for work the next day. I was laying out my uniform when Mo walked into my room with a weird look on his face. He almost looked like he was in pain. "Call the pastor, now. I feel like I'm gonna die. This can't wait." I was caught off guard. He had seemed fine not 5 minutes earlier, but now he didn't look like the same person. His eyes were black. His face looked almost sunk in, like a corpse, and his skin looked almost yellow. I asked him if he needed to go to the hospital or something, but he screamed back, "No, it's not medical. He won't leave me alone." Who?" I asked, in almost a low growl, in a voice that was not his. He just looked at me and said, "You know who." I called the pastor, who told me to meet him at the church immediately. We flew back to the church, arriving at almost the same time as the pastor. "Get inside, quick," the pastor said, as we helped my almost unconscious friend into the building. We set him up on a pew, and we started to pray for him. The pastor prayed for deliverance from this spirit, and Mo started getting nauseous. He even threw up a couple of times. All of a sudden, I felt what can only be described as a hurricane-force wind blowing past me towards the front door. Then, Mo seemed to regain control of himself, as his color and eyes went back to normal. The pastor said that he had felt the spirit earlier, but it was unclear to him where it was coming from, that he had felt something messing with him, trying to discourage him during the services that day. As we talked about this, and we walked outside, across the street there were cop cars. When the cops saw us outside, they came over and they asked us if we had seen anyone near the building, because apparently an alarm had been tripped and they were sent to investigate. We just looked at each other in shock. Could this spirit have done that as it fled the church? Everything went back to normal after that. Mo found a job and got his own place, and I moved after my father passed away and began building a new life. I often think about those nights with Mo and wonder what he's up to these days. I hope nothing like that ever came after him again. I'm still interested in the paranormal, and I'm definitely conscious of the fact that there are some things that inhabit this world which do not want what's best for you. Hangman's Bridge, from Lazy. There is a bridge in Missouri close to Kansas City, which we call Hangman's Bridge. A few of my friends and I went there one night a year ago. I'd seen it once or twice in the daytime, and I always got chills from it then. But that night, my friends and I were looking for places to take photos of. Well, when driving up to it, you pass under a train bridge first, and when we passed through there, we thought we saw someone. But when we looked around, there was no one there. We just passed this off as a figment of our imaginations. Maybe we were looking for things. I mean, we were hoping to see some ghosts and whatnot. About 3 minutes later, we pull up to the Hangman's Bridge and we get out. We started to walk around. As we got under the bridge, I felt like someone was watching me, and so did my friends. They were taking photos, and I just kept getting this feeling that I needed to look up. So I did, but I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. I shrugged this off as my imagination again, until out of nowhere, a rock was thrown at me from underneath the bridge. One thing to note is that there are metal bars under the bridge that are super thin. There's no way anyone could be up there, and there was no car driving on the bridge. After the first rock was thrown, a few more flew in, hitting me in the leg and arm. I looked over at my friends. They were also being peppered by rocks. We quickly ran back to the van and got inside. We made a U-turn on the road, so we would have to drive under it. As we drove under the bridge, I kid you not, the van just died, and it wouldn't start. At this point, we were freaking out and terrified. We started to hear these thumping sounds, and we saw rocks being thrown at the van. But we couldn't find who was doing it. We didn't see anyone outside. Just then, it felt as if someone was shaking the van, and we started to tremble ourselves. This went on for about 10 minutes. Then, finally, we were able to start the van, and we drove away as fast as possible, no doubt breaking the speed limit. We drove back out to my place and just sat outside for a while, too freaked out to move. A few days later, I looked up Hangman's Bridge, and I found out that it was used back in the 1800s as a dumping ground for bodies. Now, I knew about the name, but not the story, and apparently there was a man hung there, but I couldn't find the reason why. Apparently, the noose hung there for a very long time, and apparently some very foolish person cut it down as a souvenir and took it home. I wonder how haunted that noose might be. This was one of the craziest things that happened to me, and one of many stories I have to tell. If you're ever in Kansas City, and someone asks if you want to visit Hangman's Bridge, I'd say at least don't do it at night. Schools scared us the most. From Anonymous. Back in high school and early college, my friends and I used to explore abandoned buildings and stretches of land in our free time. I'll be using fake names for the sake of privacy. Our group consisted of 5 people. Will, who often wouldn't show up, Jake, who drove us everywhere, John, my best friend in the group, Anna, Jake's girlfriend, and me. Before Anna came into the picture, I'd been the only girl, and as a very small girl, I was always eager to prove that I wasn't easily scared, even though I was. We went and explored places all over the southeastern US, some of our favorite places being mental hospitals or funeral homes. When I talk about it now, people always assume those places were the scariest, but they weren't. The scariest places ended up being the schools, hands down. In all the other places we went, trudging across these sewer-like basements of mental hospitals, climbing over coffins and through hearses in funeral homes, finding dried blood on farming equipment and old barns. None of it compared to the fear and dread that came with entering these two abandoned schools. Both these schools were in our hometown, one downtown and one midtown. I'll start with the one in midtown. We actually went to this one during the day. The police mostly camped out those places at night, so we were less likely to get caught during the day. There were some homeless people outside the building, but we managed to sneak around them just fine, and they had no clue we'd gotten inside the building. We had rules in our adventuring group. Rule number 1, no vandalism. We never broke into any place we went. If we couldn't find an already open way in, we turned around and went somewhere else. Rule number 2, keep quiet. We did not want to alert anyone that we were there at all. Our purpose was to have fun exploring and to take cool pictures for Instagram. And rule number 3, before we could have fun exploring, we had to clear the building. That usually meant Jake, or if Will was there, Jake and Will, going through the building with a flashlight and investigating every room, every closet and cupboard, any place where a creature or person could be hiding out of sight. As we got more experienced, we would have walkie-talkies and would all fan out, everyone clearing at once with a flashlight and a weapon. No guns, just blunt objects or knives, in the rare case that we'd have to defend ourselves. We never did have to use them. Both of these occurrences were fairly early on in our career of exploring. We entered the Midtown School, which wasn't insanely dilapidated compared to some other places we visited. We could hear the homeless people outside talking, so we made sure to keep our voices down as Jake and Will cleared the building's first floor. Everything was good, so John, Anna, and I began to explore the floor, while the other two continued to clear upstairs. Then they let us know that everything up there was good too. So after seeing everything there was to see downstairs, we headed up. The upstairs floor wasn't anything particularly special. There were classrooms and offices, and a little alcove at the end of the hall with a metal ladder leading up to the roof. The whole floor had already been cleared, but we all swept through the rooms again, looking for anything of interest. The rooms were pretty bare except for some old papers, desks, and chairs, and it was clear from the intact windows that it could not have been abandoned very long. That's important to note. None of the windows were broken, none of them were hanging open. They all were fully intact. We ended up going up to the roof, being careful not to be too visible or too loud up there. We had some fun and took some cool pictures. Then Jake, Will, and I, in that order, descended the metal ladder back into the second floor. When we got down, the three of us all froze. We had heard something that sounded like shuffling footsteps in one of the classrooms to our left, just a few doors down. Will and I whisper-yelled up to John and Anna not to come down, to just wait a minute and stay quiet, while Jake moved forward with his weapon to investigate the room. Will and I were ready to run in and help him if needed, our eyes focused on the door he disappeared through. The door he went through was to one of those big classrooms that had two entry doors, one at the front of the class and one at the back. He'd gone in the back door, and we heard him moving around and through, opening the closets loudly to try to scare the intruder out, if there was one. At this point, we weren't hiding our presence. Whoever was there had definitely heard us, and the fact that they weren't showing themselves meant it was either another person exploring just like us, or a homeless person who didn't like confrontation. We could still hear all the same voices outside, so we doubted it was a homeless person, which arguably worried us more. After a minute or two, Jake emerged from the farther door at the front of the classroom and began walking back towards us, the back door still ajar. He started to speak, something along the lines of, "No one's in there, come on." But he was cut off as the back door he'd left ajar, the one between us and Jake, slammed shut violently. It had been all the way open, not cracked, and it swung as though someone had thrown it. Jake was at least 10 feet away from it, and Will and I were even farther. Both Jake and Will immediately ran to the door, yanking it open and calling out, "Who's in there?" but I knew no one was, or at least no one that we could see. The windows were shut, so it wasn't wind. There was no air conditioning because there was no power. No one was near it. Jake had just cleared the room, and as they cleared it a second time, it became clear to Will and I that we'd seen something we truly couldn't explain, something we believed to be paranormal. We left soon after, mine and Will's nerves on edge. A couple of weeks after that, we went to the downtown school at night. Not our smartest choice, but we were young and not too bright. The school had all kinds of forum posts made about it, ranging from people seeing pairs of red eyes staring back at them from the back of the auditorium if you stood on the stage, to stories of the janitor hanging himself in the basement. We didn't really know what was true and what wasn't, but we showed up hoping to find out. Jake didn't believe in ghosts at all. Will and I did, though Will was much less respectful of them than I was. Anna did, or at least I think she did, based on how this particular night went. I'm not sure where John stood on all of it, probably somewhere in the middle. We found a lot of cool stuff in the school, including some old tape recordings of students, elementary school age, talking about how sad they were that the school was closing and what they would miss. It was a creepy kind of cool. After debunking the red eyes post we'd read, what we ended up seeing was just two little lights that for some reason never went off at the back of the auditorium. We headed for the basement. It turned out the basement had been the library. Books and shelves were scattered all over the floor, with a suspiciously large empty area in the center of the room where the janitor supposedly died. Will asked all of us to turn out our lights so he could try to talk to the ghost of the janitor, which, after some convincing, we all did. At first, Will was just going to coax the spirit to talk to us, but after getting no response, he began mocking it and cursing at it. John and I told him to chill out, but he kept going, amused by it. Anna began to cry into Jake's shoulder, clearly wanting it all to stop, and eventually Will gave up and turned his light back on. That blows. Let's get out of here," he said. But as he turned toward the stairs, we all heard it. A low, sad moaning coming from the stairwell. Prior to this, we had cleared the entire building, and the only way in we'd found had been by climbing up and through a second-story window. This voice, however, sounded frail, like maybe it was hurt. No one like that could have entered the building, especially not without making enough noise to alert us all. We froze, listening, as the moaning continued and was joined by a dragging sound, like something being lugged up the stairs and thumping on each step. Will, excited at this, ran forward and flashed his light up the stairs. Immediately, the sounds ended. He and Jake led the way after the sound, trying to find where the person had gone, clearing the rooms as they went. But they found no one. John and I looked out the windows as we continued, keeping an eye out for anyone who might be running away from the building, but we didn't see anybody. Out of all the places we went, all the decay we saw, the souls in the school scared us the most. Ghost Town Creatures, from Money Be Good. One May, my husband, my 8-year-old granddaughter, and I took a long weekend camping trip to a popular state park a few hours away. I planned a variety of fun things to do, including a drive to a ghost town, which I discovered on the map while planning the trip. I couldn't find much information on the ghost town from Google, and that made it even more intriguing. We set up camp fairly early on the first day, deciding to start our adventure with the ghost town first. We mapped the coordinates on our GPS, and off we went. The 2-lane mountain road winded up and up deeper and deeper until the sun was blocked out by trees. Eventually, it became a 1-lane road, and all signs of civilization began to get farther and farther apart, until there was basically no trace. We were chatty and excited to get up there, wondering what it was going to be like. We drove for miles with no signs of life, or human life for that matter. My husband began to get a little concerned over this. We did have our granddaughter with us after all, and we were venturing into the middle of nowhere. The what-ifs started when the road went from a one-lane paved road to a much slimmer gravel road that barely fit our truck. If another vehicle would come from the other direction, we'd be in trouble, because the road ran along the mountain cliff with no guardrails and nowhere to pull over or turn around safely. Our excitement diminished and concern lay thick in the air. Eventually, though, after a much longer drive than anticipated, we came to a stop sign at the end of the gravel road. The trees ended and the sun shone bright again. The road continued onto a 2-lane road, and aside from still no signs of human life anywhere, we all breathed a sigh of relief. Then the GPS told us to take the next right, and we'd be at our destination. As soon as we turned off that road, we were once again on a 1-lane gravel road and immediately saw the old town. The old weathered gray buildings were quite a sight. We parked and we all got out of the truck. We also took our 2 dogs with us, a large chocolate lab and a feisty Australian shepherd. These dogs immediately were on point, pulling us towards the town, but I soon noticed that the Aussie's hackles went up. Even so, we explored the main road, all the while I felt watched. One particular house came into view that was much newer than the older buildings, and this house looked as though someone actually could be living in it still. As we approached it, I noticed the front door was wide open, and then I thought I saw movement inside when my granddaughter suddenly asked me if anyone lived there. I said, "I think so. I mean, it looks like someone does." In my mind, I was thinking maybe it was the caretaker of the ghost town, if there was such a thing. We walked past the house and a creepy broken swing set, and right into the heart of this ghost town. The streets were lined with old gray buildings, some standing tall and others caved in. I snapped a few photos, but couldn't shake that feeling of being watched. Hubby said he was going to get some window shots of a few of the buildings, curious to see what was inside. I told my husband I didn't want to venture in any farther. Though we both had our concealed carry licenses and were both armed, me with a 9mm and him with a 1911, I still felt unsafe. I felt worse and worse about having my granddaughter out here. All of a sudden, a wave of uneasiness came over me. I just wanted to leave. He was on and off the porches snapping photos inside the buildings when the Aussie began making a low grumble, staring towards the upper windows of the porch he was standing on. I yelled to him, "Okay, I'm done. Let's go." And I began to walk back toward the truck. He jogged back and joined us, and as we passed the newer house again, I noticed the front door was now closed. My granddaughter saw it too, and said it out loud. Just then, our Aussie went nuts. She almost got away from me, launching towards that house, snarling, growling, making sounds I never heard her make before. The lab was on alert, hackles up too, her eyes darting back and forth, as the town steadily grew farther behind us. We all then climbed back in the truck and decided to find a different way back, rather than that long, windy, 1-lane quad trail we came in on. Later that evening, after we tucked our granddaughter into her bed in the camper, my husband and I sat by the fire, going over the pics we took that day. When he came to his window pics, his smile waned. He began zooming in on them one by one and, with fear in his eyes, handed the phone to me. Very clearly in the photos were short, light gray creatures, large heads, large black eyes. On the forehead and on the sides of the head were small nubs or possibly small button-type horns. One looked to have wings, and the wings were lined with nubs as well. As I scrolled through the photos, all I could think of was what could have happened to us. Our precious granddaughter was with us there, and it could have gotten really ugly had these things decided to attack us. Luckily, though, they didn't. They stayed hidden inside those old buildings and never bothered us. I wonder who or what was in the newer house. Was it also one of those things, or a human who lived among them? Possibly a homeless person who stumbled across this place, not knowing what lurks outside the walls he chose to make his temporary home. Will he be making it out of the ghost town tomorrow? My questions went on, but I never did get answers, and I never will go back. I've included one zoomed photo. This was the pic taken of the upper window just as the Aussie began to growl. We never saw anything while there, but it was very bright and the windows had a glare, as you can see in this pic. Narrator's note. For those listening on the podcast, you can see the photo for yourself at darkstories.org in the pinned story titled Ghost Town Creatures. I'll keep it pinned for the next week or so. But don't get your hopes up. To me, I can certainly see an odd figure in the window, but it could very well be smudges on the glass, and there's not nearly as much detail as mentioned by the author of the story. Still, quite a fun tale, and it's always extra creepy to get a photo along with it. Undream House from Linda 007. The closing date had finally arrived for our dream house. My husband and I had bought a beautiful home in the mountains, fulfilling a lifelong dream of escaping the city, to be able to hear the sound of wind blowing through Ponderosa and nothing else. I've always thought I lived in the wrong place, quite possibly pursued the wrong jobs that kept me in the city. I was so eager to see our new home, so since my husband was working, I packed up my things, took my dog, Y, and set out by myself. It was a long drive from where we were living. I stopped at the title company, signed off on the last few papers, and unceremoniously was given keys to the house. My dog hopped into the back of the SUV, and we headed onto the highway as dusk was settling in. The house was remote, no cell phone service. So I made a call to my husband while I did have reception to report everything was in order. Back then, it was the start of the COVID lockdown and stuff, and I was only just then understanding its effects. I remember telling my husband that I would stay at a hotel that night, since we haven't moved anything into the house yet, and when he told me everything was closed, I didn't believe him at first. But it turned out everything was closed, including the hotel, and the reservations I had were canceled. So at that point, my only option was to go to the house, which had no furniture, but I was still excited about it. The property itself was some 40 acres in the Rocky Mountains, located deep into the national forest, at about 7,000 feet elevation. It was a historic home, about 100 years old, and recently completely renovated, though there were some oddities such as no real master bedroom. It had a meadow, a trickling, gurgling creek, a pond, forest, and spectacular silence. There was a little snow on the ground at the time, but not too icy. The road to the house was beginning to look familiar to me, as in it already felt like home. Once I was off the highway, it was a 45-minute drive. Y and I arrived as dusk was deepening. This was the first time I'd been on the property without being chaperoned by a realtor. I realized I didn't know how to operate the door locks, but I finally got in. The previous occupant had completely moved out, of course, as when I'd first seen the place, there was still a lot of knickknacks, but now it appeared nothing had been left behind. I recall them even having some disturbing-looking artwork, but that was all gone too. That did remind me of something that happened, though. When seeing the place with the realtor at one point tapped me on the arm and nodded towards a painting in the corner. At first glance, I thought it was a guy walking with his dog, but on closer inspection, it was a guy carrying a goat head. Weird. I'm glad that one was gone in particular. I noted there was a spotlight in that corner that must have illuminated the painting, but to my surprise, I couldn't find a switch to turn it off. The silhouette of the painting could still be seen as the wall was faded around it, Y made the rounds of our new place, upstairs, bathrooms, closets, and now was ready to go. He stood in the entryway and whined. "We're not leaving, silly. We're staying here tonight." I grabbed a few things from the SUV and locked the doors. I didn't even have a sleeping bag, but with a few blankets and my pillow, being so tired, I would be asleep in no time. As I closed my eyes, I was aware that Y sat by me at full attention. He seemed to be panting nervously. "It's just a new place," I told myself. I did fall asleep, but I was eventually awakened by the sound of banging coming from the basement. It sounded as if someone was banging a metal pipe with another metal pipe. Maybe it was just the heating system. I tried to go to sleep again. I became aware that the outdoor lights, which had motion detectors, kept turning on and off, and that metal banging just went on. Y would intermittently bark, but then return to his watchful pose right next to me. By 3 a.m., I was completely unnerved by the banging and decided to drive back home. I got dressed, fumbled with the door locks again, but finally got it secured and left. Overhead, the Milky Way shone brightly, the first time I'd ever actually seen it, thanks to the lack of light pollution out here. My husband and I made a few trips to our dream house in the mountains. Due to COVID, though, our plans for the future changed slightly, and we soon decided we weren't ready to retire, so we wouldn't be moving so soon. Still, we'd have the house out there waiting for us, and we did enjoy staying there on temporary occasions, but it seemed that house had different plans for us. Slowly, odd things began to happen. I never did hear the banging in the basement again. When my husband and I inspected the heating system, only the heating manifold was metal, being made of brass. The rest of it was flexible plastic tubing, so I had no idea how that sound was made. We would awaken some mornings to find the cabinet doors open in the kitchen. Now, altogether, we have 1 German Shepherd and 2 Malinois. At night, all the dogs piled onto the bed with us and wouldn't budge until dawn. At home, they slept in different places, but usually not the bed. They also were exuberant about going outside, so if you only hinted at opening the door, there would be 3 eager faces ready to burst through. As I worked around the property during the day and explored it, I made some disturbing discoveries. A marble statue in a remote corner and evidence of a recent campfire, which worried me that local kids might have done it and risked starting a fire on our land. Closer to the house, and some overgrown weeds I was trying to knock down, I found several life-sized plaster human-looking heads on wooden pedestals. The plaster looked familiar as the previous homeowner had several art projects made from it. As I worked outside, I would stop and admire our home, which was, I thought, so beautiful when we first bought it, but now was taking on a more foreboding look. There was a stone arch under the deck in front of the house that looked like a frown. After a year of owning the house, we decided to sell it mainly for work reasons. The many odd things that happened there made me reluctant to stay by myself if my husband should go out of town. We made sure we kept an open Bible in the upstairs great room, a suggestion from an elder at church. On our last night there, the dogs piled onto the bed as usual. Sometime in the early morning, I woke up to find the front door wide open, which I had personally checked on before going to bed. More concerning is that when I got up to close the door, none of the dogs would budge from the bed. That was the last time I ever saw that house. About a year later, through the grapevine, I heard that it completely burned down. Luckily, no one was injured. As for me, I didn't even feel sad about the news. There was something not quite right about the place. I do think there was some sort of entity occupying that space and time, clearly with a dark side, and I think the dogs could sense it. I don't believe it was a lingering spirit from someone who had died at the home at some point. I think instead it was some sort of entity conjured by the previous owner. Maybe it was disoriented that we didn't live there full time. I feel lucky we were able to detach ourselves from it, and apart from a few scary stories, it can never affect us again. Unexplained Creatures in the Middle East. From Anonymous. Mawr-dazma. It's a monster that feeds on one thing: fear. I'm very happy to say that I personally have had no encounters with it, but the stories that you might hear about it are usually told by people who are not liars. Allow me to explain what it is, first with some history. I live in Iran, specifically the province of eastern Azerbaijan. If you look up what is called the Iranian Plateau, or the Iranian Cultural Continent, or Greater Iran, you'll find Iran and a bunch of her neighboring countries. In this area, different branches of Iranian languages are spoken, and with similar cultures comes similar mythology, and with that comes shared monsters. Originally, we believed in monsters called Deeves. They are creations of Hangman, the devil. Deeves are a mortal enemy to the human race, like demons in Western culture. Imagine ghouls with the strength to lift a mountain, with claws and teeth like daggers, and impenetrable skin. If that's not overpowered enough, they're also said to be very smart, capable of using black magic to do things like taking different forms. There are famous Deeves, such as Cheshmak, who is responsible for earthquakes and hurricanes. Some appear in Shahnameh, the book of ancient Iranian legends, such as the White Deev, who imprisoned the Shah of Iran and was defeated by a warrior from Sistan. After the Muslim conquest and conversion to Islam, people kept their culture, but the Deeves were now called by an Islamic name, Jinn. Mawr-dazma is a Deev. Of course, that means some might call it Jinn. The word Mawr-dazma in Persian and other Iranian languages means man-tester or man-challenger. It may be pronounced a bit differently in various parts. Mawr-dazma, Mart-azma, some might call it Javan-azma, meaning young tester or even Jinn, but they all refer to the same thing, a Deev which can take different forms, even the forms of your loved ones. It can mimic the sounds of your loved ones, and do anything it can to draw you into graveyards or forests or dark alleys and dark corners at night. When it takes the form of an animal or human, it looks completely natural. It feeds on fear and, oddly enough, never attacks timid people. It likes to scare brave souls. That's why it is called Challenger. Mawr-dazma uses various ways and tactics. Sometimes it takes the forms of innocent-looking farm animals, such as sheep, goats, or dogs, and approaches lone people in the dark. Then it suddenly speaks or changes forms. Sometimes it might approach a lonely traveler or stranger. Sometimes you hear someone that you know calling you, trying to draw you into the woods or dark caves or something of the sort. If you go in, though, it will scare you to death. You might have a heart attack. So yeah, it can kill people. There are times it might appear as a thin and skinny-looking creature, but as you want to investigate what it is exactly, it will start to rapidly grow taller and taller into a gigantic monster right from your nightmares. Maybe one night you're getting home late. A head comes out of a dark corner. Maybe the face looks like your neighbor. But as you want to say hello, the face begins to change. The more you look, the uglier and scarier it becomes, until either you look away and run or continue watching the show and die of sheer terror. The Challenger always invents new ways to scare people, and usually it doesn't want to kill you, it just wants you to be scared. But there is one thing that will make it angry, so angry in fact that it will not hesitate to tear you apart. Never tell Mawr-dazma that you are not scared of it. Never challenge the Challenger. Some believe that if you become friends with a Mawr-dazma, it can tell you the places of lost objects, or give you life advice or tell you something from the future. But I wouldn't risk it. My apologies for the long introduction. Just keep in mind that Mawr-dazma only challenges the brave. So if you're a scaredy cat like me, there's no need to worry. Here are the stories. The first two I heard from people that I trust, and the last one is a famous story told around here, so take it with a grain of salt. Number 1. The Floating Man. This story is from an old man in my village in eastern Azerbaijan, Iran. Our main product is apples. It happened in a trail around our village. During the day, it's gorgeous, but at night, it can be a very scary place. I will share the story from his point of view. I was younger, you see. Our watering schedule at the apple farm was set up so that each garden would have a few hours of water. My shift at the gardens began in the middle of the night, so I would have to wake up, pick up my shovel, then go to the gardens to water the apple trees. It was an hour-long walk, and it went right through the graveyard, then along through other people's gardens. I know what you're thinking, but no, it didn't happen in the graveyard. The night in question, I was able to pass through the graveyard without any trouble. I then entered the part of the path that was surrounded by trees. These trees formed a thick wall along the shoulders of the road. Here, all you can see are the stars above and the road, lit by the moonlight below you. I soon arrived at the spot where there are some big rocks on the ground. I was looking down to watch my steps, so that I didn't trip over one. It was then that I felt a presence above me. It was like I felt a shadow of fear lay over me. Hesitantly, I looked up. Between two of the trees, I saw this tall man floating above me. He had his hands completely open. Imagine someone floating in a pool with their front side and face in the water. And imagine you're under the water below them, sitting at the bottom, and they're staring right at you. That's what it was like. I was terrified when I saw his face. His eyes were big and wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. And his teeth. I wasn't sure if he was smiling or baring his teeth at me, or if he just didn't have lips at all. But I knew those teeth did not look natural for a human. I whimpered, "What are you?" And it spoke to me. "I am." But I didn't really want to stay there and hear what else it had to say. I quickly dropped my shovel and began to run with all the power I could summon in my legs. I'm not sure if it followed me or not, because I never did look back. I stopped only when I was back in the village on my doorstep. Even in the morning, I didn't dare go retrieve my shovel. I'm not sure what it was, and I was not going to stay there to hear the answer to my question. Number 2. The Sheep. This story was told to me by a friend of mine. It happened to his great-uncle in their village in Luristan. This story will be told from his point of view. I was in my 20s. One late, dark evening, I was on my way home, casually passing through the empty alleys when I saw this sheep at a small dead end. It was too late for sheep to be outside, unaccompanied and awake, so I thought it was a runaway. As I was watching it, I got a clearer look at it. It was a beautiful and healthy sheep. It looked to be a good breed, and I was very tempted to take it home myself. I was young and strong, so I just lifted it up and put it on my shoulders, and I kept walking. After a couple of steps, I remembered to check if it was a male or female, so I felt over between its legs. Now, as I'm just about to find out, the sheep brings its mouth closer to my left ear, and I hear it speak to me.
"You know, I'm way older than your grandfather."
Freaking out, I dropped the sheep, but when I looked back, it disappeared. It had just vanished like it was never there. When I arrived home, I told the story to my family, who said it was probably a jinn. Number 3. The story of Pahlavan Abbas. Pahlavan Abbas was a man in a small village named Tarmastan in Zagros Mountains. Pahlavan means champion, because he was a wrestler, and Abbas was his name. Aside from wrestling, his main occupation was pottery. He had a student named Qasim who was going to learn his art. Qasim's father had passed away and he lived with his old mother. So Pahlavan Abbas had told Qasim that if there was any problem, he could ask him for help. One night, there was a knocking at Pahlavan's door. It was Qasim saying, "Please hurry, Pahlavan. My mother is sick and I need your help to get her to a doctor." Now, Qasim seemed to be speaking with a different tone and accent than usual. But Pahlavan immediately got dressed and told Qasim to lead the way. After a while, it became clear that they were not on the right path to Qasim's house. Qasim was leading him outside of town. "Qasim, where are we going?" asked Pahlavan. Qasim just turned and smiled at him with yellow teeth. Weird, he thought. They climbed a hill and Qasim said, "We're here." "So where's your mom, Qasim?" As Qasim turned, Pahlavan saw that it wasn't Qasim at all. What he was now looking at was a hideous 3-meter-high creature with a humanoid body and the face of a dog. "What are you?" said Pahlavan. The creature replied,
I am Mardasma. Are you scared?
"No, a champion fears nothing," replied Pahlavan.
Well, then you must wrestle with me. If you lose, I will take your life,
said the creature. And so they wrestled, fighting for hours. And near the morning, Pahlavan managed to win. As the monster's back touched the ground, it turned into dust and smoke. With many bruises and a lot of pain, Pahlavan went back to the village, to the real Qasim, where he told the others what had happened to him before dying from exhaustion. This is an update to the original set of stories about Mardasma. Since writing that previous post, I spoke to a distant cousin of mine who recalled an adventure we had as kids, something I had forgotten about. Although this is technically one story, I think it would be best to break it into two. Number 4. Behind the window. I was staying at my parents' house. They told me I could sleep in the room upstairs. That room was pretty big. It had a lot of stuff and junk in it, kind of like the old attics in movies. There was a window in there, maybe about 2 meters by 2 meters, with thick curtains, and right under it was my bed. From the very start, I got a bad feeling about that window, but I just shrugged it off. At about 9 p.m., it started. Bang! It was like a muscular man had punched the glass as hard as he could. It was even more terrifying because I couldn't see outside. The curtains were too thick. Quickly, I ran downstairs in a panic, telling my grandmother, "Oh, don't worry. We didn't hear anything. It probably was just some bird or bat attracted to the light of your room. Just turn the light off and go to bed, honey." So I did. Around midnight, though, I was awakened by, you guessed it, another bang. This time I was in the bed, so it was only inches from my face. I tried to calm myself down, to go back to sleep, but around 3 a.m. it came again, this time much harder. It felt as if something was hiding on the other side of that window, just about to break through and take me away. I couldn't see anything, and I was way too scared to open the curtain and peek outside. The pure silence was killing me now, not a single cricket or dog barking. Slowly, I crawled out of bed, quietly making my way downstairs to my grandparents. All the while, I felt hunted by something. Once I got down there, I just slept on a blanket on the floor. It wasn't comfy at all, but at least it felt safe. The following night, I tried once again to sleep in that very same room and the very same bed. But the large window with the thick curtains never did have that haunting feeling again. I would even go on to sleep there many times throughout the years, and I never had any more supposed bats or birds banging on the window. Nowadays, I think it may have been Memaw trying to scare me. I don't think bats would all of a sudden feel like going kamikaze on me like that. Number 5. The Brog. This always gave me the goosebumps. Back when we were kids, Kay, my cousin, and I would play together, going on adventures, discovering things, and so on. One summer, we were entrusted with the responsibility to herd a dozen cattle. We would gather them in the morning, take them out into the fields, start a fire, and cook lunch as they ate. We would take them then to a river or somewhere with water to drink. Then we would take them back to the village in the evening. Now keep in mind, this happened in the exact same trail as the story The Floating Man that I told before. The night before, we had read a made-up story, a creepypasta if you will, about a monster called Brog, who haunted a road in another country. I've forgotten which country that was. Now, we knew it wasn't real, and even if it was in some other part of the world and could never get us. In this story, the Brog kind of looked like a werewolf. It was said that you would first feel hunted or stalked. Then suddenly all the birds in the area would flee away. You would then begin to hear footsteps behind you, and they would get closer as if they are walking inches behind you. Then you would hear the breathing. Not long after that, you would hear a massive, terrifying roar. By the time you turned around to see your stalker, you would see nothing more than a pair of red eyes, and the following morning, they would find your cold, dead body. Your skin turned black as coal, and that was when we got too spooked to read the rest. The next morning, we decided to make our way through, you guessed it, the trail. In the morning, it was truly beautiful. As the evening approached, it took a bit longer than we liked to gather our things and the cows. In the dark, we were walking along the trail with the cows in front of us. Now, at the time, we had not heard the story of the floating man, so we weren't scared at all of the trail ahead. But that was about to change. One by one, the signs of Brog started to come to life for us. First, that sudden and ominous feeling of being stalked. Second, the birds all around the valley suddenly getting spooked all at once and flying away. Third, the footsteps getting closer and closer to us. We tried to walk, not run, faster and faster. Suddenly, the bushes behind us began to make noises, as if something was running through them and shaking them. I said to my cousin, "Hey, why don't you take a look to see what's behind us?" "Dude, I'm as scared as you are. I'm not looking back," he said. We were sure that this was it, that we wouldn't see the light of tomorrow. But as we made it to the graveyard, suddenly things changed, as if something heavy was lifted from our hearts. We found the courage to look back. What was following us was just a dog, and it just turned back and ran into the wilderness. Later that night, we decided to read the rest of the Brog story. A certain part made our hearts churn in our chests. Brog can show itself as a dog. All these years later, I would shrug off the Brog adventure as us being kids, but now I think that something knew exactly and specifically what we were scared of, then presented itself in that way. There are other stories about that trail. I once heard someone say they saw something that would be best described as a mix between Yoda from Star Wars and a monkey along that same trail at night. I found a big similarity in all of them. The graveyard is safe, and the Memaw will not follow you there. My cousin believes that may be because there are good people buried there. Demonic Creature Encounter from Schaefer 9RX. This did not happen to me. It happened to my younger brother a few years ago, in 2020. To begin, I come from a very large family. My mother and a couple of my siblings have had very strange encounters with the paranormal, specifically a demonic presence. Personally, I've never had anything crazy happen to me. The odd things that have happened to me I can easily rationalize. It's important to note that my family and I are Christian. We believe the spiritual realm is real, and it sometimes allows itself to be seen by people at certain times. You may find this interesting, but I believe there is a difference between fallen angels and demons. Genesis 6 and the Book of Enoch give detailed and interesting depictions and origin stories beginning with when Satan fell from heaven and took a third of the angels with him, going on to create Nephilim through mankind. I believe demons are the spirits of the Nephilim because their souls are half angelic beings and half man. They must roam the earth until their appointed judgment from God. At times, demons can manifest themselves in many different ways, often for the purpose of influence. However, that is a whole other conversation and story of its own. Here is my brother's experience. This encounter took place across the street from where we live. My family and I live in the woods, way out in the country on the far outskirts of a small town in rural southwest Michigan. My brother used to do yard work and odd jobs for our neighbors across the street. One day in the late afternoon, my brother was doing some cleaning on our neighbor's pool. Our neighbor's pool is directly behind their house, and it's surrounded by forest. Encompassing the pool, except where it connects to the house, is about a 4 to 5 foot embankment. My brother was diligently working when he noticed something very strange. It was the middle of the summer. The sun was setting, and the forest was alive with birds, insects, and spring peepers, creating that beautiful summer melody. All of a sudden, everything abruptly went silent, like someone turned off a switch, shutting off all the noise. My brother said it felt so quiet that his ears began to ring. Being frightened by this sudden change in the atmosphere, he stopped working and began to look around, trying to make sense of it all. That's when he saw it. My brother turned and looked towards the far end of the pool, and standing on the other side of the embankment was this creature staring at him. My brother said it was not much more than 20 feet from him. Upon seeing this creature, my brother panicked so hard he fell backward to the ground. He began to crawl for cover. He then picked himself up and ran home as fast as he could and hid in his room. I recall arriving home shortly after the encounter. My mother told me, "You need to check on your brother. He doesn't seem to be doing too well." I did as she said. I found my brother in his bed, and I asked if he was okay. That's when he told me this story. He then described the creature he saw. He said the creature was dark gray in color, and the most memorable attribute was its large, piercing yellow eyes. My brother didn't get every detail of the creature because he didn't waste any time hightailing it out of there. He said the thing must have stood 8 or 9 feet tall because it was almost eye level with him, despite it standing on the other side of the 4-foot embankment. My brother went on, saying the facial features of it were animalistic, but also somehow resembled a man. The countenance of the thing can best be described as demonic. I believe my brother's encounter to be very real. His actions speak far louder than his words. When he told me this story, I could tell that his heart began to race, and he became visibly afraid. My brother is a very straightforward, no bullcrap kind of guy. He's also generally very skeptical, especially when it comes to the paranormal and when hearing about my mother and other siblings' experiences. For him to just tell a story like this, it goes way against his nature and character. My brother struggled to sleep after this encounter and suffered from severe nightmares, which would continue on for a few weeks. One night, my brother woke up out of a dead sleep in a panic. He had heard deep growling coming from his closet. I checked the closet for him, and of course there was nothing there. But I prayed over him, and I tried to comfort him as best I could. The day after the encounter, my brother acted very paranoid. He went back to the neighbor's house with a rifle, grabbed his tools, and never worked over there again. I don't know why my brother encountered this being, but after his experience, we had some horrible family tragedies take place. My brother told me his beliefs and perception of reality have forever been changed due to this experience. Watchers in the Park, from Up North Goon. This happened about 10 years ago in my hometown in northern Michigan. It stands as one of my few unexplainable encounters in life. I grew up in a small town, spent time in the Upper Peninsula my whole childhood, and I'm very familiar with many of the ghost stories in Michigan. But it never occurred to me that I would ever experience anything significant in my life. You see, I didn't really believe in ghosts, but I did enjoy the stories. I had few friends as I was a weird kid, so the few I had were very special to me. My childhood best friend, Jay, moved to my town in first grade, and we quickly made off as good friends. We played on the playground together, messed around in class to annoy the teacher together. We were basically inseparable. Fast forward to the end of fourth grade, Jay's family moved to Kansas, which naturally upset me. But he would come to visit his grandparents who lived in town every summer after that. The summer of my 7th grade year, he would continue to come visit his grandparents. He did the very same that summer. So, come June, I went to visit for the first week of my summer vacation. His grandparents lived on the south end of town, a block behind the only other traffic light we had. Just across the road from them was the town park, and next to that, of course, was the cemetery. The park was decent-sized with a long driveway and decent-sized dirt parking lot. At the back edge of the lot, there's a hill that leads down to the 2 baseball diamonds, and to the right of the lot was the play area and public bathrooms. A chain-link fence separated the park from the cemetery. There were only 2 lights on at the park at night, one at the bathrooms and one in the parking lot. On the first night staying at Jay's grandparents', it was like any other summer. We were very excited to see each other. Dinner was on the stove, dessert in the oven. We were just enjoying our evening. Usually, we liked to play in the park, set up baseball games, mess around in the woods directly behind the fields. At night, we would go over to the playground side and tell ghost stories, since after the air cooled down at night, a thick fog would roll off the cemetery and make things creepy. It really set the stage for these stories. That night would be no different. Around 1 a.m., we set out for the park. As usual, the fog started rolling over the playground, and it was rather quiet, and it was a bit chilly heading into the park. Me, Jay, and his older brother E got halfway down the driveway when E noticed his older sisters on the back end of the baseball fields. He said, "Hey, let's go scare the girls." He started to walk over that way, but then we saw him stop dead in his tracks. He glanced over into the tall grass field next to the driveway. I stopped too, watching E. His face went pale, as if he had just seen a ghost. That worried me. E did not scare easily. When I followed his gaze, I saw what he was looking at, and apparently so did Jay. By then, all of us had frozen in fear. In the middle of the field, standing about 7 feet tall, were these 3 shadowy figures. Looking closer at them, I noticed they weren't simply shadowy. They were just big shadows. They stood in the field, looking at Jay and E's sisters and their friends. They appeared to be wearing long trench coats with brimmed hats, but they were darker than the night itself. E snapped out of the daze and shakily said, "Hey, what are you doing here?" They didn't answer, of course, so he spoke louder. "Hey, what are you doing?" At this point, I was terrified, and after E had yelled that last time, those 3 figures turned their attention to us. Whatever in the world they were, they definitely weren't human, and they did not look nice either. When they turned, it was the most unnatural-looking thing I'd ever seen, and their eyes looked straight through our souls. Beady small yellow dots on an otherwise blank face. E screamed as loud as he could at his sisters to run, then turned, grabbing me and Jay. Together, we sprinted back to the house, hiding in the living room the rest of the night, not sleeping at all. Once the sun came up, we decided we'd go over to the park and check the field for footprints or any clues as to what we saw the night before. Once we were over there, we found large, flattened spots in the grass, but no tracks leading out to it. The spot was just big enough to hold those 3 figures. To this day, I have no good explanation for it all. That park isn't even known to be haunted, but I've never been back there at night ever since. Warning: the following story contains violence against pets. Something killed my dogs. From Gray. I share these stories as I've gotten over the terror they've given me. I'm sure they can give you a nice scare. My first story starts with a warning. Please be careful who your family dates. My older brother used to date a woman who had warned that her family was cursed. I didn't really care what she said, but strange things began to happen when she moved in with us. My cousin and I used to play outside after dark with my little brothers, playing hide and seek. I would soon start getting these creepy feelings, like I was being watched and judged. I listened to my gut feelings, and I began to watch my little brothers and cousins more closely. On one occasion, I noticed a strange dog was watching them as they played. Now, my family has quite a few dogs, 5 at the time. 2 pit bull hybrids, 1 albino, the other brown, a German shepherd, a mixed sheepdog, and finally a dog I didn't know the breed of, but it looked like the other 2 pit hybrids we had. It was colored a mix of brown and black. However, the dog I saw watching us was a mass of fur and colored a dark brownish color. Its jaw had this overbite. I could see ribs on it, and its back legs looked wrong, like they mismatched. I should mention here that I am Native American. My tribe says if a skinwalker shapeshifts into something, sometimes a part of it comes out wrong. After seeing this dog, I got everyone to go back inside. We would not be playing after dark for as long as I had that feeling. If the feeling went away by the next day, I was going to let my little brothers and cousins play. That night, our dogs got into a fight with something. I listened to them fight it all night. The dogs were vicious. After the fight, I waited until the sun was up. I went right out to investigate. The whole yard was a mess. I could see where the fight started and where it went. The sand and bushes where the fight started looked like a dog fight. But as I followed where it progressed, I started to see whatever my dogs were fighting getting bigger and bigger. The aftermath of where the fight ended, it looked like a horse and another horse had fought. The bushes were uprooted, and there was a hole about 5 inches deep and 7 feet wide. I got pale, and I ran to check on my dogs. My dogs only had some scratches and bruises. This is where it gets creepy. 3 to 4 months after this, the 2 pits died from fighting some cougar, a cougar that decided to come up to our house. The dog that looked like a pit had to be put down too. It had gotten attacked by a porcupine, and the quills went too deep into the dog's face. The German Shepherd got hit by a car and broke both back legs. My family and I tried to nurse it back to health. We even made some splits and wrapped both legs. Sadly, its legs still got infected, and she passed away. Our sheepdog disappeared, and we later found it dead. It had choked on something it was eating a good 130 yards away from my house. They all fought that skinwalker, and later died in odd ways. My older brother and I buried the dogs where we bury our pets. We placed stones on them to prevent scavengers from digging them up. As we were walking back from burying the last dog, something weird happened to me. I got really tired all of a sudden, and my vision began to go black. I let my brother know what was going on, and he made me sit down in the direction of the dog's graveyard. My vision went black like I was blind, and I couldn't see at all. My other senses were fine, but my vision was affected. As I waited with my brother, I swear I could hear the dogs we buried barking loudly. As I listened to the dogs, my vision returned to me. We then walked back to the house together. As time passed, my vision deteriorated. I now wear glasses, but I'm glad everything's all over. That thing, whatever it was, I believe it took part of my vision, and it took our dogs. But it did not take my family. I would do anything to protect my family. A warning to you all, keep good and strong dogs if you live near skinwalkers. And know a good medicine man if you can. Bad Ouija board experience. From Jack. When I was around 10 or 11 years old, I was in primary 7 in school. It was a tradition that all the pupils go to Edinburgh for an end-of-year trip. I had only joined the school about a year prior, and I found it hard to make friends as everyone else had already been friends for years. So I would spend my break time and lunchtime on my own. The teachers who were organizing the trip noticed this. They decided to put me into a room with 6 other boys, probably hoping that I would bond with them. One of the days we were there, we went to a place called the Edinburgh Dungeons. It was basically like a ghost train, but without the train. It was pretty cool. At the end of it, there was a gift shop, and they had this basket of wrapped up items behind the counter that were only £1. We didn't know what was inside it, but everyone was lining up to get a gift since £1 was such a deal. On the way back to where we were staying, everyone was opening them up, and we all soon realized what we had purchased. A do-it-yourself Ouija board kit. It had candles, essential oils, a spell to summon spirits, and directions on how to use everything. On the last night, I had the idea to make the Ouija board. Only 2 of the boys were up for it, though. The rest were too scared and superstitious, despite acting like they were brave. We went and got what we needed to make our Ouija board, and we began to play. We moved the glass a few times, pretending we didn't do it, but after about 15 minutes, we were almost ready to call it a night, when the glass moved again. This time, we all swore that we hadn't done it. Being young and stupid, we didn't believe each other, as we accused one another of moving the glass. I said we should try it each on our own, just to prove it. I was the second person to have only my fingers on the glass. I felt it move on its own, I swear I did. Some other force was moving it. It felt very strange. After we all confirmed that it was none of us pushing the glass, we all put our fingers back on together. One of my friends began to ask questions, such as, "Who are you?" and "How did you die?" The spirit told us that he and many other spirits heard us calling out to them. At this point, we were all getting very freaked out, so we decided to stop playing. Around an hour had gone by since we stopped playing with the Ouija board. Everyone in the room had gone to sleep, except for me. I began to hear strange noises around the room, and I thought I kept seeing strange, shadowy figures in the corner of the room. I didn't want to stay there, so I went next door into the girls' room, as they were all still awake, and I sat with them. I still don't believe it. From Anonymous. I was maybe 12 years old when I saw it. We had just moved to a new town. I was happy, being able to make new friends and all. I remember sitting at the park, only half a block from my home. It was a bright day, not a cloud in the sky. I was shocked when a kid came up to me. I'd only lived here a few days at that point. The kid's name was Joe. Joe was tall, maybe the age of 16. I asked him what was up, but he just smiled at me. I thought that was weird until he finally spoke. "Do you know what happened in your house?" I felt uncomfortable then, but I shook my head to answer. He smiled again. "Just don't try to be brave." He left after that. I asked around at school about him and the house I was at. Turns out there is a legend, so to speak, that the house I live in was used by a man who summoned a supposed monster. I told my parents, but they laughed and said I was just being silly. I made up my mind that day. I wish I hadn't. That night I decided to climb into the attic. The attic was dark and smelled of death, and dust filled my nose. I turned on the flashlight that I'd brought with me. I scanned the room, but I didn't find anything out of the ordinary. I'd been looking for signs of this man who summoned a monster. I felt rather relieved, having not found anything. I was thinking all of this was just silly. Still, I wanted to know what else was up here. I began to move things around, pushing items aside. I wish I'd just left. A soft hissing sound came from behind me. I thought that one of our cats, which we had two of, had climbed up after me. Still, I felt uneasy. I sighed and told the cat to go back downstairs. In return, I heard a deep laugh, unlike anything that might come from a human. I felt my heart sink for a few moments. I was shaking, too scared then to move, to make a sound. I got the feeling that something wanted me out of there. My breath caught in my throat. A hard, cold hand grabbed onto my shoulder. I wanted to scream, but no sound would leave my lips. A voice, something that sounded more akin to a vampire than a person, spoke in my ear. "You don't belong here." I somehow managed to speak, but all I could whimper was, "I'm sorry, I didn't know." "Leave now." Whatever it was, threw me down from the attic. I missed the stand I'd used to climb up, landing instead on the floor. Thankfully, it wasn't that much of a fall. I looked up and I saw something looking down at me. Something with a head that had a sickly gray color to it, eyes cold and full of hate, teeth a sickening yellow, all of this just peeking out from the lip of the attic entrance. In some places, there was no skin, just bone. Thin black hair hung from the top of its head. I shook uncontrollably looking at it. This thing looked like it was right out of a horror show. I ran to my room, and I didn't sleep a wink that night. I sat up in my bed all night, rocking back and forth, sitting close to my nightlight. I was too scared to move much more than that. After morning came, I busied myself downstairs, not wanting to be on the second floor, not wanting to be near the attic. I told my parents, but they got mad at me that I went up there alone, not believing my story at all. For the next 2 days, I barely slept at all. Finally, when I did fall asleep, I was awakened by that voice. "I told you I froze, slowly opening my eyes. Eventually, I got out of bed to peer out of my room. I could see the attic door open. Something was hanging out of it, a claw-like hand, holding a bloody, dripping bird. I don't recall much after that. I must have screamed or fainted. When I woke up, I was on the couch downstairs. We ended up moving my room downstairs too. And I never told anyone else about this beyond my parents, until now. My experience owning a demonic doll. From Anonymous. Over the summer, I came into contact with a very nice lady online named Mary. Mary had a very interesting item up for sale, a doll that was supposedly very haunted. I asked about it, and she gave me all the details on it. I was very curious about it still, and also very skeptical. I asked if she knew the original owner. She did, and the original owner's name was apparently Michael. Through her, I was able to contact Michael and have a conversation on Charlie. I'd like to share the doll's story and my own personal experiences with owning a demonic doll. When the original owner, Michael, was 3, his parents began to foster children, and usually they'd keep them for 6 months until they found them a good home. But on Michael's 9th birthday, his parents decided to foster Charlie. This was Michael's 9th birthday present. Charlie had AML, which stands for acute myeloid leukemia. Because of this, he was very sick. Michael hated Charlie. He saw Charlie as the reason he didn't get anything else for his birthday. With Charlie having AML, he was not cheap to take care of, and a lot of money had to come out of Michael's parents' pockets in order to keep Charlie healthy. AML affects the bone marrow and white blood cells. It's a form of cancer and affects about 200,000 people every year. The life expectancy of someone with AML is 2 to 5 years, sometimes longer with treatment. It can be quite painful, causing pain in the bones and extreme back and leg pain. Again, Michael didn't dislike Charlie, he hated him. Michael always said there was something wrong with Charlie. Charlie loved attention. He loved seeing Michael get teed off. Seeing Michael get ignored by his family made Charlie happy. Michael said he always thought Charlie was evil, but no one saw through his charade. They simply thought of him as a poor, sick boy. Weirdly enough, whenever Michael came down with an illness, Charlie seemed to be more energetic and feeling better. And as Charlie stayed with them, Michael seemed to get more and more sick more frequently. When Michael was feeling good and getting attention from his parents, suddenly Charlie would have a flare-up and need attention all day. Other strange things would happen as well. During the time Charlie was with them, they tried buying pets for him. But all of his pets would soon mysteriously die. Charlie never seemed to care about his pets dying. He also didn't care about his AML. According to Michael, Charlie behaved as if his disease was more of a nuisance. Well, something strange did happen. Michael woke up one morning, feeling a dark energy. He asked Charlie if he could feel it too, but Charlie said no. It was around then that Michael said that he knew when Charlie was going to die. During Charlie's final months, Charlie began to act happier. During his flare-ups, he would get excited and have energy that he shouldn't have. Everyone put it off as a delusion from his weakened blood flow. The day Charlie died, he and Michael had a talk. He referred to it as the talk because it was the last private conversation he and Charlie had. The day he died, he said everything felt off before it happened. Michael knew it was going to happen, and so did Charlie. They discussed if he was scared of dying. They discussed their beliefs about the afterlife, and about what Charlie was going to do when he was on the other side. As the conversation came to a close, he told Michael not to worry, stating that he would be back in a few days. Michael was very confused. Later that night, Charlie became very ill. There were doctors rushing in and out with medical equipment. They decided he should pass in his home peacefully. A few hours later, Charlie was gone. After Charlie's passing, Michael said it was like a cloud had cleared and the sun had finally risen. The dark energy that surrounded the house was gone. One night, Michael felt that dark energy again. He followed the sensation to Charlie's room. This had become a sort of storage area now. He said he could feel evil coming from the room. He opened the door and walked in. He went to the shelf of porcelain dolls his mom had collected. He picked up a doll and swears he heard something. "Told you I'd be back." It was Charlie's voice. Michael was shocked, throwing the doll across the room. He blacked out then, having terrible dreams until he woke up. After that, he asked if he could go stay with his aunt and uncle for the rest of the summer. He believes that Charlie chose this doll as a vessel because it always creeped Michael out. He'd always been scared of the doll and Charlie knew it. In fact, Charlie would always sneak it into his room at night, or he would tell Michael all about the doll and how it talked to him and moved around the room on its own. This is what led him to believe this is why Charlie would choose the doll. Years later, Michael's mother passed away, leaving him in possession of 3 of her dolls. All the foster kids received 3 porcelain dolls. It just so happened Michael received Charlie as one of the dolls. Nothing happened until a week later. Michael began to have the terrible dreams and began to feel drained. He got sick, and no matter what he did, he wouldn't get better. No matter how much sleep he got, he would still feel tired. That was when he decided that Charlie needed a new home, and eventually, Charlie came into my possession. Michael sold the doll to a collector who gladly took Charlie in. The collector began to experience the same exact things and decided she had taken on too much and had the doll relocated. I soon came across Charlie while scrolling through eBay one night. I decided to message the owner. She tried to convince me not to buy it and explained what I was getting myself into. I didn't believe a word of it, so without hesitation, I purchased Charlie. A week later, I received him. If I could go back in time and undo this, I would in a heartbeat. The moment I opened that box, I felt it. It's hard to explain, but I could feel a change in the air. I picked up the doll and got chills immediately. I put it off as a coincidence, and I brought Charlie into my room. Setting it up, I told it that it was just a stupid doll. How could it possibly be evil? I had to go to work then, so I closed my door and left. When I got home later that night, I walked in and I could feel it. That weird feeling again. I brushed it away once more as a coincidence. I walked into my room and found Charlie still there, but that feeling was still in the air. The energy it gave off was so powerful. I got in the shower, then I went to bed. That night I had horrible dreams. I would be somewhere peaceful with family or friends, and all of a sudden, they would go away, and this thing would chase me up and down, ripping me apart. I call it thing because no words could describe it. I've never seen anything like it before, and I hope I never do again. Other weird things began happening as well. Lights would flicker or die. Phones would die all of a sudden. My TV and game consoles all of a sudden didn't work anymore. Finally, after 3 weeks of hell, I had enough. I was dead set on getting Charlie a permanent home away from mine. I did research and found a place to keep Charlie out of harm's way. In my time with Charlie, I can tell you there are some things none of us can explain in this world. I can tell you that demonic and possessed items are not something you ever want to mess with, and they're very real. Whatever Charlie was, I can tell you he sure as heck wasn't normal. And I kind of believe Michael now, when he said that he didn't think Charlie was human. I just hope whatever or whoever Charlie is finds peace at last. Something wanted my attention. From M.R. Okanosferu. I'm going to preface this by saying that I'm actually an annoyingly skeptical person. Generally, when paranormal things happen, my brain just jumps to the closest rational explanation. Usually it's my paranoia of people, who, if you ask me, are way scarier usually than ghosts. So I used to work at a Walmart overnight as a stalker. When the plague started, we closed at 8 p.m. and opened at 9 a.m., leaving a very small crew to stalk from 10 to 6. Now, at this point, I'd already had several weird experiences, but nothing I couldn't just chalk up to a customer back when we were open 24 hours. Except for the ghost birds. I'll get to that in a second. This particular night, however, there's just no explanation for. It was already a really hectic night, with a skeleton crew of 5 to stock, zone, and overstock all the dry grocery, frozen, and dairy. Sometimes when you're on the ladders in this particular store, and on certain aisles, you'll see something small and white fly by at about eye level, which would put your eye level at about 7 feet off the ground. This would only occur at about 6 feet, and it only seemed to happen in the wine, chips, and paper aisles, never anywhere else. We jokingly referred to them as the Walmart ghost birds, because they were about the size of a pigeon and acted like they were dive bombing you. That night, I was putting extra peanut butter on top of the shelf, and I saw one of these ghost birds twice. By that point, though, I had just accepted it. They were never close enough to really bother me, but the whole atmosphere felt different from the time I pulled into the parking lot. It was just this awful, sinking feeling. Around 1:30 that morning, right before my break, I went off to the bathroom. This bathroom had 3 stalls with a heavy door, and at the time I was the only female in the building. So when the door opened and I saw white high heels and the bottom of a white pencil skirt walk to the accessible stall, my first thought was someone had come in through the front door. It was shut off but not locked, and we'd had issues for weeks of people just ignoring that we were closed, trying to get inside. Usually, there was someone on the water aisle to stop them, but because there were only 5 of us that night, including the manager, we were going to all tag team it when everything else was done. That meant no one would be in sight of the door for several more hours. I heard the footsteps, I saw the door open, and I heard the stall door close. I quickly went out to confront her, but I couldn't see feet anymore. First, I knocked on the stall door, informing anyone that we were closed. Then I bent down a little to see if I could see the heels, but there was nothing. At that point, I was kind of scared that she was trying to rob us. Maybe she was standing on the toilet to avoid detection. But when I went to try the door, it was unlocked. I felt a weird sense of relief that there wasn't another person I was going to have to confront, but also freaked out that there was definitely not a living person in that bathroom besides myself, despite what I just encountered. There was only one way in and out, and the whole thing had lasted maybe 30 seconds. She had definitely not come back out. Now, I do occasionally listen to true crime, so I did a thorough search of the bathroom, short of climbing onto the toilet to check the vents, because they're standard American cubicle stalls, and I would have seen her do that. There was no one else in there. That really creeped me out, and the entire time I was washing my hands, I felt as if someone was angrily staring at me. So in a hurry, I left and went back to work. I know this sounds like a really nonchalant reaction, but I've had enough paranormal encounters that, for the most part, I just try to ignore them when I determine that there's no other explanation for them. Whoever or whatever this was not having it, because as I was now stalking cereal, I had just opened a box and was standing perfectly still looking for the barcode, when suddenly I felt fingers grab the hair behind my ear, brush my ear, and yank so hard it pulled my head to the left. I really didn't know what to think at that point, because the rational side of my brain said it was just my coworker screwing with me. But I had not seen nor heard anything, and as fast as I turned, there should have been someone there. They wouldn't have time to hide. Not to mention, while I had a good working relationship with most of the guys at the time, I just couldn't see them doing something so invasive as a prank. I decided to go ahead and go to lunch. It was already 1:52 a.m. So I went out to my car like I did every night. It was a well-ish lit parking lot, and I always parked as close to the door as I could. So I double-checked the back seat. I got in my car, locked the doors, leaned my seat back, and began scrolling through YouTube to find something to listen to. I was really trying to forget about that creepy and painful nonsense, so I was looking for something funny, lighthearted. But I still just had this overwhelming sensation of being watched. Usually, ignoring this feeling will eventually make it go away. I had mixed thoughts, like whoever this is just needs to go away, and what if there's a creep in the bushes and I just didn't see them on my way out? It was a closed Walmart at 2 a.m. after all. Prime real estate for creeps, especially in a college area. Most of my break went by outright forcing myself to pay attention to anything other than the creepy feeling, while seeing what I thought was raccoons or something darting behind my car in the mirror every few minutes. Then, for a split second, I saw this tall shadow walk up to my car and disappear behind it. That's when I felt something blow in my ear. It was like someone had leaned up between the seats and blown in my ear like they were trying to get a bug off. I could even feel hot breath moving my hair. Rational me went into fight mode. I grabbed my box cutter and turned around, ready to cut someone. But my back seat was empty. It was probably stupid of me, but now I wasn't sure if it was a ghost or a person, so I got out of my car and opened every single door. No one. I even looked for spider webs. I checked the seat belts. There was nothing even on that side. So I closed up my car, locked it, and on the way back to the door, I saw a shadow walk into the middle of the street, about 10 feet away, and just disappear. This shadow figure was about 5'9" and very thin. I stared at it for about 5 seconds before it had disappeared, trying to figure out if I was seeing a person with clothes similar enough to the pavement to make them look transparent, or if they were actually just a walking shadow. Then, like that, it was just gone, like it blinked right out of existence. But as it disappeared, so did my anxiety and that feeling of being watched. I didn't have a problem for the rest of the night. Now, here's the kicker. A few days later, I went back in for work, and there was a memorial on the break room table for a previous coworker who had just recently died. I can't say for sure if it was that coworker's ghost, and if it was, why would they do those things? But it was one of the weirdest coincidences of my life. It was also extremely uncomfortable, because it's the first and so far only time I've had something mess with my hair. It's creepy enough when actual dudes blow on your ear, but it's so much worse when there's no physical person there to slap. In this theater, you're never alone. From Hunter D. About 15 years ago, I started working at a small auditorium/theater outside Detroit. It was a newer space at the time, So when me and my 2 friends were offered the opportunity to work there, we jumped at it. I'll refer to my friends as Johnny and Rick. It was a smaller space requiring minimal staffing, so for a long time the 3 of us were the only operational staff. Most days management would not be on site, so it was usually just the 3 of us, or some combination of a lower quantity. There were rumors that during construction, a worker had struck his head and fallen into the orchestra pit, where he passed away. Most people, myself included, laughed this off as ridiculous, but that rumor never died. One summer, we were scheduled to work a dance recital. We all showed up at 8 a.m. and quickly realized the client was not due to arrive until 10 a.m., not quite enough time to return home for a nap. We'd all worked the rehearsal the evening before, and the call time must have been lost in translation. Realizing we had time on our hands with nothing to do, my counterparts seized the opportunity for an impromptu breakfast, but I stayed back to perform some sound checks. So off they went, and here I was in the theater with only myself, my thoughts, and music. As I was sitting at the soundboard, running through the day's playlist, something caught my eye. All the inputs from our orchestra pit were receiving some kind of input or interference, as shown on the VU meters, which are small lights that indicate when a channel is receiving a signal. Now, 1 or 2 channels receiving a signal or interference would not be out of the ordinary, but for all 12 channels in this one room to be acting up was very strange. My immediate thought was that Johnny or Rick must have left microphones down there, and they must have been picking up my sound checks. For those who are not familiar, an orchestra pit is a room in a theater, typically located beneath or in front of the stage, where the musicians are located during a musical production. Our orchestra pit was a concrete room beneath the stage with acoustically reflective panels. It was about 15 feet deep, stretching the width of the stage, and lay 10 feet below the stage floor. The ceiling of the pit, further referred to as the cover, was modular and could be removed as needed to allow the music to fill the hall, but was kept installed at other times to increase the usable area of the stage, preventing people from accidentally falling in. At the time of these events, the cover was installed, meaning I was headed for a long, dark room. When I stepped into the pit, the lights would not turn on, which wasn't uncommon as we needed seemingly endless maintenance on our lighting system. So I pulled out my flashlight and I began examining every place a microphone could be plugged in. To my horror, I found that not only were there no microphones or equipment present of any kind, but the room was completely silent, despite my having left the soundcheck music playing to keep my nerves calm. I quickly made my way back upstairs to the soundboard, where the music was still playing and the VU meters for the pit channels had gone dark. I didn't move from there until my colleagues returned. Later that night, after the event ended, I recounted what happened to my 2 colleagues, who did not seem surprised at all. They then told me of the events they'd experienced the night before. Every night while locking up, it had become something of a joke, before turning off the lights, to yell, "Is there anyone in here?" Then pausing a moment for a response, which there never was, before yelling, "I'm turning out the lights, don't get hurt," and then turning the lights off, locking the remaining doors, and leaving for the day. So they tell me after the rehearsal the night before, I'd left, but they stayed on site for about another hour, completing odds and ends tasks in preparation for the performance the next day. When they were ready to leave, they went through their normal process, walking through all the backstage and auxiliary rooms, making sure no one was present, shutting off lights, locking doors, etc. They arrived on the stage for the final step, the call-out of, "Is anybody in here?" They did so and waited a moment, expecting the usual silence. That's when they heard a door close at the back. They called out, "Custodial?" To no response. "Who's out there?" they yelled, again to no response. Being the brave souls they are, they headed toward the area from which they believed the sound had come from. When they arrived, Rick noted that he'd checked this door on their walk through, and that the door was locked from both sides as it had been minutes earlier. Convinced it was just the sound of the building settling, or their minds playing tricks on them, they began heading back to the stage to finish their lockup, when there came the sound of another loud door slamming. This time, it came from a door only 30 feet away from them, at the top of a staircase which led down to the pit. They pulled out their flashlights, aiming them at the door, only to see the handle turning on its own. They immediately gave chase, expecting to find some kids from the show who might have hidden to have some fun after everyone left. The handle continued to move the entire time they ran towards that door. When they reached for the handle, the movement stopped. They threw the door open, preparing to confront whoever was on the other side, but to their shock, that stairwell was empty. Then there came the sound of yet another door slamming shut, this time at the bottom of that stairwell, which would be the door leading into the orchestra pit. Between the door that Johnny and Rick had just entered and the door that had just shut were 5 flights of stairs. Short flights, but 5 flights no less. It was certainly too far for someone to have traveled in what seemed like only a moment, I recall them explaining. They both bolted down the stairs with no more than their flashlights to guide them. The door they'd just entered was an emergency exit door, which didn't lock. But the pit was considered a secure area, and as such, could be locked from the outside. When they reached the door, Johnny reached for his keys, knowing he had locked the door minutes ago. But then Rick noticed the door was slightly ajar now. He reached for the handle instead, noting that he was able to pull the door open, but that the handle did not turn when he placed his hand on it, indicating that it was in fact locked. The two of them then heard what sounded like running towards the opposite end of the orchestra pit before they heard the sound of the door at the other end opening and slamming shut. Again, they gave chase. They threw open the door just in time to witness the door to a small mechanical room close. This is it, they thought, as they took a moment to pause and mentally prepare themselves, knowing this door was the only way in or out of that small room. Not knowing what to expect after their chase, Johnny pulled out his utility knife as a precaution. When they felt they'd mustered up as much courage as they could, they swung the door open and scanned the room with their flashlights. The room was empty, save for the equipment. Rick stood watch at the door while Johnny walked in, searching behind every piece of equipment, flashlight in one hand, utility knife in the other. Once Johnny was convinced he had thoroughly searched that room, the two hastily and shakily retraced their steps, relocking the doors and shutting off the lights. The two of them were out of breath and at a loss for words, only later questioning if they'd really seen and heard what they thought they did. They told me they neglected the "Is anybody in here?" call out this time, opting to just shut off the lights, lock the final doors, and make their exit as quickly as possible. Apparently, they were still questioning what had happened and thinking I would laugh at them, so they decided not to share their story with me that morning before leaving for breakfast. But upon hearing my story, they felt obligated to share theirs from the night before. As I'm sure you can imagine, our walkthrough that night was performed as quickly as possible, and as a team. Another strange occurrence happened only a few weeks later in the middle of a show. There was a comical scene in the show where the main character was supposed to have been shot out of a cannon to land in a different scene, and to portray this, a dummy would be dropped from the catwalks into the pit only for the main character to emerge and lean over the edge to show that he'd made it and was alive. On the night in question, the scene played out exactly according to plan. However, during our briefing that evening, it was noted that the door to the catwalks was locked, and the crew member who was supposed to have thrown the dummy was never able to access the area. At the time, no one else was up there. No one could have accessed it. So to this day, we don't know who or what threw the dummy for the performance. Following these events, we would have the occasional oddities, like misplaced items turning up in wholly unexpected locations, strange sounds and shadows, etc., but nothing as major as our first few experiences with the unknown. Cursed. From Jay. I work for a cable company. Going into folks' houses is something I do every day, so I come across a lot of different personalities. But nothing was going to prepare me for this. I was doing a job at someone's house, but the homeowners weren't there, so they had their friend present instead. About 15 minutes into the job, everything was going normally. It was really quiet, and the next thing I hear was a loud boom. It sounded like something big had hit the stove. There's an island that blocks the view to the stove, so I go over to look around. I find the guy on the ground having a seizure, full-on shaking, foaming from the mouth, making this loud grunting sound. I was horrified. I had never seen anyone have a seizure like this before. I didn't know what to do besides call 911. I called them, and they asked me all these questions about him, and I didn't even know the guy's name. Again, this wasn't even the owner of the house. When I got on the phone with him, he stopped shaking, but he still was not responding. So all I could do was sit with him until an ambulance came. Now, the reason I titled this story Cursed was because it didn't stop there. Oddly enough, within 5 days I witnessed 2 more seizures. One at Walmart from the cashier that was checking me out. The poor girl fell straight back into all the cigarettes and knocked everything over, but luckily there were other people there to help. The last one was at another customer's house. I knocked on the door, saw him coming down the steps. He literally opened the door, and then it just slams on me. He had one of those entrances that has windows on the side, so I could see his head hit the glass. His body was blocking the door, so I had to force the door open with his body in the way. I got in, picked him up so he wasn't on his stomach, and I saw that he was bleeding from his head. He had ripped open some stitches on his side. I found out later he'd had surgery the day before. His wife pulled up right after it happened, and imagine the look on her face when she pulled up. I truly believed for a while I was cursed. For some time I was nervous to go around anyone. Thankfully, everyone ended up being okay, and it hasn't happened again since. What is the devil? From Sammy65. This story was told to me by my grandmother. I'll do my best to tell it myself. She lives in a small town in Mexico with her youngest daughter who takes care of her. The property she lives on is fairly large. There's my grandmother's house on one corner, and on the opposite corner, 3 other houses, one for each of my uncles. Only one of my uncles lives in one of those houses. Another lives in the US, and the other passed away years ago. One night, my grandmother heard loud barking and whining coming from one of the dogs outside. There are 5 dogs on the property. They can be very territorial and aggressive if strangers or animals approach the place. My grandmother thought someone was trying to break into the house. She wanted to go outside and check around herself, but if there really was someone out there, she wouldn't be able to do much. So instead, she went to wake up my aunt. As she made her way over to my aunt's room, she heard something being dragged outside. She paused for a minute, paying close attention to the sound. She could tell it was heavy because the dragging sound was slow. The other 4 dogs began barking then, and it sounded like all heck had broken loose. My grandmother hurried to my aunt's room. My aunt was a deep sleeper, and was sleeping peacefully in bed, unaware of what was happening. She shook her in a hurry, calling her name, "Laura! Laura!" It took a minute, but my aunt woke up, asking what was wrong. "The dogs are going crazy. I think there's someone out there." My aunt stood from the bed, looking out the window, but she couldn't see much, and all she heard was barking. Maybe the dog saw an animal or something. You know how they get. "No, something's going on. I heard something being dragged around out there. Call your brother. He'll be able to see if someone's out there." My aunt called my uncle multiple times, but every time it went directly to voicemail. There wasn't any way they could leave the house without being seen. The house had 2 exits, but they were both in front of the house, one door located on the far right and the other on the far left. They would be seen if they tried to leave. They began getting anxious. The dogs were still going crazy outside, and they'd gotten closer to the house. They could hear the barking right outside the front door. "What if we check it out? We could open the front door, but not the screen one." My aunt was hesitant, but agreed. They both made their way towards the door and quietly opened it. It was dark outside, and they couldn't see much. Something caught my grandmother's eyes in the corner of the property. It was a large, pitch-black shape that was slowly moving on the ground. "Look," my grandmother whispered, pointing towards the thing. My aunt followed her finger and noticed the shape. "What is that?" Although it was dark outside, this thing was darker than the night, and it was moving towards the line of trees. The trees on the property weren't the nicest. They had a very rough exterior, making it hard to climb on them. But this thing had begun making its way up one of them. The dogs moved closer to it and surrounded the tree, barking aggressively at it. The light from the moon gave them just enough light to see some of the features of this thing. It looked almost like a blob, having no real shape. It was hairy, extremely hairy, with matted fur. There was no tail or ears, arms or legs, nothing that they could see. "What is that?" my aunt asked, scared, unable to look away from the thing. This thing had disappeared within the leaves of the tree branches, but it wasn't long before it had begun going back down. "Dear God, it's coming back down," my grandmother breathed out in a panic. The dogs then stopped barking. They went from trying to kill this thing to being afraid. They cowered with their tails tucked between their legs as they shook violently, backing away, whimpering. The eyes of this thing were barely visible, but they were there. Pitch black like everything else about it, but you could feel its sinister gaze. It was watching them. My grandmother began praying silently. The thing had made its way back down the tree and was moving towards the direction of the others' houses. They watched as it made its way through the yard, between the houses, and over the cement wall that separated the properties. They watched as it continued up towards the hills, and as it did, other dogs from other properties began barking loudly just as theirs had been. When it reached the top of the hill, past all the houses, it stood up and ran off, disappearing into the night. The next day, my grandmother told all her kids what she had seen. No one knew what it was. It didn't look like any animal they'd ever seen, and no animal had ever tried climbing those trees. They haven't seen it since, but ever since that night, something hasn't felt right. My mother says it was the devil himself paying them a visit. Says that it takes up different forms to pay visits to people. It wouldn't be the first time someone in the family got paid a visit by something inhuman. The Kumon Tong, from J. Ion. My grandmother was born and raised in a rural village in the south of Thailand. She lived with her grandfather, my great-great-grandfather, for most of her childhood. Because great-great-grandpa was a shaman and healer of the white magic persuasion, he was often visited by people, local and elsewhere, for advice, cleansings, and exorcisms. When my grandmother was 6 years old, there was an epidemic of grave robbing in her village and the surrounding areas. However, unlike typical tomb raiders, instead of robbing valuables or harvesting cadavers, the graves that were robbed were exclusively those of miscarried children and stillborns. The grave robbers would often dig up the remains and completely empty the gravesite without even filling in the gaping holes or tidying up the desecration they left in their wake. Many families, already grieving the loss of their unborn children, flocked to great-great-grandpa's home to seek advice. Unfortunately, the remains of these little children won't ever be found. Science and technology back then were not advanced enough. Plus, there really wasn't any law enforcement in those rural areas, and there really was no way of finding out where those fetuses are when no one even knows who did the robbing or when those graves were robbed. However, great-great-grandpa and the families knew what the remains of these little children were being taken for. They were going to, or have been made into, Kumon Tong, also known as little fetus monsters. As each Kumon Tong is the physical body and soul of a child trapped in a bottle or jar, the poor creature will never be able to reincarnate nor move on to a different realm. Black magic shamans who use blood and unethical forms of mystic practices to bind the poor creature to its eternally damned fate will then sell these trapped souls to unscrupulous people who wish to pursue the quickest route to wealth and power. Great-great-grandpa could only console the grieving families and encourage them to perform prayers or do good deeds to ease their suffering and perhaps gain good karma for their descendants. He also advised anyone who miscarried or had young children pass away to not bury them in a cemetery, but rather cremate their remains. Without a physical body, it would be very difficult for the black magic shamans to trap the little children's souls. Cremating remains also completely emancipates the soul from its physical bonds to this realm, so it is free to go wherever it likes or move on to a better world. For families who could not afford to cremate their children, they would turn to the Buddhist temples for help in doing so. Some families would even bury their dead in unmarked secret locations. Thus, the scourge of grave robbing ended. However, just a few months later, there was a huge spike in burglaries throughout the village and nearby places. These burglaries were done mysteriously. Doors, windows, walls, and roofs remained intact, yet the most valuable items, no matter how large or heavy, would vanish without a trace. Some even realized their most prized possessions would disappear right under their noses, even as they slept directly above said possessions. Again, many people visited great-great-grandpa as they all suspected the same thing. A Kumon Tong, or a few of them, were taking the villagers' precious items and money to enrich someone somewhere. Great-great-grandpa did anticipate something like this happening, so he told all the villagers to put needles and sharp items where they kept their valuables. Those who were extra cautious even placed knives next to their windows and hung thorny leaves over their homes' entrances. Those who carried their valuables with them were advised to keep toothpicks or skewers on them. This was because supernatural creatures of Southeast Asia are said to be afraid of pointy objects, since they cannot recover from wounds like humans do, and their powers would diminish with every injury, so they'll always stay away from such items. The village went back to being peaceful after that, for the most part. Aside from the occasional neighborhood disputes, my grandmother's village was mostly quiet and boring. After great-great-grandpa passed away, my grandmother left her village. Shortly after that, she met and married my grandfather, and she never returned to her hometown. As urbanization spread into every corner of Thailand, and people were coming and going constantly, Grandma doesn't know if people kept up the practices of supernatural crime prevention. As for her household, Grandma kept at her routines that seemed bizarre to most people these days, like placing upside-down brooms against doors to prevent human burglaries, and leaving sewing kits all over the house to prevent supernatural creatures from entering, much to the chagrin of my safety-conscious aunts, and never allowing us to open umbrellas in the house even if a monsoon was pummeling us, for fear of releasing a rogue spirit within our walls. Either way, because of her, I carry pins in my wallet. I'm not taking any chances when it comes to a little fetus monster with kleptomania. Don't mess with the Dark Angel. From Silver Bullet 54. If you ever travel to Iowa City, Iowa, someone will probably mention Oakland Cemetery. Sounds benign and innocuous enough, right? Well, it pretty much is most of the time. However, there's one feature there that is not nice or innocent at all. One wrong move, and they'll make sure you pay. That's the Black Angel of Oakland Cemetery. As the story goes, a young man had an angel statue commissioned for his dead mother, but he didn't choose obsidian, onyx, or any other dark material. He wanted it in bright and gleaming bronze. What he didn't tell anyone is that his mother was a very evil and hateful woman. No one knows the details of her, but she was not well liked, even by her own family. As the years passed, the angel turned black. Not only that, but even its pose is spooky. Its wings are down rather than up, which represents dread, failure, and hopelessness. It also looks down rather than up, like all other angel statues do. This means it's given up rather than being optimistic. As for the dark patina, skeptics say it's weathering, but anybody who knew the family say the woman's evil spirit has possessed and cursed the statue. After a dumb idea, I believe it. In 2007, I went to Iowa to see a football game with some friends during an Iowa home game. After the game, we passed by the cemetery and got out to look. We weren't going to mess with anything. Soon we noticed a huge shadow over us. We looked up, and there she was, staring at us, it seemed. The Black Angel. I quickly noticed that her irises bulge out in a swirl pattern. Before I said anything, a girl touched the foot of the statue and said it felt ice cold. I told her that we were all going to get it, since the angel will not accept any contact or desecration. She said I need to stop reading comic books, then we left. I wished I had apologized for her touching it, because we immediately got hit with an overflowing amount of horrible luck. Over the next 5 years, I experienced the death of 10 people I knew in car accidents. I got fired from 2 previous jobs, broke a toe, lost a girlfriend, and had to move out before I was entirely prepared to do so. My other friends experienced similar problems, sans the moving out and car accidents, but there was also almost 30 friends of mine who got busted for a drinking party and destruction of private property. 3 of them saw the angel with me, and one of my friends had to go through the death of their best friend. I also got sick multiple times the first few months after the visit, and the girl who touched the statue suffered a shattered leg in an accident. So in 2020, I finally mustered the courage to go back to the cemetery and gave a sincere apology to the angel, leaving fresh flowers at the base of it. I kept my eyes down because looking in her eyes is said to be bad luck as well. Have any of my friends apologized? I have no idea. But I do know that after my apology, my life became pretty good again. Now I have the normal good days and the normal bad days. All I know is that next time I go to a cemetery or graveyard, I'll just treat it as a normal visit. After all, why would I want to be cursed again? Ghost in the House. From Anonymous. My then fiance, Jake, had a brother that lived in a different state. He'd go visit him once a year during the summer. After I got with Jake, I would go with him to visit his brother. This was during one such visit to his brother's house. We were going to sleep in the basement. The second I walked down the stairs and into the guest room, I could sense something. I've always been able to sense paranormal entities, and though I was used to it, it always scared me. I knew there was a presence here, and I went running up the stairs. Now, Jake's brother had a wife and a young son. I never heard them speaking of anything paranormal, and I didn't say anything when I came back up, in case they wouldn't believe me. Plus, they were religious, and I thought they would be angry if I talked about ghosts or demons. I'd hate to be accused of making up stories just to scare their son, which is something I would never do. We went a couple of more times there, and I could sense the ghost each time, but it never did show itself until, well, one night around midnight, Jake and his brother were playing video games in the living room. I walked into the kitchen to make myself a sandwich. Jake's brother's wife and son were already in bed. I stood at the counter, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw this dark shadow. It was a tall, dark, shadowy figure that swung two of the kitchen cabinets wide open, then ran back down the stairs. I panicked and ran into the living room. I told Jake, but he and his brother dismissed me, acting as if I didn't say anything. They didn't even look at or acknowledge me at all. It couldn't have been Jake's brother's wife or son, since they were pretty short and they could not reach the cabinets like that. And if either of them had come into the kitchen, I would have seen them as they walked past me. I walked back in the kitchen and closed the cabinet doors. Then I went back into the living room and said nothing more about it. I poured salt around our bed that night, and all the fear melted away after I did. That night, the air was still. I feel as if that spirit knew that I knew it was there, and that's why it presented itself to me that night. The ghost didn't seem malevolent. It seemed like it was trying to play a practical joke on me. But it still scared me. Jake and I broke up, and his brother and his family moved into a new house that I've never been to. But I'll never forget how much that house scared me. I hope the people that live there now will not be terrorized by that thing. A listener requested that I narrate this classic ghost story again. It's been a long time, and my narration style and skill has evolved over the years, so I figured it'd be fun to reread for you all. Enjoy. The Lantern, the Boatman, and the Laughing Children, from Joshua LaRue. I'm a 32-year-old man, yet it is broad daylight as I write this post, because what I'm about to share haunts me to this day, to the point that merely thinking about it, or in this case typing this memory, is enough to send chills down my body and make me feel like a terrified child. I've only told this story to a handful of people over the past 10 years because of how terrifying an experience it was for me. But I feel it can be therapeutic to get it off my chest and share with others. Maybe others have had a similar experience. If so, please let me know. To tell this story and give it justice, I have to tell you of an experience that happened 3 years before the terrifying encounter this post is about. Buckle up. This will be a long post, but definitely not boring. My name is Joshua. I'll change the names to protect the privacy of the others involved in the story. I live in Arkansas, and in late 2003, near the middle of fall, right before it started to get really cold, my wife and I were invited to camp with a friend of mine and his girlfriend at Sugarloaf Lake, Oklahoma. I say camp, but the actual plan was to meet at Sugarloaf, and my friend, Bob, wanted to take me and my wife around to some paranormal places in the Sugarloaf area. So we got there around 7 p.m. I was driving a white Ford 1996 F-150. Bob was driving a 1980-something white Celebrity. It was really a piece of crap vehicle. Anywho, it was late dusk, becoming dark, and we all climbed into Bob's car. He took us around the area. First, to an old abandoned house, but other than some raccoons rustling around, it was a 2-hour waste of time. Then he took us to a graveyard, which was supposed to be haunted. Again, a bust. Then we went to an old church that was run down and also supposed to be haunted. Yawn. At this point, it was getting close to midnight. My wife and I were getting pretty bored. I spoke up to Bob, saying, "Man, this really hasn't been that freaky of a night." That's when Bob smiled, saying that he was saving the best for last. He handed me a Polaroid picture of a hillside covered in trees and daylight. I asked him what it was. and he asked me if I saw a house or any type of light pole or anything in that picture, to which I replied, no. He took the picture back and said, that's because there isn't, and there are no power lines either. About this time, he turned down an old dirt road and passed a small house. Then after that, it was 2 miles of dirt road with woods on one side and barbed wire fence on the other, with about 2 acres of field connecting to a wooded hillside. Nothing to light the night except the full moon overhead and the clear, starry sky. After what seemed like forever, he stopped the car and told us all to get out. We did as he asked. He walked us to the side of the car where the fence, field, and wooded hillside was. He looked at his cell phone. His phone and mine had no signal. This was 2003 and this area had no cell towers. But he looked at his phone and said it was 11:57 and told us all to watch the middle of the hillside. Even in complete dark, I could tell this was the same field and hillside from the picture. 2 minutes go by and nothing has changed. Then at exactly midnight, a small light flickered on in the middle of the hillside. A chill ran down my back as my wife, Bob, his girlfriend, and I watched as this small light, which to me looked like an old kerosene lantern, began to move, swaying back and forth. We sat and watched in complete silence for what seemed like several minutes. Finally, I spoke up and asked what the story was with this. Bob replied he didn't know, but locals had told him that at midnight every night, this lantern will light up and sway back and forth through the woods until the sun comes up. Then it disappears. Apparently, no one knew what the story was. At the time, I was a 19-year-old guy who didn't think anything could scare me or hurt me. So, since there were no houses around, I yelled out, "We see you! Wow, you're so scary with your little lantern." Bob shushed me, but it was too late. My wife screamed and pointed. I was laughing, but my laughing stopped as I looked to the hillside to see the lantern swaying back and forth, but it was moving down the hillside to the field at an inhuman pace. Gliding, it began to speed across the field towards our car. We did not stick around to see what it was, because within seconds, we were in the car and flying down the dirt road back to the lake. We looked back then to see the lantern moving slowly back up the hillside to where it first appeared. The ride back was silent until Bob spoke up, saying, "Crap, I forgot to put gas in earlier, and the only store around here is closed." He explained if we decided to go back out anywhere, it'd be best to take my truck, until he could get gas in the morning, as he only had about half a quarter of a tank. I said okay, and a few minutes after that, we arrived back at Sugarloaf Lake. We'd parked by the lake docks and we dropped my tailgate. We sat and talked about what had just happened. Now, Bob's girlfriend was pregnant at the time. She told him she was hungry. He told her we had brought some snacks, but she said she needed actual food. But since the local store was closed, he asked if we could take my truck to the next town over to get some food, because his car wouldn't have enough gas to get us to that town. I obliged. We shut our cooler, put the tailgate up, and loaded into my truck. I turned the key and nothing happened. My truck was dead, deader than dead. No ding, no lights, no clicking noise, nothing. For all intents and purposes, you would think the alternator was out. This was strange, and after the night we'd had so far, it made us all feel uneasy. We got out of the truck and we popped the hood, pulling Bob's car around to the front and attempting to jump my truck with his car. This is where it gets even weirder. As soon as we connected the jumper cables to his battery and mine, and his girlfriend started his car, within a second, the cables in between the connectors began to smoke, and in a flash of fire, they burned up. The cables were nothing more than bits of melted rubber and ash with only the end clamps still on the batteries. Bob runs and turns off his car. We take the clamps off our batteries. We looked at each other in the eerie moon and starlight. Now, remember, there were no light poles around. We both got a bad feeling at the exact same time, as we suddenly realized we'd been hearing a distant noise in the lake that was now getting louder. It was a boat motor. Like I said, this was the time of year it was starting to get cold, especially at night. We were bundled up as it was, and we were standing still on land at night. But somebody was out there on a boat, after midnight, when it had to be chilly as all get out with the wind hitting them. And from the sound of this motor, it was going pretty fast. But we didn't see anything. Not until the boat was about 50 yards away, and a very bright spotlight comes on temporarily, blinding us all. Bob and I tell the woman to get in his car and lock the doors. I reach into the bed of my truck and give Bob a tire tool, and I pick up another. I work at a tire shop and had all kinds of tools of the trade in my truck. We're standing in front of the vehicles in the middle, the hoods up on both as the boat pulls up to the dock. Two heavily bearded men in their 30s to 40s step out of the boat and walk up to us. It's hard to give an accurate description as their spotlight was still pointed at us, and it covered the men in an eerie shadow whilst blinding Bob and I. They looked at us, then to our vehicles. Then I saw one of them glance in the direction of the car at the women, then back at us. Then he let out a small chuckle.
"You fellers got some sort of car trouble?"
One asks as he lights up a cigarette. "Yeah, but it's nothing we can't handle," I stammered. The guy with the cigarette sniffs the air and looks down between Bob and I's feet. He sees the still smoking ashes of what was the jumper cable.
"Looks like it was more than your jumper cables can handle. Y'all need some help? We got some tools in the boat I think can fix you guys' problems right up."
Then the other man who had chuckled in the beginning said,
Fix them right up."
I was speechless at the moment, probably with my mouth hanging open. I can't remember. The two men then walked back to their boat, and we heard what sounded like chains rattling around as we tried to make out what they were doing, but the spotlight was so blinding we could barely see. But the chain noise was enough. Bob looked at me, and without saying a word, we both jumped in his car and drove the heck out of there. For the next few hours, we drove to a populated area of houses, which wasn't many in the rural area we were pretty much stuck in since we had very little fuel. But we all sat in the car mostly quiet, looking around in all directions in near panic, thinking at any time those men would find us. Bob would turn his lights on every now and then, thinking he had seen movement in the dark. After a while, the women fell asleep, and Bob and I talked about how freaking weird this whole ordeal had been. He laughs, saying, "I told you it'd be a scary night. Just didn't know it'd be this scary." At that point, the paranormal lantern wasn't even the main thing freaking me out. But the men never showed up, and eventually the morning was on its way. It was about 20 minutes until sunrise, when Bob asked if I wanted to see if the lantern really disappears at sunrise. I asked if he was sure he had enough gas to do that, and he said, "Yeah, the local store opens up in about an hour, so we should be fine." I reply, "In that case, then yeah." We wake up the women and drive back to that hillside. We get there with about 4 minutes left until sunrise. We still see the lantern swaying in the woods. Bob looks at me and I smile and do the motion for zipping my lips. We all watch in wonder as, right at sunrise, the lantern slowly fades away to nothing. After that, we got back in the car and we drove back to the lake, feeling safer now. When we got there was no sign of the boat, and the hood of my truck was still up, doors all locked. On a whim, I told Bob I'm going to try to start the truck one more time before driving us somewhere where I can get some cell signal and call for help. And I'll be danged, the truck started right up with no hesitation and no problem. We then all went our separate ways, happy to have seen the sunrise and counting our blessings, swearing to leave the paranormal investigating in this area to others. We swore that we never wanted to come back to this area and run into the boat people again. However, all things fade with time, even fear and common sense. 3 years later, Bob, who I haven't seen in almost 2 years at that point, calls me up and he says he's got a proposition for me. He goes on to tell me he has a group of himself and 3 other Wiccans who go out and do seances in haunted places. He asked me if I would be willing to film their sessions in the haunted places for their records, and that they would pay me well for my services. I am no Wiccan, but I've always loved the paranormal. Even after what I went through at Sugarloaf, I still had an itch to scratch when it came to getting scared and dealing with the paranormal and the unknown. So I told him yes, I'd love to film for them, but I had no interest in joining in. I was okay with just watching and getting to be out there looking into the paranormal again. So of course my next question was, when and where are we going to be doing this at first? When he answered, I got a terrible gut feeling, and I wished so much that I'd trusted my gut and told him that I'd changed my mind. Remember that lantern light out near Sugarloaf? He asked, as if there was any way I could ever forget. Yeah, I stammered. Why do you ask? I told my group the story, and they want to do the ritual there, and see if we can contact the spirit and find out why it's there and what it wants. Bob replied, I don't know, man, I said. Come on, Josh, trust me, you'll be safe, and I'm going to pay you $250 just to sit there and film it, he retorted. At the time, I was about to become a father, and money was tight because, well, diapers, formula, and the like costs a small fortune. Not to mention it was my first kid, and my new wife's first kid, so she had been going crazy spending money on not just the necessities, but also buying only top-of-the-line baby products, including toys, a crib, playpen, baby monitor, stroller, car seat, a combination pack, and play changing table, and all that. So because my wife was putting us in the poorhouse, I had to weigh out my fear of the area he wanted to go back to with how important it was to me I make all the extra money I could. So against my better judgment, I accepted the offer. And a week later, I was in the same beat-down celebrity Bob was driving 3 years back. This time with Bob and 2 guys and a girl that were complete strangers to me. Each of them were dressed very gothic and had these pentagram necklaces or something of the sort. It was 11:50 when we got there, and the 4 of them sat in a tight circle. I was behind them to the right, about 5 feet from the barbed wire fence that was in front of the field that led to the hillside. My back was to the hillside and bushes at the fence line. I was filming my friends' circle as they all started chanting something. As I've been typing this entire post, I've been getting knots in my stomach knowing that I was coming to this part of the story. This portion of the tale haunts my dreams and even my waking hours to this day. I'm going to do my best to describe how the following events unfolded, though I know mere words cannot do justice to the pure terror that ensued, or how horribly horrific the events sounded and were. So when reading or listening to this, turn your imagination all the way up. And believe me when I say, up to this point in my life, I was interested in the paranormal. It had been a fun hobby to go out ghost hunting, or getting myself spooked, or whatever. But after this night, I never looked at the paranormal as fun or interesting anymore. I showed respect, and I stay as far away as possible. As much as I dread it, I'll now finish telling you this story. As his group chanted, Bob lit up this huge candle in the middle of them, opening up some sort of book. It wasn't like some scary antique spell book or anything. It looked like a newer hardcover. Anyway, he began reciting words from it, and then he looked at his phone and tells the group to be quiet, to look up at the hill. I turned the camera, and at midnight on the dot, the lantern appeared. One member of Bob's group blurts out, "Cool." I rolled my eyes since the way these people were dressed and the way they carried themselves, the word cool didn't seem to fit in their vocabulary. Then Bob says to his group to join hands as they attempted to communicate with the spirit. I turned my back to the light and began to film the group as they began to chant. Bob read from the book. Then they began to ask questions in hopes the spirit would respond. About that time, a wind picked up and Bob's candle went out. He told everyone to hold on and tells me to cut the camera for a minute. I obliged and stopped recording. I watched as Bob tried his lighter, then 2 lighters from his group, but none of the lighters were working. I sat down watching the group when I began to hear a rustling sound behind me. I jumped up, leaving the camera on the ground, and I spun around. Bob and his group were preoccupied with their candle and lighter problem. As I spun around, I was blinded by the brightest light I'd ever seen. I believe what I saw was the lantern up close and personal, but as quick as it appeared, the light was gone, and the lantern was nowhere to be seen. If it had been that lantern that blinded me, it had moved from the hillside across the field and right behind me, with me not even realizing it, within the span of only 30 seconds. I look around for the lantern on the hillside, and nothing. But it's only 12:15 or so. The lantern light had always stayed until sunrise. Just then, the wind stopped blowing, and I heard Bob's lighter finally flick, and I see it light up. I then muttered, guys, did you see that?" They all turned and asked what I was talking about, but before I could answer them, we all stopped dead in our tracks by the sound of a distant laughter coming from seemingly nowhere, yet everywhere around us. Yet somehow it was distant, like far off, and this was no ordinary laughter. This laughter sounded like the laughter of hundreds, if not thousands of children. That haunts me to this very moment. As I type this, I'm looking around the room I'm in. Whenever I think or talk about this experience, I can vividly remember that terrifying sound and hear it in my head. It just occurred to me as well, if you put the letter S at the beginning of laughter, it spells slaughter. Why did I have to think of that now? The best way I can describe the laughter is for you to imagine listening to a large group of kids singing "Row, row, row your boat." You know how one kid will start and seconds later another will join in, starting at the beginning of the song and so on. Well, this sounded like I said, like hundreds of thousands of children laughing, as if one would start laughing, then seconds later another would begin, and that pattern would go on in an endless loop. I'm not saying the laughter sounded like the song "Row, row, row your boat." I'm saying they laughed in unison with a delay, just like kids singing "Row, row, row your boat." On top of that, the laughing was getting louder and closer. There was sinister laughing, goofy laughing, giggling all around us, coming from every direction. I was shaking. I couldn't move besides spinning around and around, looking off in the distance. This couldn't be real. This sort of thing doesn't happen in real life. What the heck was happening? I screamed at Bob and his group, telling them we needed to get the heck out of there. But they were all already running for the car, leaving their Wiccan book and candle behind, and without hesitation, I ran after them, jumping in the car, just as the laughter became deafening. We hauled tail out of there, driving about a mile up the road and pulling over, as Bob was in no condition to drive. We were all freaking out. We all got out of the car and paced around it, asking one another if we really just heard what we heard. I told Bob that I was sorry because I had left his camera behind. He says he doesn't care, that he's not going back for it. At this point, I got my hands on my knees, panting, trying to catch my breath. I had never in my life felt so terrified. That's when all of our chatter stops, as we begin to hear the laughter in the distance, very quietly at first, but steadily getting closer and closer, louder and louder, until once again it was becoming deafening. We jumped back in the car and sped away from it. We drove about 6 miles, and for the first 3 miles, we could all still hear the laughter in the distance with our windows cracked. We all began to calm down a little by mile 4, when the laughter could no longer be heard. But we had no intention of pulling over again, and one of Bob's friends was in the passenger seat with his phone, waiting for a signal to pop up. At about mile 6, he announced that he had full bars. He handed the phone to Bob, and Bob called a friend of his who was into the occult, well-versed and educated in it. As we're driving, He was describing what happened to the lady on the other end. Bob later told me his friend said she believed it was the children of Hecate or something like that. I have no idea about what Hecate is, but it sounded more like a guess to me. As Bob was on the phone speeding out of the area, and the two other people in the back seat all got a chill at the same time, they told me later that just like me, the hair on the back of their neck stood up as a loud snapping noise came from the front of the car. Bob's celebrity stops dead in its tracks and will no longer move forward. He tried everything, but the car would not move. We later discovered that a tie rod had snapped. The friend Bob was talking to on the phone only lived about 20 minutes away from where we were, and they said they were on their way. As we sat in the car, nobody spoke, and after about 3 minutes, we saw a pair of headlights coming down the road towards us. However, we knew it was far too soon to be Bob's friend. Bob and I thought maybe we could get a ride from a local. We all unloaded out of the car and stood in front of it, waiting on the vehicle to hopefully stop for us. Now, at the moment I couldn't be certain, but my gut was telling me I was correct. The vehicle didn't stop, but as it came into view, it was a beat-up old pickup truck. It did slow down enough for me to see 2 men in the truck, in their 30s to 40s, with huge beards, and they stared at us, speeding up after they passed by. I looked at Bob, and before I could speak, he says what I was already thinking. The guys from that boat. Before I can say anything, we see headlights coming from the direction where the truck had been going. We went still and quiet as the same guys in the same truck passed by slowly again, staring at us as we stood there on the side of the road. Bob called his friend back, telling her to drive like heck and get here now. He hung up, and 4 or 5 minutes go by, and we see headlights coming again. Relieved, we all get our things ready thinking it was Bob's friend. Then his phone rings. On the phone was the lady friend who was coming to get us. She told Bob she took a wrong turn, and it was going to be about 10 to 15 more minutes before she gets there. Bob hangs up the phone and watches on in terror, as do I, as the same truck slowly passes by once more, this time with only one of the boatmen in the truck. This time, though, the driver slows to a crawl and says, "Looks like you fellers could use some help." Then he speeds up and drives off. This cemented the fact to Bob and I that we were definitely dealing with the boat guys. But where the heck did the other guy go? Why wasn't he in the passenger seat this time? And to make matters worse at this point, something we had almost completely forgotten about, due to the boatmen showing up, was the laughter. We were quickly reminded of it as we began to hear the laughter again off in the distance, but all around us like before. And over the course of the next few minutes, it began getting closer and closer. I was almost soiling my pants then as the sound was getting deafening, but this time we had nowhere to run. Suddenly, from behind our car off in the distance, we saw 2 sets of headlights come on, 2 vehicles coming towards us, slowly side by side, taking up the entire width of the backcountry dirt road, both coming our direction. The laughter was so loud and close now, it seemed to be coming from the woods on both sides of the road we were stuck on, and it seemed to be zeroing in on us, as if the hundreds or thousands of children were within reaching distance of us. There was no wind, no sound other than the crunching of tires on the rocky dirt road of the 2 vehicles slowly driving towards us. With our last shred of hope fading away into the laughter of the children and the headlights of the 2 vehicles surely being driven by the boatmen, we were given a reprieve, as at this time, coming from the other direction, we see another set of headlights coming fast. We held our breaths. The laughter, the boatmen, what was going to be next? How were we going to get out of this? That's when this new vehicle that was coming fast pulls up. It's Bob's best friend. She unlocks the doors on her car and rolls her windows down and begins to tell us to get in. When this happens, the 2 sets of headlights coming from the other direction turn off, and Bob's friend says, "Oh my God, you weren't kidding about the laughter." She yelled at us to get in, and we listened. We began to tell her about the boat guys. She turned the car around, and no sooner than she started to drive away, the 2 sets of headlights come on again, this time with their brights on. They get close enough to be only about a car length behind the car we were all crammed in. I yelled to the driver, "Go, go, 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 go!" Channeling my inner Jeff Goldblum, I told her, "Must go faster, must go faster." She floored it, and for about a mile, the 2 vehicles stayed on our tail, then they turned off onto a side road. For the next 2 miles after that, we could all hear the laughter still way off in the distance with our windows down. A few miles after that, the laughter was gone. To this day, I have no explanation to what happened, what the laughing children were, why the laughing followed us. I have no idea if the boatmen were connected to all of this somehow, or if they were merely a coincidence that happened to terrify us at the same time as the paranormal things that were going on. If that is the case, why didn't they react to the laughing children's sound? Is the lantern connected to the laughing children? Or did Bob and his group mistakenly call forth the laughing children through their ritual? Like I said, this happened years ago, but I still feel just as terrified now when I tell people about it or think about it. I've had constant chills and goosebumps as I've written this, and I'm sorry for typos or grammar issues, but I'm a bit shaky as well. I'm going to post this story as is. I hope it's readable, and I hope somebody who reads this and has had a similar experience can share their story with me. In a weird way, I believe that would help me deal with the trauma this experience still causes me to this day. To all of you who think the paranormal is just a fun hobby to get your thrills with, I beg of you, I warn you, that we are not prepared for what is really out there. You can think nothing will scare you or harm you, but you're dealing with unknown things. You have no idea how powerful or mundane the paranormal could be. If you use the paranormal as a thrill-seeking hobby, just use caution and always have your vehicle checked out beforehand. And make sure to watch out for seemingly sociopathic hillbillies and laughing children. I hope everyone who reads this sleeps well, but I know that after telling my story like this, that for at least the next few nights, I'll be getting no sleep at all. As I'm reviewing and editing my post, I just recalled an important coincidence. When we had driven fast away from the lantern in 2003, after it came swooping across the field towards us, the song Unforgiven by Metallica had been playing on the radio. And then in 2006, when we had first heard the laughter, when we were by the hillside and jumped in the car, the same song was on again, this time on a mixtape that one of Bob's fellow Wiccans had made and brought. There's no way he could have known that song played last time we were there, because he hadn't been there in 2003. And Bob didn't remember the same song playing in 2003 until I brought it up to him, as a weird coincidence. Upon remembering these details, Bob got goosebumps. Thanks for listening to Unexplained Encounters. If you enjoyed the show, you can support us in a number of other ways. You can go to eeriecast.store to buy some creepy t-shirts or coffee mugs. Go to eeriecast.com to listen to and follow this show and our other scary podcasts on your favorite podcasting app, or follow me on Twitter @DarkPrevails for more screams and memes. Before I go, be sure to send me your scariest stories of the unexplained at darkstories.org. Until next time, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.